most of here against Maximilian Eggestein, who right now just doesn't seem to have an answer to all this attacking pressure being put on him by Tim Handwerker. Good work from Toprak to shut down the move, but struggling to match him at the back and struggling to get anything going in an attacking sense. Here is Finn Bartels, one of the fresh legs that Eggestein brought on. Hasn't quite made the same impact as Relak for Nürnberg. Here is the man with the brace, making another good run. He's on for the hat-trick. He's through on goal! And Pavlenka to the rescue once again.
He was looking for that near post. We saw that, but Pavlenka's proven himself to be a huge goalkeeper in this game.
Oh, the chance still on, though, from the corner that was worked well. Clear his lines is what Maximilian Eggestein is looking to do. It's not convincing, though, and the danger is still there. And, oh, I thought that was in. I thought that was headed for the top corner, but he just put a little too much on it.
What a chance that was. He's really dominating these last few minutes here. Pavlenka's proven to be the key man for Werder, keeping this score as it is. Or else Nürnberg would be going through with a nice 5-4 win over the aggregate score.
Yeah, overcooked it like an old school dinner. You know, it's one of those things, it happens. But he's looking to maybe get one more chance out of it. He's pinched the ball away, and this could be the winner. It is the winner, and I think it's fair to say that it may be last gasp, but it's very deserved.
Very deserved indeed, and there's that man again glancing away. It's Relak. He's the star of the show off the bench. A hat-trick in this second half. Handwerker making a tactical change that any Bundesliga coach will be proud of. Especially Schimmel, as his teammate, will be delighted to see what a turnaround this has been from him. 4-1. Nürnberg have taken the win in this tie.
Oh, talk about a super substitution. Relak with a hat-trick off the bench. We only had one hat-trick yesterday. That was scored by Florian Kainz. And taking the match ball deservedly. And Megabit, to know what he's thinking right now. I wonder if there'll be a few messages exchanged between him and Maximilian Eggestein, because it looked like Werder Bremen were going to take that tie. Maximilian Eggestein, unfortunately, not able to match the reputation that Werder Bremen have in the esports world.
Megabit will be absolutely gutted. His side coming out on the losing end. It doesn't happen very often. The team who won the championship last year and finished top again this year, Maximilian Eggestein letting his side down drastically there. And I think it is fair to say that Megabit will be sending him a few texts now asking what on earth happened.
That's it. What an upset to start the day. Werder Bremen, everyone knew it, with Megabit in their side, that they were considered one of the favourites. But this is the beauty of this Bundesliga Home Challenge, is the fact that the first game can be evened out so drastically by the second game. There can be comeback staged. And it's really, again, comes down to the unknown quantity that is the FIFA skill levels of all these professional players that are switching the pitch for the joysticks. And unfortunately, Maximilian Eggestein just a little behind in terms of the skill level compared to Tim Handwerker, and it did show in the end there. He got a little overrun in the end. We've all been there. It's all tough. It's such a hard rhythm to break, isn't it?
It is. When you've conceded one goal, it is really hard to stop the second and the third coming. And as an attacking team, it's really easy on FIFA. Once you've found a way through a team to be able to keep that going, it's difficult to react and keep the tactics as you want them to be and be able to be defensively sound. And we'll have to wait and see what comes up in this next game between RB Leipzig and Hamburg. Obviously, Nordi Mukiele and Sonny Kittel will be representing the professional players later on. But before that, we've got the esports tie, which is obviously going to be another fascinating one as we look for these professional players to show exactly what they're made of.
Yeah, and this battle between arguably someone that's been on the esports scene in Germany for quite a long time, RBL_Chihan, who goes by the name of, in real life, Chihan Yassalar. And he's a big FIFA streamer, a big FIFA competitor as well. He's been around for a fair few years. On the flip side of this, for Hamburg, in this opening game, we've got HSV_Umut, who is just 17 years old. He's just breaking onto the scene, but he's really making a name for himself, isn't he, Alex?
He is indeed PS4 champion in the qualifiers in Atlanta. Is a huge statement that he made. It qualified him for the FUT Champions Cup, and at his age, just 17, this is a fantastic opportunity for him to showcase what he is capable of and to show the VABL what they can be expecting in the coming weeks and months if he can stick around and earn himself a spot in one of these esports teams. It's a good personal opportunity for him to showcase exactly what he's made of.
And that's it. He doesn't actually feature in the virtual Bundesliga for Hamburg, but he is part of their esports team because he's just an elite competitor when it comes to FIFA Ultimate Team, which is obviously the most popular game mode out there on FIFA nowadays and has been for quite a fair few years. And yes, you mentioned that FUT Champions Cup in Paris, delayed for now, but looking to make a name for himself there. But I think Shihan's really got a tough task on his hand here with Umut.
He does indeed, because he's still an unknown quantity. He's new in the game, and when people lack that experience and they're new to the game, they often bring that never say die and nothing to lose attitude, which we love to see, especially in the esports level, because as we've mentioned it so many times, there's very few things to differentiate these guys, and it comes down to special moments or maybe a little mistake that makes the difference. So for Umut, it's a huge opportunity to make a statement, and as I said, he's coming into this game with that never say die and nothing to lose attitude, and he's going to want to make the most of this opportunity he has.
Yeah, let's talk about Leipzig in real life as well, because we like to throw a look back to what's happening in the Bundesliga season out on the pitch. Yes, the season has been delayed for the time being, postponed as a result of the coronavirus pandemic, and rightly so. But Leipzig were looking good. They had a bit of a tail off right before the season got put on hold, but they're still in third place in Julian Nagelsmann's first season in charge. They were top of the table for quite a few weeks. Where are you seeing them in terms of their development under Nagelsmann? Because big coach, huge hype around him and this side, and they're on the right track, but maybe not as far along as people thought.
Yeah, that's it. It's that first time we're seeing Nagelsmann in the dugout, and obviously it's always going to be competitive at the top of the league, and Leipzig have quickly come into the league and shown that they are capable of hanging around with the best of the best, and Nagelsmann's still figuring out how his team works and figuring out how his players want to play. He's moved things around. For example, Timo Werner, the star of the show, possibly for Leipzig, out on the left wing now most often than not, with Patrick Schick through the middle. It's all about experimenting, and while he's been doing that, Nagelsmann, he's been able to keep Leipzig right up at the top of the table, and obviously in the Champions League as well, getting through against Tottenham Hotspur was a huge statement. Their first ever knockout win. Fantastic for German football to see that a team is able to compete with the rest of Europe, as well as being a high contender in the Bundesliga table. As we see that these two guys, our pro esports players, are getting themselves set up for this first game.
Yeah, and as we've seen so often throughout this Bundesliga Home Challenge, donning the kits of their respective clubs as well. And you can see Shihan has quite a professional setup there. He was streaming on Twitch last night, taking part in the weekend league to warm up for the Bundesliga Home Challenge, I'm sure, because that's the level that we are expecting in this tournament, no doubt about it. But he is up against it, as we've said, against Umut. But if you were wanting to know, he's 19-2 so far in the weekend league with 2 disconnects, which is always disappointing, isn't it?
I'm sure he might have been smacking some things around his room while that was going on. 2 disconnects is never a good thing. Hopefully we don't see something like that now in this game, the first one coming up. Obviously he'll have not probably played some weekend leagues so far today, or maybe he has to warm up, get some frustrations out, and let his fingers warm up and get ready for what quite possibly could be an even more important game than his weekend league. Or we'll have to wait and see how important it is for them and how seriously they take it as we get things underway.
Well, this is it. It does feel like one of the... No, don't want to say older, because ultimately Shihan isn't that old in terms of life, in terms of the esports world, maybe. But he has been around for a bit longer. He was the 2017 Virtual Bundesliga champion. He's a 3-time German champion, winning ESL tournaments as well. And he's formerly on the books at SK Gaming and Schalke 04. So he has been a little bit more around the block, and he's coming up against the fresh young gun in Umut, who's maybe looking to make his mark. And so maybe playing the role of gatekeeper here in the esports world, if you like to put it that way. But we are looking forward to seeing what these guys can produce, because this is the only tie today between 2 esports professionals.
That's it, yeah. We're actually not going to see that many between 2 guys. We've got plenty of professional players who are going to be involved in the action today, which is always fantastic to see, because as we've said before, with this 85 mode, it cleans the slate, it brings a level playing field, and these guys who are not used to playing will obviously come in with that attitude and that tactic to just go out and score as many goals as they can. So entertainment is definitely on the cards today, and this will be our last chance to see some esport proper action with the 2 fantastically talented guys coming up against each other and wanting to showcase exactly what they can do in this Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Yeah, just waiting for them to go through the final few details before we get this game underway. It was interesting to hear yesterday on his stream Chihan talking about the fact that he's not a big fan of the 85 mode. He said that players that aren't that good can then compete with, the professional players, because he said it really does reduce the skill gap. That's not quite an issue when you're two professionals going head to head anyway, because if anything, you want it to be a more even playing field, a little less variable than the foot champion stuff that they're used to doing, where of course you can have your different cards that give you the advantage, different pace settings, all of that. This one, all evened out, all capped at 85, and that should mean that we see a very competitive match.
That's it. They're used to playing with the best of the best players on FIFA Ultimate Team, and obviously these guys they're playing with now in these two teams are all 85 rated. So it's a nice test for them as well to be able to play with players that are of a rating that they're not actually that used to playing with. So if they can be able to bring the best out of these 85 rated players, it just proves how good they are at the game. And we've seen it so far that these esports guys, no matter what the rating of the player is, they're able to produce some fantastic football.
Well, that's it. Interestingly, we didn't see anything of Chihan's lineup there. I'm actually wondering whether Timo Werner would even be in his starting lineup in this 85 mode, because of course Werner's all about the pace when it comes to FIFA game modes, but in this one it's all evened out, and he doesn't actually have the biggest stature either. So Schick, Paulsen.
It could well be, and that's the thing. We see it there. Paulsen starting up front, and Hartman it is there in the attacking midfield. Obviously, as you mentioned, the guys like Timo Werner who have extreme stats like pace and strength or whatever, it reduces that and actually makes them harder to play with if you're used to playing them with their normal card. And often is the case that actually there he is out on the right though, Werner, playing out there on the wing, which is always fun to see Timo Werner playing, but it is a great opportunity for the players that we don't often see in the Bundesliga or in the esports world, like Hartman for Leipzig, up to an 85 rating, and it means we can see exactly what he is able to do on the esports gameplays.
That's it. They can be the stars of the show as well, and even if it's not quite the case in real life, and it does give us a chance to get to know some names that maybe we're not quite as familiar with as the big names like Timo Werner, like Marcel Sabitzer, like Dayot Upamecano. Klosterman with a good early challenge there. Chihan looking to set his stall, but you can see Umut is looking to press very high up the pitch, aiming to close the ball down as quickly as possible, giving him less distance to move it into the final third when he does win the ball.
Trying to play with a 4-2-3-1 here is Umut, the formation he's gone for with Hausfall. One man up front, Martin Harnik, obviously a capable man in the air, looking to try and probably make the most of the wings and get some space in between the midfield and defensive line of Leipzig.
Yeah, here's Harnik on the ball, back to goal though. Now with Sonny Kittel. Oh, lovely little drag back. He fashioned the space, and Nkunku got an important touch on the ball there just to poke the danger clear. Werner had made a good run down the wing, but Chihan not looking to move the ball too quickly. Trying to settle into a rhythm. Here is Upamecano. Now out wide to Klosterman. So a four-man back line, which isn't how Leipzig like to play in real life. Well, not all the time, I should say, because we've seen various variations of their back line that's gone from three-man to four-man. We've had Klosterman at right back, we've had Klosterman at centre-back, we've had Hausenberg and Klosterman both at centre-back. As you do, it's just the way Nagelsmann works with this side, as we said, experimenting to try and find his best formation. But the fact is, in an experimental phase, he's done rather well, given the fact that they've been competing for the title, getting through in the Champions League. That second leg against Tottenham, of course, the last game in Germany to be played in front of fans.
That's it, yeah. We haven't seen some football like that in a while, obviously, with the fans involved. And it is quite interesting you say about playing the fullbacks at centre-back. It's what Megabit said earlier was his tactic to play them at centre-back. And maybe Nagelsmann is playing that tactic, obviously, knowing that FIFA is the way of the future. So maybe we should all be listening to Nagelsmann even more than we already are.
Well, Werner, he's broken through here, but he thought better of trying to break to the byline. Playing it back to Campbell, now to Hartman. Well closed down there by Wagerman. Poyampalo now on the ball. Surprised to see him out wide, Joel Poyampalo, instead of up front with Harnik out wide. It's an interesting choice there made by Umut, but you know what? I'm going to trust his capabilities as the reigning PS4 champion after winning that qualifier in Atlanta. Interestingly, it was the first time that he'd ever traveled to the United States. He said it's one of the reasons that he wanted to qualify even more for that tournament. was to make sure that he could go to the United States for the first time and enjoy the experience, and I'm sure he did, coming out as the PS4 champion. He did struggle, he admitted, in the crossover event in the final, because when they get to the final, the PS4 champion takes on the Xbox champion. They play one game on each console, and he did admit that his Xbox skills were a bit rusty, and that's something he's going to be looking to work on for the remainder of the season once the FUT Champions Cup does get back underway with the final in Paris.
And that's another reason to give these guys so much respect. Not only are they good on one console, they're good on two, and they have to be if they want to compete at the highest level.
Great chance for Paulsen. And well, the angle was against him, didn't quite have the body shape to favour that type of shot. Did still go for that near post. We are seeing that trend continue today, Alex.
We are indeed. It's these tactics that it's fun for actually viewers at home who are not maybe used to watching Twitch or watching these esports guys go at it every week. You can now see what their tactics are like, how exactly they want to play. And one of those things that they always seem to do is go for the near post. It seems to catch the keepers off guard. And maybe it's a tip that the guys at home watching can take into the next games that they play themselves on FIFA.
Yeah, for now, Umut coming forward dangerously, looking to put the pressure on. Harnik. There's a chance. And it was Kittel that had it in the end. He worked it well there, Umut. And that's where we see his qualities come to the fore as well.
That's it, being able to play around the edges of an opposing box. We've seen it when the pro players, professional footballers come onto the game. They're not quite able to keep possession in those tight spaces, but these esports guys have no problem with that, and it's often the way that these guys are able to create the chances that end up giving them the win. If they can create a moment of space to get a shot away from the edge of the box.
I have to say, though, not a lot of chances in this first half, but it's been incredibly evenly matched so far. And I think that's what we expected between these two esports professionals, both used to competing at an elite level in FIFA circles. And there is that element of composure that definitely is a little more prevalent when we watch these esports players play compared to some of those professionals. That's what Alex was touching on.
It's been a tight first half here. It's interesting to actually be looking at the clock and see that we're already approaching half-time. We haven't had many chances on goal, just that one for Paulsen, really.
Oh, there's a chance here. This could be it. And, well, the keeper, Pollersbeck, quickly off his line, holding down that triangle button.
There's an opportunity there to try and get Leipzig the lead before half-time, and maybe one for Hausval now.
Oh, just down the other end, it's Sonny Kittel, one-on-one with the keeper. And he's done well, but the rebound is going to go the way of Umut, and Hamburg have taken the lead. Martin Harnik with the goal, and right on the stroke of half-time. That'll change the half-time team talk.
It will indeed. But maybe not if he has a chance here.
You'll say Hartman trying to break through now. Found Campbell. Had to retreat momentarily, and that ultimately snuffed out that chance. But looking for the immediate response. But conceding right on the stroke of half-time will be something that will rankle with Chihan at the break.
Definitely, that's the nature of this game. It can change so quickly, almost seeing a Leipzig equaliser there before half-time, but the rebound is proving to be a nasty thing for these players so far today. We've seen it so many times, especially in the Eggestein-Handwerker game. The rebound is so important, and getting the players in the right spots in the support of your attacking men is vital in this game.
It is interesting sometimes how the keepers can go from one game being the heroes that they let nothing through. I mean, you think of Gigi Pavlenka in that second game between Maximilian Eggestein and Tim Handwerker in the Werder Bremen-Nuremberg tie. Pavlenka was saving things left, right and centre. Yes, Handwerker still got 4 goals. In this one, though, all it takes is one chance and the keeper lets you down. It can prove so costly, unfortunately, and those rebound goals are the ones that rankle the most with players.
That's it, and that's the one player you can't really control all the time. Obviously, the goalkeeper, there's the option to be able to take control of the keeper. Some players do it when an opposing player is going through one-on-one, try and jinx them away and make them unknowing of where they should actually shoot the ball, but we don't often see it at this professional level, and they just have to trust that their keeper can do the job for them.
Umut there stopped it in his tracks momentarily. Now the onus on Chihan to really make something happen in this game. He'd love to give Nordi Mukiela something to work with in the second leg. Here he comes with Patrick Schick. He loses out to Poyan Parlo. Now Drudziak. Campbell wins it well. Now with Poulsen. Not too many men forward for Chihan to work with, but he's found Patrick Schick. Oh, that's well worked to Hartman. 2 in the box to aim for, and he was looking for Poulsen, couldn't pick him out. Chance still alive here, though. Hasn't given up on it just yet. Poor pass, though, from Campbell, lets him down at the vital moment.
That's it, the intricacy is just not working out right now for Leipzig. Trying to play the ball into the box in these tight spaces is always difficult. Poulsen was so close to being able to get on that ball in the 6-yard box, but the defence snuffed it out.
Now Umut finding space with the Mechi out wide. Closed down well by Klostermann. He just realised that the run wasn't on. Thought better of it. He's worked it now. Konate making the interception at the back for Chihan.
Umut's doing so well here. He just keeps to winning the ball high up the pitch and being able to keep it as well. He's keeping a good control of the game and frustrating his opponent. Keeps winning the ball back and not letting him really build up any attacks.
Yeah, it's unrelenting pressure, isn't it? That can be so troublesome for players. And even at this elite level, I'm sure it can be even more stifling than it feels for someone like you or I when we're on FIFA, Alex. And now, though, Umut certainly proving exactly why he's one of the most hyped names and most promising FIFA players out there in the German esports world.
That's it, he's making his statement now, and we're going to see some changes coming from Chihan already. He knows the time's running out and he needs to change something.
All chance brewing here, though. Amechi was through on goal. Didn't get the shot off, just waited a little too long. In the end, the offside flag does bring a pause in play that will allow Chihan to make those changes. I'm sure that'll be both in terms of personnel, maybe formation, maybe a few extra instructions, a few, extra bodies pushed forward, perhaps.
That's it. We can see he's switching to a 4-4-2 here, trying to get support for Poulsen in attack, who'd been playing up front until now. Maybe we'll see some other changes he's going to make, try and get more support for Poulsen, just because when he has gone forward with the ball, that's his problem. He's not been able to keep it around the edge of the house foul penalty area, which is often where you get the pressure and you get the mistakes that get made and you get that little bit of space that can earn you a shot and obviously earn you a goal if it does go in.
Yeah, we saw the importance of substitutions and tactical changes in the second half, with Tim Handwerker really turning the game in his favour in that thumping 4-1 win that saw Nuremberg produce a stunning comeback to beat Werder Bremen in the opening tie of this day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Quick reminder to anyone tuning in, and we're delighted that you are joining us, but if you are out there and enjoying the stream, make sure that you are practicing social distancing, washing those hands regularly, staying safe and healthy. And our thoughts do go out to anyone that has been affected by the coronavirus, but we're hoping that we can offer some light entertainment today with this, the day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And the action so far has definitely given us something to get our teeth stuck into, as did day 1. Plenty of goals. It was a goal-riddled game, or a day, I should say, yesterday. And we were hoping that things would pick up the same way today, and we have not been disappointed so far. But this game really so tight, being played on a nice edge between two esports professionals. And you can see here just the level of skill being put on show and just how tight these games are, Alex.
That's it. It really does come down to a little mistake or a little moment of magic like this one now.
Oh, he's found it as well, and just as you talked about it, he produced it. What a moment for Chihan as he levels the score, and it's Yusuf Poulsen who's got the goal, and his changes, like we saw in the last game, have taken effect quickly.
That's it, just getting that extra support, being able to provide the pass to Poulsen rather than him being on the edge of the box. If you can get a pass to him inside the box and he can get a first-time shot away, it's often impossible to stop for an opposing player. And what a fantastic finish that was from Poulsen. Powerful strike into the far top corner of the net there. Some fantastic finish, and with 12 minutes to go, this game is wide open once again.
Yeah, you've got to love it when he just underlines your point. You're talking about the fact that little mistakes or moments of magic are ultimately the things that decided. And for Chihan, that's probably the first time we've really seen him break down Umut and create a golden opportunity in front of goal. He makes it count. That's what you need at the elite level. We saw it on show as he underlines every point you made in the build-up to that goal, which is just fantastic. We had the commentator's curse hit yesterday. We had it in reverse just now, and you've got to love it when that happens. But a chance now for Chihan to potentially push on. But right now he's going to have to immediately go back to defending as Umut will look to restore that 1-goal lead and give his teammate in the tie something to work with. Is it Sonny Kittel who's coming up next, taking on Nori Mukiela? And the second legs can really change the whole complexion of the tie, as we've seen already in this tournament on a few occasions. But now here's Bobby Wood on the ball. And even with just 4 minutes of FIFA time remaining in the game, you can see neither panicking too much. There's an element where there is urgency to their approach play, but they're not going to break away from the game plan too much. They know the risk of losing the ball in this situation could ultimately prove costly at the other end as well.
That's it at this stage of the game. As we can see with Umut, you're happy to keep possession and then give yourself the last chance in the game, trying to wind it down to the 90th minute. And as soon as that added time ticks in, you may well go for another goal. As we see the clock ticking on, it's one of the tactics that these guys use often.
And the temptation there is also to drop into ultra defensive mode if you're Chihan and maybe realise what's happening and go, you know what, fine, then I'll just barricade myself up. I won't score a second, but neither will you. And he's defended that situation well, and that could be the last chance we see brewing for either side. But he might have one left in the locker. He needed a better pass there, though. Out from the back, Chihan, if he was going to create one last opportunity. And unfortunately, in the end, they have to settle for a share of the spoils. A 1-1 draw in the opening tie between Leipzig and Hamburg. But that was a wonderful match to watch because it really was played both on an even level and at an elite level as well.
And that's it. And as we said, just a couple of chances can really make a difference. And we saw in that second half, Leipzig only really had one, and it came from that man there, Yusuf Poulsen, who found the back of the net and got his side an equaliser. And it was a great first half from Umut to take control of the game and obviously score his goal. But Leipzig didn't need much, and they got what they needed in terms of the goal. But Umut will be disappointed considering how much he had control of that game. He had a lot of possession of the ball, and he set it up now nicely, though, for a wide open second game once again, which is what we like to see, these professional players coming into the game and having a wide open game to work with, not having a 4-0 deficit to work against or something like that. It means they can play freely and exactly how we want them to.
Exactly, it's all on the line in the second game now. And we've seen the importance of the first game, and that was ultimately one of the the most competitive first match we've had today, because Megabit was a little more clear-cut in his opening game. We saw Tim Handwerker make relatively easy work of Maximilian Eggestein, but that one was a nail-biter to the end between Chihan and Umut, and I think both will be happy to come away with a draw there. And I think it also showed in that just not how unused to playing in the 85 mode they are. They are definitely FUT Champions players, and you could tell that there was an element of discomfort when things were on such an even keel. Not quite the game mode they're used to, not quite the attributes they're used to working with when it comes to getting certain players on the ball in certain situations.
That's it. We're seeing a lot of the dragbacks and ball rolls around the edge of the penalty area, and players looking to work the passing around. And that's a tactic that players have to employ, whatever their skill set is in the 85 mode. We often see it where a skill-based player in the game who's often happy to try and beat his opponent with skill moves and such things. He's not able to do it in the 85 mode, and it really does bring a level playing field, which is what we exactly what we want to see in this tournament here, the Home Bundesliga Challenge. We want to see these guys coming up against each other with a totally level playing field, and it really does show then who is the better player, because they have to come down to the nitty-gritty, the basics of FIFA playing, passing and moving, and earning yourself a tardy shot on goal if you can, with a nice move around the edge of the opposing box. And we'll have to wait and see if Nori Mukiele and Sonny Kittel are able of doing that themselves.
Yeah, that's it. It was interesting. Chihan's biggest win in the virtual Bundesliga this season did come against Hamburg. He beat Haasfau_Leon 4-2 earlier this season. A little more frustrated on that occasion. Interestingly, it's Hamburg actually in the esports world who finished ahead of Leipzig in the table. It was Hamburg. They finished 7th in the virtual Bundesliga. Leipzig having to settle for a 13th place finish. But we are now set up for this second game between Nori Mukiele and Sonny Kittel very nicely. Now, Nori Mukiele, let's talk about him in real life for a second, because we're going to see him in a virtual sense in just a moment. But he's been a player that's really impressed in an impressive Leipzig side this season.
He has indeed. He's one of these guys that was a bit of an unknown for Bundesliga fans, especially coming from Montpellier at such a young age as a defender. He's obviously come there with Ibrahim Konate and Dayot Upamecano, if I can say that nicely, and he's made himself a first team starter and has been that guy that has come in and dominated the defensive way of playing for Leipzig. He's proven himself to be very versatile, and he's become a favourite for Nagelsmann, as you said. 18 Bundesliga games this season, he's scored goals, he's got assists, he's earned himself a call-up for the France under 21 team. And it's one of those things where a guy can come who's got talent and wants to develop, and Leipzig are able to do that. They do it for so many players we've seen in the last few years. They buy young and they develop them themselves. They have that concept of buying players just 23 years or younger and trying to make sure that they're able to develop them in the way that they want to play as a squad and as a team and as a club ultimately. And Mukiele has proven to be another one of those. He's a fun guy off the pitch, and he brings with him a lot of dressing room madness, and it brings an extra level to the team as well off the pitch, being able to be that guy who can bring fun. So we'll have to wait and see what comes from him in the face cam. Obviously, we saw funny things from Achraf Hakimi yesterday on his phone, and Marco Richter and all the guys were smashing around and getting frustrated and getting emotional. And it'll be fun to see exactly what Mukiele produces today, depending on the scoreline that comes with it.
Yeah, everyone apart from Rafael Chicos, who was so cool, calm and relaxed, just sitting in his living room on his couch. He lost 2-0. Atakan Karazor was well up for the game, was really quite passionate in his celebrations. And Chicos was kind of like, it's happened. But he seemed to enjoy himself at the very least, but in a very different manner to the way we saw most of the players yesterday.
That's the thing. The stranger sort of did the job for him in the first leg.
He did.
Absolutely smashed his opponent and came away with a huge win. I think it was 5-1 the scoreline, so it really gave Chicos a nice opportunity to sit back, relax, and not obviously lose the game massively, but he did come out on the losing side. But as you said, he wasn't too fussed. So hopefully with the scoreline being at 1-1 in this game, it means that both these guys will be sat forward and intensely preparing themselves for what will be a fun game to watch.
Yeah, that's it. It was the biggest solo win yesterday, the stranger coming out with a 5-1 victory against Timo Schulz, who is one half of Tizi Schubeck. And we are just waiting to get this second game underway between Leipzig and Hamburg. Nordi Mukiele, who we were just talking about. But let's talk about Sonny Kittel as well, because it's quite an exciting story with Sonny Kittel and the fact that he really has come to the fore with this Hamburg side this season, because he has had such a hard road to get to where he is today. Plenty of injuries that have proven setbacks throughout his career. There were 2 ankle injuries that were very problematic, it has to be said. On top of that, 2 torn knee ligaments as well. So he's really gone through the mill, Sonny Kittel, to get to where he is. Signed from Ingolstadt in 2019. But he really is doing the business for Hamburg as they look to try and maybe get themselves back into the Bundesliga at the second time of asking this season.
That's it. He's become the key man. And if you followed his career and you follow the Zweite Bundesliga, you know of his talents. He's been around for a while and he's had his injury problems. But whenever he's fit and able to get on the pitch, he's been a fantastic one to watch. He's just in that sort of attacking midfield role where the creativity just comes out and is alive in those players. And he's always one of the fun ones to watch because he just seems to be able to produce things that not many others do. And I have to think if he hadn't have had those injuries in the past, he might have been a player that could have gone on and competed in the Bundesliga. He may still have that chance, obviously, of course, if you can help Hamburg to get into a position to get into the Bundesliga again. But yeah, he's a fantastic player, and when he is on the pitch, it's always a delight to see him as we prepare ourselves for him to show what he can do, and if he's spending his time wisely at the moment and training his FIFA skills.
Well, that's it, and he's in the alternative kit that Hamburg like to play in as well. I have to say, it's not one of the worst ones to use on FIFA because it does stand out, the pink kit that they do like to put on show. Interestingly, though, he's trying to play as Dresden right now, so someone may need to tell him that he needs to flick his joystick a couple times to the right. But for now, we'll assume that he is going to get that changed before things get underway. Maybe a quick toilet break before kickoff. You know, we've all been there as well. Don't you worry. Look, Mukiele though, he looks cool, calm, relaxed, ready to go.
He looks serious. He looks like he's taking this very seriously, sat up and ready to go. He's not had any. He's not looking. Well, he is looking at his phone now, but he's just probably preparing his friends to come on, sit down, watch my game. Yeah. I'm going to destroy Sonny Kittel now.
Get on YouTube. I heard there are 2 good commentators bringing you live coverage of the action from the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Strange that, eh?
Oh, who are those guys? I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Oh, James Thorogood, Alex Schaffer. Yeah, we are doing this from the comfort of Alex's living room, actually, in the current climate. But we have been loving every second of this, it's fair to say.
It's awesome. It's been fantastic, and we hope you've been able to enjoy the coverage so far from yesterday and into today. It's obviously fun for us to be able to, break away from the isolation period that we're all in and have some fun with this and be able to bring you a really fun setup and a fun couple of games between fantastically talented esports players and fantastically enthusiastic Bundesliga professional players. So for us, it's been an absolute joy, and we're looking forward to seeing what comes from the rest of today as we get ready for this next game between these two pro players.
Yeah, some of the hardcore fan bases may disagree, but football has always been something that does take, second priority in the world at times. Sport isn't one of the biggest things out there. It's a wonderful relief, though, so often from normal everyday life. That's what it used to be back in the olden days. And we're seeing a touch of it here with this crossover between the real world and the virtual world as well, that in these troubled times, we can offer some light entertainment, and sport can be that outlet. We're having to not settle for the action out on the pitch, but the action on the joysticks. But there's nothing wrong with that, and we've seen some fantastic games that have had just as much goals or just as many goals as we see in real life in the Bundesliga. It is one of the most entertaining leagues, the most goals per game of the top 5 in Europe, and we are seeing that play out in the virtual world as well, which is nice to see. And we'll see what Nordi Mukiele and Sonny Kittel can produce in this second leg between Leipzig and Hamburg, finally poised after the first, a 1-1 draw between Chihan and Umut, their respective esports professionals. Now we turn our attention to the guys that don't live on the joysticks as often, but it doesn't mean that they're not proficient. We've seen a fair few very tidy performances from some of the professional players that are enjoying this crossover. Some have come in with very good reputations in terms of their FIFA accolades. Nassim Boujalab, Munas de Boer, we had yesterday, who have very impressive weekend league results behind them. We don't know much about Nordi Mukiele and Sonny Kittel, so these two are two of the players that really fall into that unknown quantity category.
And that's what's been actually some of the most fun parts of this tournament so far, being able to see these guys and exactly what they can do when we've not heard too much about it. So these guys are going to hopefully be taking it seriously and want to get their side a win in the two-legged tie, and they're both sitting forward now, ready to go. The phones are down, and kickoff is right with us in a moment.
Yeah, Mukiele going one better than Hakimi and actually being ready for kickoff and putting his phone down. Oh, he's already packing up the skills. A little juggle with the ball in midfield with Nkunku to get this game going. So Mukiele maybe with an early signal of intent there to Sonny Kittel about where his skill level is at. But here he is on the ball with himself. He's got 3 goals this season in real life. I think he may struggle to get himself on the score sheet here for Leipzig in this one. But immediately establishing an early control on possession. Sonny Kittel with every single Hamburg player inside his own half. So a sign perhaps that he's looking to defend at the first line. Now here he is on the ball. Is the counter-attack his preferred method of posing a threat? Packing out a few little skill moves to keep Mukiele guessing. He too has opted to bring Joel Poyampalo into his starting lineup. The thinner, very physical presence, and that is so key in this 85 mode, as we've alluded to already today.
Kittel is definitely interested in showing exactly what he can do in terms of skill, even with the freestyle skill moves. Maybe he's not aware that he can only have freestyle skill moves. Perhaps he's one of these guys we spoke about who usually plays with skill moves in his arsenal, but he's doing well so far to keep space between the Leipzig guys and himself with his skills, as Mukiele does win the ball and gets first attack underway.
Yeah, Klosterman picking the ball up, combining with Sabitzer, and he's got men over here. He had a runner that had gone wrong side of his defender, but he waited a little too long to play the pass there, Nordi Mukiele. Yes, you can see that Sonny Kittel withstood that early little bit of pressure. He was just feeling out his opponent, but very, very comfortable on FIFA 20, no doubt about it.
Kittel saying beforehand he's always pleased with his form, but he's never satisfied in being his own worst critic. Maybe he's going to be the same on FIFA if he doesn't get himself a win here. He's going to want to showcase exactly what he can do, which is why he's trying to show off some little skills in this opening exchanges. He'll want to get the win here, at least for personal pride as well, to beat Nordi Mukiele and show exactly what he has been doing with his free time.
Well, that's it. I mean, those injuries that have plagued his career have always been troublesome, but maybe the silver lining it is he's become a very proficient FIFA player because of all that off time he's had to spend rehabilitating knees and ankles. And a great chance here for Bojan Barlow to open the scoring, and a fist pump from Kittel. He's happy with that.
That's the start he wanted, and it had been coming. He's been dominant in his opening periods. It's a lovely finish and a lovely celebration there from Bojan Barlow. lob little through ball over the top is always difficult to deal with, especially when you're only able to control one man. And composure there from Kittel as well to just take that touch, make sure that he had his finish under control. With 19 minutes gone, it's 1-0 to Hamburg, and Kittel has the start he wanted.
Yeah, and Hamburg in front now on aggregate as well after that 1-1 draw in the first leg. And so Sonny Kittel proving that he's talented both on and off the pitch, which, let's be honest, was never in doubt. And Mukiele now looking for an immediate response. We've seen that in times in this tournament, that it can be a great way to get back into the game quickly. You can break down the other end and with your very first attack in response, level the scores. Mukiele, though, unable to break down this resilient Hamburg backline, and you can see Kittel definitely has the defensive settings on. It's making life difficult for Mukiele. And then Kittel's patience and composure on the ball in bringing it out from the back is allowing him to get numbers forward, and he's not outnumbering this Leipzig backline, but he's getting enough numbers forward that he knows he can cause Mukiele problems in the final third as well. But definitely not rushing any of his play, and there's no need to now with that 1-0 lead. Breaking through with himself here, trying to cut back. Pass blocked though for the time being.
He's been dominant so far, and as you said, cutting out the Leipzig attacks means that he's getting more time on the ball, and Mukiele will just have to make sure he doesn't get frustrated now as we approach the half-hour mark.
Indeed, conceding a second would definitely not be the way to go about getting back into this game. And that was a whisker away from Dudziak. You can see Kittel has certainly set his stall. And Mukiele now having to raise his game, ready to match what Sonny Kittel's putting out there. It's all good and well playing the ball about at the back under no pressure, given the fact that Kittel has everyone inside his own half once again, and he's looking to play on the counter-attack. But it's these moments and these positions that Mukiele needs to be doing damage. And right now he's just not finding a way through.
And as you said, Kittel getting his defensive setup sorted. You can see here, as soon as Mukiele brings the ball forward, there's so many men around the edge of the Hausfeld box, snuffing out any opportunity so far.
Another chance brewing, though, for Leipzig. Time and space at a premium, and Schick loses out. And Leipzig have men committed forward, just 3 at the back to try and break down for Sonny Kittel. Again, taking his time, not rushing into anything. And there's a level of patience here that is very representative of some of the stuff that we've seen from the esports players out there. Here he is with Dudziak. Just patiently biding his time, and he's found space with Kittel now to get the shot off, and it's an important save from Galacci.
Lovely move. Lovely move that looked like it could have come from an esports player. That drag back onto the left foot with Kittel. Firing from the edge of the box, just going straight at Galacci. If it had gone towards the near post, it might have been 2-0 for Hamburg, but Mukiele taking a seat back down in his chair thinking, what's going on here? I need to change something, while Kittel is very, very happy with how things are going so far.
On the corner, not coming off there for Kittel. And it is one of those, you just wonder whether Mukiele was like, oh yeah, this will be a nice, fun game. It'll be a nice, challenge to get involved with the Bundesliga Home challenge. And now he's realizing, hold on a second, I'm actually up against someone taking this very seriously. And this isn't actually a lot of fun because he's quite good at the game.
It hasn't been enjoyable for him so far at all as Hamburg come forward again. William Tarlod on the right. And cross in.
Looking for the headed effort. And that will be a tough ask against the likes of both Meccano and Konate at the back, won't it?
It will indeed. Yeah, regardless of being on the 85 mode, those guys are so tall and big, especially Konate. It's always going to be difficult to beat them in the air. So Kittel, as he knows and as he's done so far, keeping the ball on the ground and passing his way through, that's the much better option in this 85 mode.
And here he is on the ball with himself. Constantly trying to fashion space, the little 1-2s. This is intricate work, but he just mistimed it. I think the offside flag will go up to deny him there. And he doesn't join Bouchalab and Attic in getting himself on the score sheet in FIFA.
He's trying his best. Now it's fantastic play again, just using that passing and moving, which we spoke about. It's a much better option in this game mode, trying to open spaces. Mukiele there as the half-time whistle blows, very frustrated, drinking his Red Bull. On brand very much so from Mukiele as he wears his shirt. He'll be looking for something very different from this second half, trying to get back into this game. Not a single shot so far as we see those stats.
Yeah, frustrating to say the least for Nordi Mukiele, no doubt about it. But he does still have time to get himself back into this one. This hasn't been overwhelming dominance from Kittel to the extent that ultimately he's run away with this, and the tie still finally poised at 2-1 on aggregate so far. He's not out of this yet. Just wonder whether he might fancy a few changes at this halfway stage of the game. But we are now ready for the second half. Sonny Kittel was asked about Hamburg's response to what's going on right now, and he did admit that the first priority right now is ensuring that everyone in the world is staying fit and healthy, and we can only reiterate that statement given what's going on at this time. But he is right now on top in this game, and he's looking to get that cushion of a second goal as well. Here he is, Kittel on the ball, and it was a lovely effort, and he was at full stretch, Galachi, to tip that one behind.
Fantastic save, just as he would do in real life, you'd imagine. One of the best goalkeepers in the Bundesliga, and game realising that and making it very realistic. Well, fantastic save from the Hungarian.
Yeah, he was my go-to guy at the beginning of Ultimate Team this season, Galachi. He was a lovely cut-price goalkeeper to dip into the Bundesliga market. And he really saved my bacon on a fair few occasions as well, I have to say. And coming up with the goods there, the Hungarian. But the pressure's still on here from Kittel as he looks for that second goal, looking to work it from the corner. Again, he's having to just feel out where the best opportunities and best passes are, and in the end, trying to pick out Poyan Palo unsuccessfully.
This is where Mukiele is going to try and make the most now. He's working on the counter-attack. That's clearly his way of playing. Trying to make the most of spaces which he's getting around the box.
Klosterman now on the ball. Can Mukiele conjure something up with the right back? Unfortunately, again, stopped in his tracks. Just wonder when he might fancy bringing himself on at right back, Nordi Mukiele, you know?
That's it. It might be a good option, actually. More of an athletic sort of guy, but try and bring Klosterman maybe into central defence. He's a taller guy, can be a bit more physical. Mukiele said as well when he joined the Bundesliga that he underestimated the league. It's a quicker game and demands more than he was expecting, and clearly that's the same when you get onto a virtual game of Bundesliga. He's demanded more, and it's a far quicker game. Maybe he wasn't expecting to quite be up with such a challenge.
Yeah, slightly underestimating Sonny Kittel, perhaps. Nordi Mukiele. And right now on the back foot once again. And struggling to alleviate the pressure that is being mounted by the Hamburg midfielder. Now a chance maybe for the counter-attack, though. Again, 85 mode, it's so difficult to exploit pace as you would in any other game mode in FIFA. And smartly there, just slowing down the play. Unfortunately, an errant pass stops him in his tracks. Here.
Sorry, James. Mukiele's problem so far has definitely been his lack of passing. He just seems to hold on to the ball a bit too long. Needs to get the passing and moving going, and using that left bumper button and the left trigger on the PlayStation. Gets a player moving off the ball once he's made the pass. And it's really important in this game to have that going on. He's just not had the passing game going, as you see. He's holding on to the ball well here with Hausenberg, but he needs to look for that pass and get the ball moving.
Yeah, it's all quite predictable a little bit, especially for someone like Sonny Kittel, who's already shown that he's very comfortable playing FIFA 20. And right now, he's telegraphing everything that Nordi Mukiele wants to do. Oh, he's found space, though, here with Werner. This is the chance! Oh, and it's a very important save from Pollersbeck.
Fantastic effort there. Could have been the chance for Mukiele, and he knows it, trying to get into this game, but he's got one opportunity now with the corner. Time running out. He's going to have a few chances if he can get one now.
Oh, that was the headed effort. I believe it's Upamecano. Oh, no, it can't be, actually, because Upamecano's on the ball right now, out wide on the wing. Not exactly the areas of the pitch that he's most comfortable in. Now Klosterman, all of a sudden the pressure going all one way. Momentum of the game shifting in Mukiele's favour. But he really does need to start creating a little bit more in front of goal. Young now out to Guyamara. Bringing the ball forward for Hamburg. Gets it back from Fine. Now on to Harnik.
He's not had as many chances in the second half so far, Kittel, but he's being patient now. He knows that this game is in his hands. He just has to make sure he doesn't make mistakes. It's the right way of playing. And there's one now, though. A little mistake. Luckily, it's not in his own half, but see if Mukiele can make the most of it now.
It's one of those passes where you go, who was that to? Sonny. I don't know. Can't even really blame the joystick direction at that point. There was no one down that side of the pitch that he was looking for. And he has given Mukiele a chance now to bring the ball out from the back. Here's Werner. Good run being made by Forsberg, but he's found Lookman instead, and Lookman may have the fresh legs and pace to get through here. Unfortunately, the shot blocked in the end. An important foot put in by Sonny Kittel to snuff out the danger.
See Mukiele just getting frustrated himself there. He knows these chances are few and far between. They've easily got a way better shot there with Lookman, but just couldn't find the time to really open up the body. Could get another chance here though as he brings the ball forward.
Haustenberg potentially with a chance to cross. Kittel was anticipating and cutting it back again. Unfortunately, the cross doesn't find its intended target. And outcry of frustration there from Nordi Mukiele. He definitely wants to get himself back into this game. I think he did realise in the first half that he was up against it. Now he really is trying to match Kittel's level, or at the very least pull off a bit of an upset here, because the way Kittel has played, and for the most part dominated proceedings, even if he does just have that 1-goal lead, Mukiele's got a bit of hard work to do here. First things first, he's got to win back the ball from Kittel. He's done well with Sabitzer to do that. A chance now to break Forsberg, or he skips past one challenge. Doesn't have much support. Haustenberg on the overlap. Now with Sabitzer, but he's muscled off the ball by Sonny Kittel.
Kittel's doing his job superbly. He's sitting back, making Mukiele work for it, and then as soon as there's a chance, tries to break it away and make that challenge and get the ball back. He's frustrating Mukiele now. Kittel paused. Wants to pause in this game. Maybe trying to change a few tactics in the final 5 minutes. It can be crucial, as we've seen.
Yeah, little look into the life of Sonny Kittel there. The fact that he obviously fell for the Brazilian fad as well when making his game tag. Kittelinho, the name that he's out there using. We've all done it with our name. Well, in fairness, I can honestly say I haven't done it because James and Thorogood just don't match well with any Ineos out there. I'm sure a fair few people have done it with their names, and gamer tags, that's definitely a trend that we've seen out there.
It's something I missed out on. I think Chaffarino could have been quite fun.
It could have actually. Yours would have worked quite nicely, definitely.
I'll have to make some changes.
the half Yorkshireman, half Brazilian Chaffarino. You gotta love it. Here for now is Lookman on the ball. We could have one last chance in this game. That pause from Sonny Kittel is not going to come through. The question is, can Mukiele generate any threat in the last chance saloon? He's looking for the direct approach. Forsberg just didn't have the strength to hold off the challenge there, and that should be that. And it is indeed, it's Sonny Kittel who comes away with a hard-fought 1-0 win against Mukiele. So the two ties between Leipzig and Hamburg, both very evenly matched, both very hard-fought. And in the end, it's just a 1-goal margin that separates the two after 2 games.
That's it. It's something we haven't seen often, actually, in these games so far. Very tight and nervy affair. We saw a similar scoreline yesterday, apart from when Schalke and Buyulab took the game away from their opponents. But Hamburg and Leipzig having a tight affair there. Nordi Mukiele shaking his head at the end of that game, not happy with his performance. He knows that he could have given more, but for Kittel, that was a nice show. He knows how to control a game, and on FIFA, we know how difficult it is as well to keep a clean sheet. So a good performance there from Kittel.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 games so far on day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. 2 games of very different extremes. We had 2 very open matches in the game between Werder Bremen in the first match up against Nuremberg, and now Leipzig and Hamburg, much tighter. We're going to throw you to a quick break. We might go use the facilities and whatnot and take the advantage of the opportunity. But join us again in a couple of minutes where we'll be back with the next game. Oh, no, never mind. I'm hearing no break is in order. That's absolutely fine. We're going to keep things rolling as you do and these types of things. You got to love it when this happens. But we're going to go into the next game then shortly. That does give us a bit of time to chat in the meantime. But the next match will be between Union Berlin and Jan Regensburg. Julius Kader and Federico Palacios coming up in the first tie. And this is one of those interesting ones that we haven't seen a lot of, Alex. Actually, I believe it's the first time that we've seen 2 teams put out 2 professional players to play these 2 matches, these 2 solo games.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen it. We've seen from the teams so far, everyone's put out at least one esports player. These 2 guys, these 2 teams, Union and Jan Regensburg, the first to put out just professional players. So it could bring with it a really entertaining and open affair. Obviously, we've seen what these guys are capable of doing. Sonny Kittle there being very, very controlled in the game and keeping it to a 1-0 win was fantastic. But often is the case that these guys open up the game and it's a far more attacking affair. And with the fact that we've got two of them coming up shortly, it's going to be hopefully filled with goals and filled with entertainment again, as these games have always been actually so far in this weekend tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. A chance for us as well to say get involved on the social channels, hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge. You can use it in your tweets, your Instagram posts, whatever you want to, and get involved. And then we can hear from you guys to see how you're enjoying the stream as well. But right now, day 2 has pretty much picked up exactly where day 1 left off, which is exactly what we were hoping for. We've had more goals, we've had more entertainment, we've had very contrasting matches. I think that's the great thing about this is we've got one game that's really hard fought and really evenly matched. We've got another that's a little more open. We really are seeing the full spectrum of what FIFA can offer in this time of self-isolation.
And that's it. Impressive stuff from the guys, the professional guys so far, coming into this, gameplay that they're not actually that used to, not playing it professionally. Obviously, we saw Tim Hamburger take the game away from Maxi Eggestein earlier with that 4-1 win, and Sonny Kittle getting himself a 1-0 win against Leipzig. It's contrasting affairs from these two guys that we've seen, and obviously coming up into this game, it could go anywhere with the 4 professional players coming up against each other, and the first of those being Julius Cade against Federico Palacios. Neither of these guys, we're not too sure how good they are really at FIFA. It's going to be an open affair, as we've said, once again, between guys that we're not too sure of their capabilities on the game, but with that comes the possibility of a really entertaining one. So we're looking forward to it, and it's going to be a fun one. So don't go anywhere. We're moments away. We've seen the scorelines there, and we've got 4 ties to come, and this is going to be the first of those last 4 for the weekend.
Well, that's it. The rumours that have circled are that Federico Palacios is the Jan Regensburg player who has the best track record on FIFA. So he is coming in with a little bit of hype around him, like we saw with Munas Dabbur and Nassim Boujalab yesterday. We'll see whether he can match their output when it comes to his performance in this, the opening game of this third tie of the day. And yeah, ultimately, between two quite romantic clubs, it has to be said, Alex.
That's it, yeah. These two clubs, obviously, Union Berlin getting into the Bundesliga for the first time this season. It's been a fantastic ride for them, an emotional one, and it looks like they're going to be sticking up in the league. Currently 11th in the table, 8 points clear of the bottom 3 in their debut season, becoming the 56th club to make it into the top flight. It's been a fantastic journey for them. It's a cult club, and the fans are the most important part of that club, and obviously, as you can imagine, a lot of those Union fans will be watching this game to see how their boys get on. With no football going on at the moment, this is why we're doing this tournament, to try and bring those fans to be able to watch some football of some sort and be able to watch the guys that they support, usually week in, week out, in a way that, brings football and themselves together once again when it's trying to separate us what's going on outside in the outside world.
Oh, excellent. Brilliant point to make. And yeah, we're seeing them in a very different setting as well, very different context, right? Normally, the ever consummate professionals, the ambitious, driven players that are passionate about the game. But now we're seeing them in a little more relaxed environment, sometimes in their living room, sometimes, well, we don't know where we are in their house. Sometimes, actually, it's fair to say we could be joining them in all over the place. And some may have gaming setups, some may not. Some may be taking this seriously, some may not. We really are enjoying the unexpected element of the games that we're seeing and the performances that are being put in from these players. And ultimately, just like the fact that this adds to the fun element of this entire Bundesliga Home Challenge right now.
That's it. One of the funnest parts so far has been these player cams, being able to see how these guys set up. We know that some of these guys take it more seriously than others with, gaming screens and special controllers and chairs. And it's fun to see how these guys are actually setting themselves up. We've seen yesterday Hakimi having that blackout screen. He might have been on his phone a lot, but
Terrazina with his green screen.
Exactly, Terrazina with his green screen of the FIFA game behind himself. A fantastic thing for us to take from this weekend. But, a lot of these guys representing their clubs as well, wearing the shirts, which is always really, really nice to see. Clearly, they're happy to be here and taking part. And, for them as well, it's not been fun being in isolation. Obviously, having to keep up their fitness levels at home is never, ever easy. The physios of each club trying to train their guys from far away is not an ideal situation. And so for them, these guys as well, it's nice to be able to, sit back and have a bit of a relax in the chair and getting themselves into a different mode of football, be it on the virtual screen now with FIFA.
Yeah, that's it. We have seen some teams return to training in limited capacities. They're training in groups of 3 or individual training just to get the players back out on the pitch instead of doing it all from home. But that hasn't been a case for every team out there. Union Berlin have actually talked about potentially resuming training on April 6th. But right now we are just trying to get things set up. It looks like Federico Palacios may have been having a few problems beyond just the fact that he's trying to pick Paris Saint-Germain. Someone needs to tell him this is the Bundesliga home challenge, Federico. Yeah, we can't be messing around with the likes of Kylian Mbappe in here, as good as he is on the game, and in real life as well. Oh, now we have PSG against PSG. We can do that too. So something tells me this is all going to get changed, but you got to love it.
That's the thing. We're waiting for them to set up, and it gives us an opportunity as well to talk about Jan Regensburg and how they've been this season. 10th in the Zweite Bundesliga, 7 points off the bottom 3 there. Another team, just like Union, who are sitting around that mid-table spot and look like they're going to be able to stick it out and stay in the league for another year. It's been a difficult 2020 for them before the stoppage in play. Just 2 wins in 2020 and 5 losses. Achim Bayerlotzer was replaced. He left the club, and assistant Mersad, now I'm going to struggle with this name because I haven't tried it before, Selim Bigovic.
That was good effort.
Thank you. He's come in, and it hasn't been the most impressive start that he's had, but if he can keep Jan Regensburg in the Zweite Liga, that's going to be a really nice achievement for them to be able to take forward into next season.
Absolutely. It was nice that they had the continuity of losing their head coach, Achim Bayerlotzer, who was such a key figure in their development as a side and then ultimately their success as well. And the fact they've had the continuity of then switching to his assistant in Mersad, Selim Begovic. I had to take a pause. That wasn't quite as clean as I wanted it to be.
This is another of the funnest things about German football is us 2 English lads being able to try out these names. It's not often that we have this opportunity to try these names out, but I think we're doing quite well with them, to be fair.
I think we're acquitting ourselves very well, much like some of these FIFA players out there as well. But no, I mean, yeah, that's Jan Regensburg, just a romantic club. The fact that they really just constantly seem to kind of achieve above their means, let's say. And they would, of course, have aspirations of getting to the Bundesliga, but I think they know realistically that they're still several years away from that. And if they can stay in the Zweite Bundesliga for an extended period, then they can continue to build as a side. But what they are proving to have is a good scouting network. They're bringing players in that are then moving on to bigger clubs, accepting their role as a stepping stone. But we've seen Sagas Adamian, the Hoffenheim, legend this season, actually, given the goals he scored.
Definitely, given that the fact that he got that brace at the Allianz Arena in the win for Hoffenheim, their first ever against Bayern Munich away from home, fantastic achievement for him, and I'm sure he's obviously very proud of it. And the fact that he came from Jan Regensburg is just a note for them to be able to say, look, we've got this scouting network which you mentioned, which they've been able to produce fantastic players from.
Yeah, what a way to introduce yourself on the Bundesliga stage with a brace against Bayern. That's the way to do it. It's the thing of dreams, really. But they also had Hamid Al-Gadioui, who's on the Stuttgart books as well. And so it just shows that the sporting director, Christian Keller, doing some great work with that club. Now, we talked about Union Berlin as well and the fact that they are very connected to their fans. Their fans have gone through high and hell water, really, for them in terms of giving back to the club. We're also seeing that during this period of coronavirus, of the pandemic, putting things on hold because they've created what they're calling a virtual Imbiss, Alex. There was a great article on Deutsche Welle about it, but ultimately it's a chance for the fans to donate money to the club that they would have otherwise been spending on beers and bratwurst, on a match day experience. And so they've opened up this Imbiss so that fans can then still donate to the club to help them through this difficult time.
It's another reason why the football as it's meant to be is the Bundesliga's motto. It's, these guys who would usually be going and spending money on beer and bratwurst and their tickets for the games and stuff, being able to donate that money, which they'd otherwise just save probably themselves, and giving it to a needy cause is just a fantastic way of doing things. And it's another reason why Union are such a fantastic club to follow for any fan outside or inside the Bundesliga. If you're looking for a new team and this is your way that you're coming into the Bundesliga, if you're following it through the virtual Bundesliga and this is your first time of really seeing some professional players in action, Union is always a fun club to follow, and the fact that they bring their fans so close to the team is another reason why you should definitely give them a watch and try and get yourself down to the Stadion an der Alte Försterei, because it is one of the most unique stadiums in the Bundesliga, if not in Europe and the world. It's a special place to go and watch football. I personally have not been able to go there yet. It's on my bucket list, and hopefully that'll be happening very soon.
Yeah, it's on my bucket list as well, especially with the form they've been showing this season, because it does look like quite a magical atmosphere up there in the capital city, with everyone so close to the pitch, and of course the fans being as passionate as they are. But yeah, that's the interesting thing. Union, one of the 7 sides that actually aren't in the virtual Bundesliga that are taking part in this Bundesliga home challenge. The 3 that are in the virtual Bundesliga that aren't taking part, Bochum, Wolfsburg, and Gladbach, which was perhaps quite surprising, but we had Union Berlin, Dortmund, Dresden, Freiburg, Paderborn, Regensburg, and Hoffenheim. So this is one of the rare games actually between 2 teams that don't compete in the virtual Bundesliga.
And that's it. It's a fun chance for the professional players who usually do their stuff on the pitch to actually show, hey, I can do this off the pitch as well. And maybe it's a sign for these clubs as well with the way that esports is going. Maybe the likes of Union and Jan Regensburg will take this opportunity after this Bundesliga home challenge and think, hey, let's set ourselves up an esports team. There's plenty of guys out there who are capable of playing at this high level, even if you're a professional player. As we saw yesterday, Lucas Zander coming up against Tim Latko and doing a fantastic job to only succumb to a 1-0 defeat. It's an opportunity for the clubs as well to think, hey, this is a futuristic world we want to be a part of.
That's it, yeah. I mean, the Bundesliga has always been a very forward-thinking league. They've proven that time and time again, not just with their work in the esports world, with the virtual Bundesliga, which has, over the last couple of seasons especially, really grown in stature and been quite a rip-roaring success on many levels. Werder Bremen have been the dominant force, as we alluded to earlier, when they were in action against Nuremberg in the opening tie of this day 2 of the Bundesliga home challenge. And yeah, it's, I mean, really set up so nicely for this crossover event in the fact that the Bundesliga is showing that we can provide entertainment from both sides of the aisle and then also get involved in both sides of the game as well. Wanted to talk about a couple of... We've got actually a bit more time because we're hearing that there may be a few technical issues on the Regensburg side, which I don't think is a problem, and I'm sure they'll get it sorted quickly. But let's talk bigger picture then maybe about the Bundesliga as well while we've got this extended break. And I wanted to ask you about some of your highlights from this season, Alex. What stood out to you? There's been so many, you know, Jan Sommer's fingertip save against Bayern, Erling Haaland, all his goals, Jadon Sancho's form, Kostic's form, but where's your head at when it comes to highlights?
I think you've mentioned a couple of them there. I think, to be honest, the one single in-game highlight, which has been my highlight of the season, was Jan Sommer's fingertip save. Just everything about it, the game being against Bayern Munich, the scoreline at that time, I believe, was 1-1, or was it 1-0? I'm not sure. It might have been to Bayern Munich 1-0. Not quite sure exactly what the scoreline was, but I know it was such an important moment, obviously. No matter what the scoreline was in that game, it came down to Rami Benzebaini's last-minute penalty to win it. And just Sommer's insane save. If you haven't seen it, please do go and give it a watch wherever you can. I can describe it. The shot came from Kimmich on the edge of the box. Sommer had to react to a deflected move from the ball off of one of his defenders, and the ball just seemed to trickle away from him, going moments and moments away from going over the line, and he just literally reached out from the floor and grabbed one single fingertip onto the ball to pull it back. It's something that I've never ever seen in football, and one of the highlights of the season, of course, for me. But in terms of stories, the full story, Erling Haaland's introduction to this league has just been incredible. We knew coming to the league was a fantastic thing for not just Borussia Dortmund, but all of us as Bundesliga fans. And I don't think anyone, not even Erling Haaland himself, could have imagined the way it turned out. Obviously, coming on from the bench in that game against Augsburg for his debut and scoring that hat-trick to win the game, it's something that's been rarely done in the Bundesliga. And obviously for me as well, being a Leeds United fan, he is born in Leeds, having had his father was over in England playing in the Premier League. So for me as well, he's always a special player, and there's hope for me in the future that he might turn out for Leeds United. Not in the next few years, obviously. Just wait until he comes into the twilight of his career. He needs to stick around in the Bundesliga so we can see him at the best that he will be in the German top flight. But you know, a special connection for me with him, and the fact that he's done so well since coming to the league is just outstanding for all of us.
Oh, he's been an absolute revelation and definitely one of the biggest stories of the Rückrunde. But yeah, Leeds may need to raise their levels a little bit if they want to get Haaland on their books anytime soon.
That's why I said to give it 10 years. There's plenty of time. But one thing, I wanted to pass the question back to you, actually, to what are your highlights? Obviously, you mentioned some of them that I took on board, but...
Well, that's it. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, the reason I kind of brought this question up now is because Union Berlin, I think, for me, have to be there are two highlights for me this season. There are two different reasons. One, we had the first Berlin derby between the old East and West, and that was a wonderful moment. Even if the game wasn't quite as exciting as I wanted it to be, I had the pleasure of commentating it, and it felt like a real momentous moment to kind of bring to the world in terms of the first Berlin derby between these two sides and between two sides from the former East and West of the city since the reunification. And so that was a very momentous moment, a historic moment. And as I say, the game wasn't quite as good, but one game that was really good that also involved Union was that 3-1 win against Dortmund so early on in the season. And I think the reason I love this is because I love a good fairy tale story. It's one of the reasons I have a soft spot for Augsburg in this league, because they seem to every year, without fail, exceed expectations and somehow stay in the league when everyone's backing them to go down. Now, a lot of people thought that Union Berlin would struggle this season, and rightly so. They were a relatively unproven side in the Bundesliga, given this was their debut season. They came up with a great defensive record from the second tier, but everyone was questioning, can they do that in the Bundesliga as well? And that win against Dortmund not only had me off my seat on multiple occasions, but just the message it sent to them as, oh, we can do this. I thought it was such an important moment, such an important match for them, and I wanted to bring that up now.
It was history being made in a completely different level, just because, Union making history, getting into the league was one thing, but in their first meeting with one of the really big boys, obviously they came up with against Leipzig on the opening day, and it was a struggle for them, and obviously they succumbed to a 4-0 defeat, which was not exactly how they wanted to start life in the Bundesliga. So getting that opportunity straight away on match day 3 was an awesome one for them, and they took it with both hands. Marius Bulter scoring either side of Paco Alcacer's opener is just fantastic. And on that note, Sebastian Andersson has been, for me, one of the highlights of the season in terms of not unsung hero, but unexpected hero for me. I had seen him in the Zweite Bundesliga, and he'd been obviously a fantastic player and talent for them coming up, but I just didn't expect him to be able to bring it to the Bundesliga quite in the way that he has. He's not the tallest guy, but he's one of the most aerial dominant players in the Bundesliga. I think if you can go on to the Bundesliga stats on our website, you'll see that in terms of aerial duels won, he's an absolutely dominant force. He's actually won 207, which on its own might not sound quite so amazing, but when you realise that in second place is Sven Bender with 118, he's got almost over 100 more aerial duels won than any other player in the Bundesliga. And for me, that's why he's one of the most fun players to watch, just because he battles so hard. A lot like Filip Kostic, like we talked about yesterday. It's some of these players that might not have got quite as far as they have done on just raw talent, and you need obviously both of that to be able to achieve and get to the highest level, and that's what Sebastian Andersson and Union Berlin as a club have done. They've battled hard and have done it on far from just talent alone.
Oh, absolutely. Hard work, grit. Urs Fischer's got them really working well as a side, and there was a lot that was made of their unity coming up, and whether that would be enough, and whether the likes of someone like Sebastian Allen can make that step up from the second tier, because it's a big ask, and sometimes it's too much of an ask for certain players. But he's taken to the Bundesliga like a duck to water, and Union have done as well. And I think it is a case of they haven't maybe been as convincing at times, but there are other sides that are certainly struggling a little more than them this season. And then their biggest concern will obviously be second season syndrome. But right now, this is a club that will just be reveling and celebrating in every moment, because they kind of had nothing to lose in this debut season. It really was the only way is up from here, having won promotion for the very first time in such dramatic circumstances in that playoff win against Stuttgart, a side who are synonymous with the Bundesliga in terms of their longevity and tradition in Germany's top tier.
And it's another ode to them, as we talked about Jan Regensburg having a good scouting setup. I think Union have had one of the best summers when we look back on who they signed actually last summer. They signed the likes of Marvin Friedrich in defence, Marcus Ingvarts and Robert Andrich, who've all become really key players. Marius Bulter as well, who scored those goals against Dortmund. The way that they've brought in those players in minimal fees, not working with great funds of money, getting a lot of free transfers and a lot of loans. It's been one of the more impressive stories actually from them, being able to work with such a small budget, but be able to bring in such talented players who've worked so well for them. And the fact that they are sitting quite comfortably in the Bundesliga is, as I said, just an ode to the way that they've built their club and have been able to battle hard and stay in the Bundesliga. And it looks like they will be staying. And hopefully, as you mentioned, that second season syndrome does not come around, as we've seen it so often does for some teams.
It really does in Germany's top flight. It feels like it's more often in other leagues, but I'm sure there's not necessarily the numbers to prove that. It may just be a gut feeling at this point. But no, I'm a sucker for a fairy tale, and Union are one of them this season. But there have been a fair few. We've talked about Saga Sadamian. I mean, you can talk about that being a fairy tale. Freiburg's run in the first half of the season that took everyone by storm. Köln's run in the second half of the season, which has been absolutely incredible, and quite honestly, is probably one of the biggest losses when it comes to this hiatus in the league. Given the fact that they really did have momentum on their side and were looking so good under Gisdol, and what a turnaround that had been. So yeah, no, it's been a fairy tale season, and that goes beyond just the competitive nature of it, which as we talked about a little bit yesterday, has been so more evenly matched, so even more entertaining than we're used to from the Bundesliga, because it does have that element of every point counts this season.
That's it. It's one of those leagues where, as we mentioned before, I believe as well, everyone can beat everyone. We've seen it this season. No team is worthy of, at the moment, especially in this season, of being able to say, we can go out and sort of stroll this game, especially the likes of even Bayern Munich, who've suffered 4 defeats this season, succumbed to big losses at Frankfurt and have struggled as well in certain games. And it is a real case of everyone being able to beat everyone. And, even Paderborn as well, that was one of the highlights of the season for me, the fact that they went 3-0 up at the Signal Iduna Park in the first half. Obviously, they didn't get the result that they wanted, ending in a 3-3 draw. Marco Reus scoring in the last few minutes to earn his side a point. But the fact that they went there and went all guns blazing, usually a team who is at the bottom of the league, going away to one of the most scary places, unless you're Marco Richter, to play in the Bundesliga. Going there and being the away side, being at the bottom of the league is always a struggle, but they went there and went out all guns blazing and got a 3-0 first half lead. It's just another reason why our guys, now our fans of the Bundesliga, can go onto the Bundesliga website. All the highlights of all the games this season are available. If you do want to go through and check on how your team did on any of these special moments that we've mentioned, you can go on and take a look. Just go onto the fixtures and results and find your way through and go to that special game that you wanted to see again. It's always nice to reminisce in what has been the season so far, and hopefully we'll be able to talk about the rest of the games to come soon.
No, absolutely. It has been nothing short of show-stopping at times. And that's the problem. There are too many talking points, too many storylines that, you just mentioned one there. I was like, oh, yeah, I didn't even think about it. Of course, we're talking about fairy tales. Of course, Paderborn fit into that as well. And Streli Mamba putting his name in folklore, really, with that performance against Dortmund. Yeah, and, of course, giving us the moment where he scored in the 5th minute and the chance to talk about Mamba number 5.
Exactly. Which is always fun because, as you've obviously seen in our broadcast so far and the weekend so far, talking about how the players as well have reacted to being at home all the time. Fun and having fun and staying positive is a huge element of the Bundesliga, and that's what a lot of our players want to do all the time. They want to make sure that smiles stay on faces, both from fans and themselves, in these difficult times, and that's part of the reason why we've done what we've done so far with the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We want to make sure that you all there at home staying safe, staying at home, and being entertained despite not being able to go out and have some fun yourself.
Yeah, a break from the monotony, and you don't have to stress yourself out by playing FIFA 20 yourself. You can watch other people do it, which is genuinely a much more pleasurable experience at times, based on what we've seen over these 2 days of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But as you can see, a slight extended break there as we got into the third tie of the day, but we are ready to get the action back underway. And a reminder that Julius Kader and Federico Palacios are the men representing Union Berlin and Regensburg in this first leg of the tie. And as we mentioned, the first, and I believe it's the last one, that is all footballers, all professional footballers. And so this really could be one of the most interesting ties that we do have. It won't necessarily be the elite level of play we've seen from some of the esports pros and even some of the professional footballers making the crossover, but it should entertain.
If you're used to esports, this might not be the game for you, just because we know how those guys play at such a high level. They're able to control games and make it harder for their opponents. But if you're here just for fun and just to see how your team is going to get on, this is going to be a fantastic couple of games between these two sides. Professional players coming up against each other, and as James said, it's the last time we're going to see this. It's the first time, so it's going to be a prospect, a one-off in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. So it's going to be something we don't want to miss.
I have to say, I like the fact that there are a couple of clubs that are using their press areas and media zones to house the players during this Bundesliga Home Challenge. It does add a nice little effect in the background there when it's all club logos and signatures and whatnot. And Palacios is the one rocking that background in this one. And this is, of course, because there are certain Bundesliga 2 clubs that have now returned to training or broken quarantine and broken out of quarantine after, fulfilling the fortnight requirements and stuff like that. And now we're seeing them put their facilities to good use for this Bundesliga home challenge. We were talking about the fact that they'd all be playing from the comfort of their own homes. Not quite the case, but we hope you can forgive the false advertising there. But for now, it does look like both players are ready to get underway. Now, Federico Palacios was talking before the tie, and he did admit, Alex, that his games are more likely to end 5-3 or 6-4 than 1-0, but that's exactly the type of thing that we want to hear.
And that's what we're all here for. This is what we talked about, these professional player games that bring these two guys together who don't usually play. It often ends in the case that there's a lot more goals, and that's what a lot of people want who are watching from home. They want the goals, they want the entertainment, they want the drama, and as we're moments away now from kickoff, just warming up, this is exactly what we can expect from this game, and obviously from both games. As we mentioned, two ties between 4 professional football players, no esports players involved today, so entertainment is on the cards as this first game between Union and Regensburg is about to get on the way.
Yeah, we will see what Carter and Palacios can produce. And as we've mentioned a couple of times, the bar has been set quite high in this Bundesliga home challenge as we finally get the action underway.
Wanted to mention as well, actually, Sebastian Polter is a keen FIFA player I know who will be probably watching this from home, so if you can hear, welcome, and I'm sure he's supporting his teammates today. He's starting up front for Union today, Carter, so he wants to make sure that whether he can contribute in the virtual way or in a real life way, he can do that for his side.
Here's Carter on the ball looking for a cheeky back heel that doesn't come off, unfortunately for him. That is it. We've talked about the qualities of physical, tall players in this 85 mode, and Polter certainly fits that bill. The question is, can he make the difference for Carter? Both of these guys just trying to settle into a rhythm in the opening exchanges. Slightly risk-averse approach being taken by both. It may just have something to do with the conditions they're playing in right now. And now a chance for Carter to break forward from the back. He's getting a lot of early touches of the ball. Polter combining with Flecker. So interesting that Sebastian Andersson, actually the man we were talking about pre-match, isn't chosen in the starting lineup.
That's it. That's the 85 mode. He is good in the air in real life, but because of he's not the tallest player. So in this 85 mode, his aerial ability gets reduced down to that simple stat of 85, and it means that he's not quite able to be aerially as threatening. But Union's still threatening here and hit the post there early on. Whether they have Sebastian Andersson on the pitch or not, they're going to be an attacking threat, as we've seen.
Yeah, rattling the woodwork there with the first chance of the game, Julius Carter. But you can see, I think it's fair to say, a few connectivity issues being experienced on both sides of this one, and that will ultimately change their approach to the game, won't it, Alex? Because as we saw from Carter there, he really was looking to play maybe one too many passes, but he's looking for that chance that is gilt-edged, the 100%er.
I think that's fair to say. It's slower than we expected so far, but that is because they're having to deal with the conditions that are going on right now. But both these guys look happy to be in possession of the ball and trying to maintain control of the game, but maybe not quite exactly the way that they wanted to play coming into this game, being both two recreational players just want to attack.
Well, Flecker unable to break through there, looking to be fed by Polter. Now that's it. We knew the Bundesliga home challenge was quite an impromptu thing as well, and it was ultimately going to have its challenges in setting up stations all over the country for these players to play in safe conditions. For now, it's Seidel coming forward for Regensburg. A lovely cut back to Palacios, and he's bent it wide.
The first big chance of the game comes for the Regensburg man. He got some space in the box, found the pass well, went for that finesse shot into the far top corner, which often works. Just looked like he got a little bit too much power on it, and it drifted just wide of the mark.
Literally the definition of only having himself to blame there. Palacios shooting wide with Palacios. For now, that was an early scare, survived by Julius Carter.
It's one thing I wanted to ask you actually. With these players playing as themselves, do you think that they're going to be wanting to get on the ball a lot more often with themselves and use their player as the sort of key man? I think we saw it with Buyalab. It might not have been his plan, but it just worked out as it was. But some of these guys will definitely want to be going through their own player to try and get success in the game, as we see Palacios finding himself once again in midfield.
I think there's the temptation, but I would imagine that the special nature of it kind of maybe wears off the more you play the game. But I think there'll be an element. You can see he's getting himself involved. He's put himself in an area of the pitch he knows that they're going to have chances in the final third, and he does want to be involved. And I mean, I guess it's a bit different with Palacios, who is a striker by trade, as opposed to some of the defenders we've seen that they're not exactly going to move themselves out of position just for the glory of looking for that goal themselves or getting themselves involved. But I think Bujala, we definitely saw him yesterday. There was a favouring. He definitely favoured trying to get the ball to himself, and he knew what he could do with the 3-star skill cap with his own player. And it's an interesting little part of the whole game that we're seeing play out in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. I did see a quote from someone talking about exactly that, about the fact that when they first played the game, it was really awesome to be able to play with themselves. But by the time that, time wore it down, it wasn't quite as special anymore. And then they end up playing with other teams that they prefer instead, But it is an interesting element that unfortunately we haven't had the chance to experience ourselves. But maybe, you never know, right?
Maybe this commentary opportunity brings forward the opportunity that EA Sports provide us with our own cards on the game. I'm not going to say anything or suggest it, but it could be fun.
It's just one of those things. We'll just throw it out there, and if it sticks, it sticks, right? For now, though, another chance. This time for Union and Julius Carter. Lovely ball roll, and it made all the difference as Sebastian Polter does get the opening goal. And it's those basic skill moves that can make all the difference in this mode.
That's it. Tight movement around the box. He knew that the defender was going to come and close him down at that near post. If he was able to get past him, it's difficult without the skills that you're used to having, but the ball roll is one of the most dangerous skill moves on this game. And often just provide you with that inch of space that you need to be able to get a quick shot away. Holter doing just that. He's contributed now, and he's put his side 1-0 up.
Yeah, it's good to see there's a bit more flow to the game as well. The connectivity issues maybe just smoothing themselves out here, and that is making the difference. But those little moments and pieces of skill can be such a difference. If there's any sort of lag in the game at all. But now that's well won at the back by Schlotterbeck, who in fact will be in action for Union later on in this game. He'll be representing them in the second of these two ties against Tom Bach of Regensburg. Capital City side with the advantage so far, thanks to that goal from Polter. Moving the ball about nicely again here, Julius Carter. He did go for that glory moment of scoring with himself. Fortunately, unable to pull it off.
Really nice build-up play, though, from Julian. He's really patient. That passing movement around the edge of the box just made it really difficult to defend, and it gave him that opportunity to get a shot away from the edge of the box. It might have been deflected, but that's the things that you need to do on this 85 mode. Pass and move.
Yeah, Flecker on the ball again. Looking to go it alone. Again, it's very compact in the heart of the park there. Difficult to break the teams down through the middle. Maybe Carter needs to start using the width of the pitch a little bit more. Flecker again. Oh, he's bundled his way through here, Flecker, and he's got Polter in the middle to make it 2. A brace for Sebastian Polter. And again, he got a stroke of luck there, but in the end, a tidy finish.
He took the chance, though. That's it, yeah. As you said, stroke of luck, but a tidy finish. And Polter will be delighted if he's watching this from home. 2 goals in the first half. Julius Carter, making sure that his side have a really nice lead going into the second half already. Federico Palacios has some work to do now in this second half. You can tell he's frustrated with the way things have gone.
And that's it. He did say in the interview I was reading before the game that there is a chance that controllers will fly. Hasn't happened yet. You just got to wonder when it's going to happen. Is it in the 4th goal, the 5th goal? We haven't seen a little bit of, a rage quit moment from any of these players so far. A little frustration on the faces of some. Timo Schultz ended up being a bit exasperated when he was on the end of that 5-1 loss to the Stranger yesterday. There's a grimace of discontent from Palacios, but that's as far as it goes. Just 1 shot on goal in that first half.
He will not be happy at all. And as you mentioned, that risk of controllers flying that you mentioned may become more and more realistic as we approach the second half. Kickoff coming up. Palacios will want to make sure that he gets something going quickly. 2-0 down. Coming into this second half, it's a game that can go away from him quickly. Could come back, as we've seen before in the past. Is able to get an early goal, and a lot can change very quickly in this game. Passing the ball around well, and he's keeping control. Just hasn't had those chances that Julius Carter's been able to make the most of early on. He does bring the ball forward though himself. Carter defending well though. He's making sure that Palacios has no real chances. He's not made mistakes yet so far. Something that can often be either the game decider in these 85 game mode matches. He's coming forward again though. Looking for that third goal, which would almost certainly end this game. It's early stages in the second half. It's a chance for these players to try something new as he goes from the edge of the box, but Palacios hasn't had that opportunity yet, has he?
Now, picking up exactly where he left off, Julius Carter, and that will be frustrating for Palacios, no doubt about it. Because he'd like to get something going early in this second half if he can. And instead, right now, he's facing up to another half of frustration, as opposed to one where he can have a bit of fun. Because he did talk about the fact that he loves to get forward. Defending wasn't his strong suit when it came to his FIFA 20 skills. But he does like to score a lot of goals himself. He just hasn't had that opportunity today so far against Carter. The question is, all it'll take is one chance to maybe get himself back into the game, and that can swing a tie quickly. And now he's looking to get him behind there.
He's just not quite had that passing game that Carter's had. You saw in the first half of his 2 goals, Carter was very capable of passing the ball around the edge of the box and working space. Palacios looking for that ball in behind. He's looking for that counter, which Union do have here.
Well, Poulter on for his hat-trick, but well muscled off the ball on that occasion. You can see there the energy bar quite low for Sebastian Poulter, who has done a lot of running. We talked about the importance of substitutions in this 85 game mode, especially in an attacking sense. It really can just give you that extra little spark up front that maybe has been lacking as players get more and more weary, because that's one of the realistic elements of the game, that they do tire. Can't quite play at peak levels all game, and understandably so, even if this is in the virtual world. And now Regensburg and Palacios looking to reduce the arrears. The goal now could help, but unfortunately he's stopped in his tracks once again. He's going to have to come up with something a little more inventive, I think, than what we've seen from him so far if he does want to break Carter down. We talked about predictability levels in other games, and I think there's an element where Carter really is reading everything Palacios wants to do, whereas Palacios is reading it but can't stop it, and Poulter's through again here. Well, the second defender was across to rescue the situation. But all the threat coming from the Union Berlin player, Julius Carter, right now.
Definitely, you can see the grimace on his face there. He knew that was a good chance. He definitely wants to make sure that this becomes a 3-0 before it comes 2-1, and he has a chance to do that.
Fluffed it again, though. It's just wide. You can see agonising for him. Chance now to make a few changes, though, but he would love to put this game and potentially the tie beyond reach, because we've seen the importance of a first leg victory. Puts that player in the second leg on the back foot early, and it gives them a lot to do. It doesn't mean that comebacks aren't possible, because we've seen that too in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. But it certainly makes life a little more difficult.
It does indeed. For Palacios and Regensburg, a 2-0, it's an aggregate scoreline that does make it difficult into the second game. So he knows that if he can get a goal, as we've seen, it can be really important going into that second tie. But at the moment, it's looking more likely that Carter's going to get another goal.
Oh, he passed one more time there when I expected him to shoot. Cheeky back heel in the box. And in the end, couldn't bring that opportunity to fruition.
This is what Palacios needs to do now. He's trying to open the game up on the counter. He's not quite had the chance to get the passing game going like Carter has. But if you can get in behind, as he's trying to do, use the counter, could be his way forward. And with 15 minutes to go, time running out for his goal, but if he can get one soon, it could be huge for this tie.
Regensburg coming forward. Grutner looking for the drag back. Again, just runs into trouble.
Carter defending fantastically, it has to be said.
Yeah, and posing a threat still at the other end. The numbers were against him on that occasion in the 3-on-4 break. Now we've got a 3-on-4 breakdown at the other end for Regensburg. Seidel out wide. There's a player with a lot of height to him, so strange again to see that he's been put in a wide position in this FIFA 20 game as opposed to up front through the middle. For now, here's Gogia. Has to slow down players. He looks for more options. Marius Bulter. We've seen him do bits in the Bundesliga. And he might get it back here from Gogia, but he goes it alone, and that is the third to seal the deal for Julius Kader.
He's just shown his class. You can clearly see that he's got some experience on this game. The little ball rolls, the little drag backs, it's the difference maker at this level, especially at an amateur level when you're coming up against a guy who's also a hobby player who just plays it for fun. If you're able to produce something that isn't something that someone learns, in the basics of FIFA gameplay, if you're able to do that, it gives you the chance to get goals and get chances. And in this case, put Julius Kader 3 goals to the good.
And he might still have more goals in him. He's not going to relent as he goes in search for a fourth.
I think we just have to make sure that those bottles behind Federico Palacios don't get smashed here if another goal goes in.
Oh, and there is the fourth. Just say it. Yeah, they are in danger. Watch out the Coca-Cola bottles. For now, though, it's Polter. He's got his hat-trick. And it's great to see that a player like Sebastian Polter, who hasn't had much impact in the real season, is making an impact in the virtual world.
And as I said, he's a big FIFA player himself, so if he's not watching, he'll definitely hear about this from Kader. 3 goals for Polter, 4-0. It looks like this tie could already be over, but this is the fun part of having a 2-legged tie. We have no idea what's going to come from these 2 guys coming up, Kevin Schlotterbeck and Tom Bach. It could be that Regensburg pull out a 5-0 win themselves, but if Julius Kader has anything to go by, he's done his job.
Well, the problem was, as I alluded to before this game started, is that it was Tom Bach that was actually saying that Federico Palacios has the reputation of being Jan Regensburg's best FIFA player. So if Palacios is the best they've got, it may not bode well for Tom Bach, and it could get worse still for Palacios. And there goes the full-time whistle. He's going to be reprieved by the referee's whistle there, because that was relentless and ruthless from Julius Kader.
Perfect words to describe it. Clinical as well. Just, didn't actually produce that many chances. You see, 6 shots on target compared to Palacios just didn't have any compared to 61% possession. It's not ideal. It's not what he'd have wanted. But Kader, clinical, took the chances that he had, and those little movements we've spoken about them so often. The little drag backs and the little roll rolls in this game mode with 3-star skills, it can make the huge difference. And for him and his side, it puts him in a really good position coming into this second game.
Yeah, you know what's just occurred to me? That quote I was trying to find for the players talking about using themselves in FIFA 20. I scrolled down through all the rest of my notes trying to find it. It was right in front of me because it was Federico Palacios that said it. So there you go. There's a bit of a gaffe in the commentary booth here, but it happens. But yes, he was the one that said, when I first got into the game, it was cool to play with me, but I don't do it as often anymore. So therefore, it does lose its gloss a little.
We have to ask, is that I don't do it as often anymore in terms of actually playing with himself? Considering the fact that he's just lost 4-0 here, clear to see that he could do with a bit more practice in FIFA, or maybe just needs to practice some passing to other players.
Or could be used to playing with the likes of, the bigger teams, maybe. I think we can forgive him if he doesn't always play with Jan Regensburg on FIFA every time he gets on the game. It's fair enough, right?
That's the case, because Jan Regensburg are 85, obviously rated in this mode. Normally they're not quite as high rated, so it can't quite be as fun to play with themselves as a team. So it's a chance for them as well to try out themselves in terms of being better at the game, in terms of being better rated players on the game. So we'll see if Tom Bach can produce something different. But as you said, considering the fact that Palacios said that he may be the best player at the club, does not bode well for the second Regensburg man coming up shortly.
Yeah, and the good news is that no controllers were harmed in the making of that first game as well. The thing is, it's funny because both Tom Bach and Palacios were talking about it. Palacios said, I think there's a chance the controller may fly. Whereas Bach said, no, I'm a lot more cool. Like, controllers, they're not in danger with me. So that will please the Jan Regensburg equipment man in charge of setting up this esports event for them, which, yes, as I say, it seems to be in their press conference room of all places, which is a fantastic place to hold it. And we look like we are just about ready to start getting the second of these 2 games underway between Union Berlin and Jan Regensburg. The second 2 players up, Kevin Schlotterbeck there on the left of the screen, and Tom Bach on the right. So we'll see whether they can match it. Two youngsters, 22 and 21 respectively. Schlotterbeck on loan from Freiburg this season, but he's made a real impact in the capital, hasn't he?
He has indeed. He's made 15 appearances in this season so far, and he's been a fantastic stalwart defender for them. They brought in Neven Subotic in the summer and had Marvin Friedrich come back, and it could have been the case that as a young player himself, he might not have been getting as much game time as he could have hoped for, but he's been fantastic when he's been called upon, and there's no wonder that Freiburg do want to bring him back to the club, having seen how impressive he's been so far this season. And the same can be said in the Cup as well. Played in the second round of the DFB Pokal, and
that was against his brother as well, Nico, who's coming up later on in the show.
Exactly, his brother playing for Freiburg later on. They came up against each other in the Cup and had a short amount of time in the Bundesliga against each other as well, which was fun. Kevin saying that we're both a little bit crazy. He's faster off the mark in terms of pace, but he'll finish the job first, will Kevin. So if he can produce that in the game here as well, his side already 4 goals to the good in this first tie, remember. He can definitely make sure that Union come away with a win for their raucous home support, as they always have.
Yeah, I'm sure they're cheering them on from home. But yes, the question is, can Kevin Schlotterbeck do what Maximilian Eggestein couldn't and hold a lead here as well? Because that was a big story in the opening game. The favourites going into that one, Werder Bremen, the favourites going into the whole of the Bundesliga home challenge, incidentally. Werder Bremen losing in the opening game of day 2 against Nuremberg. And we've now moved on. We've had a very tightly fought game that took place between Leipzig and Hamburg as well over the course of 2 legs. Just 1 goal between them come the end of it. Things looking a little more clear-cut here between Union and Jan Regensburg. But yes, as we've alluded to in these second games, a lot can change. We just don't know whether the FIFA levels are at with Kevin Schlotterbeck and Tom Bach. And Tom Bach was talking about the Bundesliga home challenge. He said it's a cool tournament. I've got no expectations, but he did say he would like to win today. And I think this is it. We have seen this be actually a wonderful outlet for the competitive spirit of these footballers that right now are having to deal with the fact of being hemmed at home more often than they're used to, because they're normally out and about and staying active.
That's it. They're usually on the training ground 5 days a week before they play on a weekend. And for these guys, it's missing out on that competitive edge that they usually get between each other in the training ground and obviously in the games that they play on the weekend. So as much as the fact that Regensburg are 4-0 down in this tie, you can be sure that Tom Bach is going to want to get one over on Kevin Schlotterbeck here and get himself a victory, which for him will bring personal pride, but it might not, depending on the scoreline, bring Jan Regensburg the win overall on the tie. But we'll have to wait and see as these 2 guys sat ready and waiting to get going here. Union, you can see, going with Polter up front once again. He's the star man. He's in form, obviously, coming off the back of his hat-trick in the first game. We'll see if he can produce similar stuff here.
That's exactly it. He was the star of the first game, and why change a winning formula, right? If you're Kevin Schlotterbeck, no point doing that whatsoever. Yeah, it does look like we're just waiting to get this game underway. So again, I'll just bring up another quote from Tom Bach, and it actually leads me into a question for you as well. But he was talking about his first FIFA being FIFA 2004 when he was playing on the Nintendo GameCube, no less. There's a flashback for some of you gamer heads out there. I wanted to ask you, can you remember what your first FIFA was?
I was just trying, as you were wording that question, I was trying to think, what was my first FIFA? And my thing was that I have an older brother, and he had the Xbox, and he was in control of it all the time, so I often didn't get to play the games that he was on. But I'm pretty sure I remember FIFA 12, FIFA 13 being around our house. But I was more often the guy who was on the computer actually playing the Champ Manager games. But times have changed now. I've got myself an Xbox, so I'm able to produce...
Finally in control.
Exactly. I'm able to have my own control and able to enjoy FIFA myself. So I think must have been FIFA 11 and 12. The game's changed a lot since then, as we do get this one finally underway.
I was going to say, I had fond flashbacks when I was thinking about it as well, and I can't quite work out whether it was FIFA 96 or 97 that was my first. It was either, I know it was involved in my parents' deal to help me move to Germany, or to convince me to move to Germany with them back when I was 8 years old. I remember them using it as a bargaining tool. The question is, I can't remember whether I got it before we left to Germany or I got it after, and that depends. That'll determine whether it's 96 or 97.
Whatever year it was, it clearly worked.
Oh, it was one of the best deals I ever made. Not only did I get a move to Germany, which is the place I now can call my home, But on top of that, I got a free version of FIFA out of it as well from my parents. But yeah, that was back in the day when all the players had stars around their feet, and it was a little more analog back then, to say the very least. And the connectivity issues that we saw in the first game were basically how I used to have to play FIFA back in the day when I was first getting into it. But yes, that was a fair while ago, no doubt about it. But now we are underway in this second game. Kevin Schlotterbeck looking to get the first chance of the game going his way, trying to bundle his way through. Oh, it's going to fall kindly. Oh, actually, I've got my things completely mixed up. It is Union. It's Gorgia who scored to put them in front, and Kevin Schlotterbeck with the perfect start, and Tom Bach, a little disconsolate early doors.
A tidy finish there, and exactly not what Jan Regensburg wanted. Any chance really of the tie being rescued here has gone perhaps in these opening 10 minutes. A clear sign that Kevin Schlotterbeck is also pretty handy when it comes to playing FIFA himself. 5-0 now in this tie, and this is one of the most clear-cut games we've seen so far.
The problem was there, I don't know whether you caught it, but Tom Bach immediately went on to very defensive mode, which we may need to get a memo to him that that's not going to be the way to get back into this game, but maybe an admission of his skill level and realising, all right, I just want to make this look respectable.
Having gone 1-0 down, you're right, it's not the right thing to do when you've just gone 1-0 down, but if it is what he needs to do and quickly realises that he's not able to, withstand the Kevin Schlotterbeck onslaught, which could be coming in the second game as well, as Union look to perhaps win this tie in the most dominant fashion that we've seen so far. With Andrich now lining up. What could be a long shot. He'll take his time though, around the edge of the box for Schlotterbeck. Gogia looking for his second goal, but Union dominant.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, there's a chance here though for Palacios Martinez. Well, he missed one in the first game after he broke through on goal. Can he make up for it for Tom Bach? And he's got one back out of absolutely nothing. And he does indeed redeem himself.
That's as simple as it can be for some of these guys. Ooh, he almost drops his phone and controller and the bottle.
I saw a fist bump there as well. Someone needs to tell them that social distancing is in order.
This is not what we signed up for. It might have been Federico Palacios giving his teammates some helpful encouragement there, but what a fantastic way to get back into the game. And as I said, it can be as simple as that sometimes. A long ball over the top. Palacios Martinez breaking away, and a tidy finish across the goalkeeper.
Yeah, those long balls over the top, if you're not anticipating them and you're maybe moving a defender forward to try and close down the person playing the pass, it can leave you quite exposed to the back. We did see that. But yes, dear me, we need to talk about that fist bump. Yeah, I do believe it probably was Federico Palacios off screen that gave him the fist bump, saying, oh, well done for scoring with me, because it was something that he was unable to do. He had that chance to make it 1-0 with himself, and unfortunately curling the effort wide, but Tom Bach going one better. And all of a sudden, I was getting worried because Regensburg would have been the first team not to score at all in a tie. So at least we don't have to deal with that. Tom Bach restoring a measure of pride.
Yeah, that defensive setup that he's gone into clearly working as he's gone and scored the goal.
We obviously know nothing, Alex.
We clearly know nothing. Obviously, we all need to play more defensively on FIFA because it, in fact, gets you more goals. But Union pushing forward again, and Schlotterbeck's looking for that go-ahead goal.
Well, he's got players to pick out with the square ball. He went for goal himself. A respectable approach. Instead of trying to play it across the goal for the easy tap-in.
That's one of those ones where if you're watching an esport player, there is no chance that he's not passing that across goal and taking that goal. It was on the plate for him if he'd have just passed that ball across, but he went for goal himself with that shot. But the goalkeeper made a pretty comfortable save as it was straight at him at that near post.
Right now we thought things were going to go all Kevin Schlotterbeck's way. He's now having to course correct a little bit and adjust to the fact that Tom Bach finding his way back into this game. He's closed him down well there. And he'll also have to avoid the temptation to shell up himself, but he'll need to be a little more proficient with his passing game there. Not a lot of numbers to work with here for Bach. He thought he had found the space, closed down quickly now with Seidel. Oh, he went for the cutback. He did what Schlotterbeck didn't. Fortunately, unable to pull it off anyway.
This might be another thing for Tom Bach, where he joined Regensburg from Bochum and told the club he wanted to get out of his comfort zone when he joined, and it was a great place for him to develop at his young age. This is another moment now where he can develop himself as a person. Obviously, perhaps not the best FIFA player there is around, but putting himself out of his comfort zone here, and that's something we can only respect if he's coming up against a slightly more experienced guy in Kevin Schlotterbeck, but he's given him a good test so far.
Yeah, great ball there to release Seidel, who'd made a good run in behind. He does have a man to aim for in the box, but may not need him. He tried to pick him out in the end, and there was a vital interception at the back post to prevent that from posing any greater threat. This game has certainly now opened up a little bit. It really was dominant from Schlotterbeck in the opening exchanges. Now a lot more evenly matched. Both players having the rub of the green on occasion, but it is going from end to end. Here's Ingvartsen now breaking through, and a strong one-handed save.
We said it would be entertaining, and that's exactly what it is. End-to-end stuff here. Short corner coming from Union, but plenty of shots going in these first exchanges. We come towards the end of the first half with the scores level here at 1-1.
Yeah, again, just the extremes we're seeing in terms of the spectrum of FIFA experiences. First game so dominant for Union, this one evenly matched, and a kind of edge-of-your-seat type encounter is brewing here between Schlotterbeck and Bach. The question is, can one of them maybe get a goal before half-time? And a hammer blow right before the break, but it's going to be Regensburg with the chance. Bach not rushing into it though. He knows he's got one last chance to get a goal in this first half. That would potentially, you never know, even maybe giving a fighting chance of staging a comeback in the tie as well. But that is a steep hill to climb. We'll cross that path when we come to it. For now, they go in at the break, level at 1-1. But what a first half that was. That really was an enjoyable one.
It was indeed tight and nervy. Regensburg getting that goal, as we saw, just the one shot in that first half, but they got the goal that they needed to. Union and Kevin Schlotterbeck dominant in terms of possession and attacking play, but it can just come down to these special moments. And if Tom Bach can get himself another long ball or keep himself going well in terms of possession and building his play, then it makes Schlotterbeck want to work for the win even more and perhaps open up spaces at the back again.
Bach not rushing into anything right now. Patient play in the middle of the park. Trying to work the angles, get men forward when he has the opportunity. Here is the goal scorer, Palacios Martinez. Again, looking for that square ball, the drilled delivery along the ground to cause any backline problems. It may be that Schlotterbeck's taken his foot off the pedal a little bit as well, because see when he does win possession, his players aren't bursting forward the way we saw from him in the opening quarter of an hour. So may just have curtailed his ambition levels here. Now though he is building a nice move, this is nice combination play, and just as I say that, plays an errant pass that just quells the danger.
Become scrappy in these last few minutes, still end to end, but neither side able to really get on top of the game. Schlotterbeck will want to do that now while he's got possession and coming forward.
Yeah, here is Gogia inside the area, but again, out-muscled.
Both these guys proving that they're solid defensively, positioning themselves well and cutting out attacks. It's proven difficult at the start of this second half for either side to really get ahead in the game.
There are signs, though, as well, in the way they're both playing, Alex, that they are not used to this 85 mode, because they are looking to play the passes that could exploit pace, but they're just then realising, hold on a second, it's all evenly matched here. As we come forward again with Union, again, a patient approach, twisting and turning, and one twist and turn too many.
And that's it. That's why it's easier for the esports players to do well in this game, just because, as we get a collision there, it's easier for them just because they're used to being able to work with all aspects of the game. They know how to use the skills, but even if they don't, they can do these drag backs, do these ball rolls. They know how they open up space, whereas these guys, the professional players, might be used to using and exploiting the best players in the game with their pace and skill. And when they've not got those at their disposal, it becomes a bit more difficult for them. So that's when, in these game modes, the more basic aspects of the game come to fruition.
And right now, this one on a nice edge. The statistics at half-time were all in the favour of Kevin Schlotterbeck. But as we saw, clinical edge up front for Jan Regensburg. They're looking for a second there. It does come the fact that Tom Bach is certainly looking for those drilled deliveries more often than not. And I think Schlotterbeck will start to become wise to that. For now, Seidel again in a dangerous position. Can't find a teammate.
He's doing well at getting in behind the Union defence here, but he's just struggling to actually get the ball into the box and into a position where he can take a shot at goal.
And the run block there. You can see the frustration levels building now for Tom Bach. If he can continue this performance of keeping things tight at the back and maybe trying to sniff out a chance on the counter, it won't be enough to win Regensburg the tie on aggregate, but it may be enough for him to snatch a victory himself. Now, first priority will be defending this push forward. I think the offside flag may have gone up there against Sebastian Polter, but the goalkeeper was privy to the danger.
The first pause being signalled there by Tom Bach for Regensburg. He wants to make a change. He's not hanging around and waiting for a 1-1 draw. He wants to go out and win this game.
That was a vital block there made as well. Has a free kick been given? It might actually have been given there for that challenge on the edge of the area. So when we do come back, Kevin Schlotterbeck will have a free kick in a very promising position. It has to be said. For now, both players will take the opportunity to make changes. And we can see there Tom Bach looking to bring fresh legs on in important positions in the final third.
That's where he wants to make a difference in this game now. He wants to make sure that with these final 15 minutes, he doesn't hang around and he wants to go for goal. But first of all, he's going to have to defend this free kick.
Well, Trimmer would be first choice taker in real life, and it looks like he's going to be first choice taker here for Schlotterbeck. Oh no, he's left it. It's one off the training ground. Don't quite know what he's doing. Oh, he's teeing it up for Permel. And well, that didn't come off, did it?
Come on, stuff.
Not quite what he was expecting to pull off. He had us all guessing as to exactly what he was going to try. The chance is still alive here, though, with Bolter. He's done well to fashion some space here. Schlotterbeck, he went for goal himself with Bolter. And again, the angle against him, but a respectable approach as opposed to looking for the tap-in.
And you can see immediately Bach looking for that long ball again, but many Union players are back defending now. Schlotterbeck knows that the tie is done, and if that is his priority, he knows that his team probably going through, taking the win, but they're going to go for goal again here.
Oh, it's Ingvardsson. He didn't have the fresh legs, but he burst through. Chance still alive for the second. That could be the winner. And right now, it's bodies on the line for Jan Regensburg as they look to defend this onslaught as another header goes just over the bar.
Backs against the wall for Bach. This is not how he planned the last 10 minutes to go. And obviously get a winner here if he can, even for just his own pride. But at the moment, he's having to defend a lot more than he's been able to attack.
Yeah, maybe wishing he'd go back to his Nintendo GameCube days, where maybe he was a bit more of a dominant force in FIFA and on FIFA. But you do feel like there's a winner in this game, and you do feel like it could go either way. Admittedly, Schlotterbeck looking the more likely to get it, and that was a great chance and a strong save to prevent him doing that. And he really is starting to really crank up the pressure now, isn't he?
He is indeed. It was a good opportunity there, perhaps try and get a rebound, but the players around that shot that was saved by the goalkeeper just not wary enough to it. Only a few minutes left now, and if Schlotterbeck can keep going, he can maybe even snatch a win. As you said, he's looking the more likely.
Here is Joshua Mace. And again, that was well defended, well read actually by Tom Bach. And can he get something going forward now late on in this game? We are in last chance saloon. And drinks orders are being taken for the last call. Something strong might be in order here for Schlotterbeck and Bach after this. And there could be one last chance. Can Bach snatch it? Oh, he went for the cutback once again. And as we see in real life, Union Berlin's backline holding firm, standing strong, letting very little through. So Kevin Schlotterbeck will be pleased with the defensive performance, but disappointed with the results, I think.
He'll be happy with the fact that he's kept that to one goal, but you know, the way he dominated that game, Kevin Schlotterbeck will have wanted to get that win. You can see just one shot on goal for Regensburg all game compared to 13 for Union. Not exactly how he will have planned it, Tom Bach, but a comfortable and convincing 5-1 win over the two games for Union Berlin, and a fantastic show from their two professional players coming out and proving, obviously, UDSK doing it far more convincingly with a 4-0 win earlier on, getting themselves a really nice win over Jan Regensburg.
Yeah, we're 3 games into the Bundesliga Home Challenge on day 2 now. How are you feeling it's matching up to day 1, what we saw in day 1?
I think there's been already more surprises than day one. We came into day one not knowing exactly what we were gonna see in front of us, not knowing exactly what to expect. Obviously, we started off today with the huge surprise of, well, maybe not the huge surprise, but we saw Megabit come out and get the win. But the way that Maximilian Eggestein let the second leg go away from him, and Tim Handwerker getting that huge 4-1 win to win the tie overall, was not exactly what was in the planning books. And then obviously we saw Leipzig and Hamburg have a really tight affair, and that's not something we've seen so far in these games. We only saw it really once yesterday, where teams were defending well against each other and able to stop and cut out the attacks. But both those games kept to just 2 and 1 goal respectively. It was a interesting one to see, obviously, and the fact that we saw that again just now with the 1-1 draw between these two guys is privy to the fact that these guys maybe have watched what went on yesterday and thought we need to keep the goals out rather than keep scoring them.
Well, that is what I was wondering. I was wondering how many maybe tuned in yesterday and saw the level that was being played at and went, hold on a second, I want to match that as well. I want to prove myself in the virtual world, given that this is a rare opportunity in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But you are right. I mean, the Maximilian Eggestein one was disappointing in the opening game. I wonder, he lost by 4 goals. Is that enough for an apology letter when it comes to FIFA punishment sometimes? Because if it is, he needs to be sending it to Megabit.
I was just going to say, he doesn't need to send it to his opponent, Tim Hamburger. He needs to send it to Megabit, because he will have been disappointed with how that game panned out after his 3-1 first leg win. And we're already getting ready to go into our next game between Arminia Bielefeld and Holstein Kiel, which will see another one of those matchups, James, which brings together a professional footballer and an esports player.
I was going to say, yeah, we've seen that on a couple of occasions in this tournament, and sometimes there's been an imbalance, sometimes there hasn't. We saw that with Megabit in the opening game of today, but we did also, and we've mentioned it on occasion already, St. Pauli and Luca Zander giving Tim Latka a very tough test. But yes, Andreas Vogelsammer is going to be up against it here against Bennett, Rohlweder, and actually his gamer tag is also Rohlweder, so I can't call him Rohlweder. That just sounds a bit strange. So we'll call him Rohlweder from now on, and that'll be it. But yeah, a big test for Vogelsammer, the 29-year-old.
It is, yeah. We're not exactly sure of what his FIFA levels will be at. It's going to be a first big test for him, obviously coming up against a pro player. Have to wait and see exactly what he can produce. He's well set up there, as we can see at his house and his apartment. But it's been an impressive season for Bielefeld on the pitch. If Vogelsammer can produce something special off the pitch, which is where he's been most of the time, sadly, just because he'd suffered a fractured metatarsal on the 1st of February. He's missed 5 games, and the league suspension did come at a good time for him and his recovery, but have to see if he invested some of that time in the FIFA playing world.
Yeah, we are ready to get underway. And for the first time today, we actually don't have a face cam, Rohlweder. We're missing out on his reactions, but yes, we are in the living room of Andreas Vogelsammer. Again, a wonderful, unique look behind the curtain of the lives of some of these professional footballers. But Rohlweder will be hoping to acquit himself well here. Holstein Kiel didn't fare well in the virtual Bundesliga season, finishing 21st out of a possible 22 teams. So it wasn't really their forte, but good news for them is there's no relegation in the virtual Bundesliga, so they don't have to worry about that. And as long as they stay in the Zweite Bundesliga, which they will most likely do given their form in the current campaign, then ultimately they're going to be able to compete in the virtual Bundesliga again next season. But Rohlweder is their go-to guy. He is their main man when it comes to all things FIFA. He's trying to set out his stall early here against Vogelsammer. You can see the hallmark traits of an esports pro in this patient approach. Vogelsammer doing well to get a lot of bodies behind the ball. That's going to make life difficult for Rohlweder. It is just the manner in which they move the ball about. It's so noticeable that it's different to the way you and I play, Alex, let's say.
That's it. It's different to where we play, and it's going to be different to Vogelsammer as well. And Rohlweder looks to try and get the first shot away of the game, but as you said, man from he's defending well there, but not quite here, and it's going to result in the first goal of the game. And poor Vogelsammer only has himself to blame as he gives away the ball in his own box. Rohlweder is always going to lap those up.
It's one of those that you just don't want to see, do you? And it's exactly one of the ones you don't want to play. And we talked about it earlier in the last game. You said that esports pros in those types of positions would never hesitate to pass and look for that square ball to tap the ball home. And Raw Vader, he's not taking any chances, even if he's up against a guy that's maybe not as familiar with FIFA as he is. That ruthless streak reigns supreme as always, and that is the start he would have wanted in this game.
It will be, definitely. And for Vogelsammer, it is now a test for him. He has on his Instagram account that he's #hard work beats talent. And it's going to be hard work for him now to come back into this game. He's given himself a tough job now. If he can get it back, though, he'll prove that that is a way of life that he has. And he is one of the biggest and strongest players in the Bundesliga too. He's a bit of a fitness freak and keeps himself fit, and he will be doing so as well during these times at home. If he can produce some hard work now to beat the talented Raw Vader from this position, it would be one of the upsets of the tournament so far, especially considering the scoreline in these early stages.
Absolutely, and the way these opening exchanges have been played out, because Raw Vader definitely on top. And right now, Vogelsammer doesn't really have much answer, and another chance here for Raw Vader. He's played it through, and it's off the post. The woodwork coming to Bielefeld, and Vogelsammer's rescue there.
A huge opportunity again there for Raw Vader. It's one of those ones where he just worked enough space, and he thought, instead of going into the box again, I'll just take a shot. It came back out off the post, though, on this occasion.
Yeah, 40 goals scored in the virtual Bundesliga, which was the 19th best record among solo players in the virtual top flight of German football. He's coming forward again, and that is the second. He missed one earlier when he hit the woodwork. He wasn't going to miss again, and yes, poor old Vogelsammer looks like he's in for quite a long afternoon on the joysticks.
Yeah, Raw Vader is not going to miss those chances on a second occasion. That's what he's prided himself on, being able to take those chances. And he's Kiel's best player in terms of esports, having the most wins and most goals this season. So he's going to have no problems taking those chances if they keep coming from Vogelsammer. He does need to change something if he can. Keep working into this game.
Well, he's just got to create a few chances, and he's got to maybe take a few risks going forward, which he's trying to do here. He's trying to recreate the square ball tapping and not able to pull it off himself. But he's obviously already picking up a few cues off of Raw Vader in terms of just exactly the types of areas that you can exploit to really make your mark on this game. I could say the fact that Vogelsammer's backline is staying so compact is actually leaving a lot of space out wide for Raw Vader to use, and that's maybe something you don't want to do with a professional player.
I was going to say that might be one of those things where Raw Vader has adjusted his tactics accordingly. He knows how he wants to play, whereas Vogelsammer, being an amateur player, might not be aware of those changes he can make as he makes another mistake in defence here.
Yeah, he can't be doing that, unfortunately, on this occasion. He's not punished for it. Not the greatest shot there from Raw Vader. He was looking for the cutback, but ended up having his man swivel on the spot, which never breeds a particularly accurate effort in the end.
These mistakes keep coming for Vogelsammer. This is only going to end one way. Just needs to cut out those mistakes and get back to the basics, which he's doing now on the attack.
Well, he's not bad going forward, is he? We can tell that. Defensively, he's definitely lacking a little bit, but going forward, he's certainly got a bit about his game. And unfortunately, on that occasion, his shot blocked, but does show that maybe he can at least get himself into this match, even if a win maybe is a far stretch for him against a professional esports player.
We've said it before in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. Just look out for how good players are defensively compared to how good they are attacking-wise. Esports players, they know that attacking is far easier on this game than it is to defend. Vogelsammer proving that theory now by giving away a couple of goals in these opening stages, but not having trouble getting forward, whereas Raw Vader is able to cut out what he's brought forward so far.
Yeah, he just needs to find an avenue that maybe he can make the most of. Vogelsammer, of course, a bit of a different experience in the virtual world to what Arminia Bielefeld in the real world, the current Zweite Bundesliga table toppers, on course for promotion back into the Bundesliga for a club that certainly has a fair bit of history about it when it comes to Germany's top flight. They would love to return, and what a special thing it would be, especially in a season when you had Stuttgart, Nuremberg, Hanover, Hamburg in there as well in the promotion battle in the second tier of German football. The fact that they have managed to fashion a cushion at the top of the table is really quite impressive.
Yeah, exactly, and the fact that, coming into the break that they've had now with the games being suspended, they were unbeaten in 7, scored the most goals in the league, they've conceded the fewest. they're heading for promotion. It would be really, really fun to see them back. They've got some talented players, including Vogelsammer, that at the moment on the sticks, not playing quite as well he has done this season so far. Him and Fabian Klos have been an absolutely fantastic duo up front in attack for Bielefeld. Vogelsammer scoring 10 goals this season. He's scored in double figures in each of his last 3 campaigns for Arminia, but he himself as well has never played in the Bundesliga, so if he and his side can get into the Bundesliga when it does return in the next few weeks, hopefully, it'll be a fantastic story going into next season already.
Yeah, we talked about fairy tales earlier. That really would match that description absolutely if Bielefeld can clinch that title win, or even if it's not the title win, promotion at the very least, automatic. Of course, third place in the Zweite Bundesliga enters into a relegation playoff, as it's called here in Germany, against the side that finished third from bottom in the top tier, and a chance now for Rohlweder. And again, it's another mistake that proves costly. That's been the tail of the tape for Vogelsammer.
That if you miss this game, all we have to say is that mistakes, not being on that elite level, is what has made the difference. Vogelsammer, who again looks okay coming forward, he's proving himself to be fine going forward, but just these defensive frailties being picked off by Rohlweder. You can't do that against a player of his capabilities, and Vogelsammer sadly only has himself to blame, being 3-0 down early in the second half.
But again, one consolation goal can help at the very least, and it would be a source of pride against someone that he was ultimately expected to lose against. This is a situation for Vogelsammer where he really had nothing to lose, in the sense of Rohlweder the clear favourite, but he's just lacking that final pass to maybe unlock Rohlweder and create a chance of his own. Everything up until that point is quite promising, and then if you lack that final pass, it really doesn't matter how promising it is, because it always peters out. And here he's coming forward again. He's won the ball well in midfield. There's a bit more pace to his game, a bit more of a patient approach from Rohlweder, and that is the discrepancy that we've seen between these esports professionals and the professional footballers. And he's putting a nice bit of pace into the game to use it to his advantage. Unfortunately, two players seeming to get in their own way there as he was building up once again.
Patience is definitely needed in defence, as we've seen from Vogelsammer. Making a few mistakes, it's fine to be able to go and get forward and attack, but if you can't defend and defend properly, you're never going to be able to win games on FIFA. And sadly for him, those mistakes have come back to haunt him, and if he'd been able to cut those out, he'd be in a really good position to try and snatch something here. As you said, consolation goal would be absolutely no problem for him and his side, considering the fact that there's still another game to come in this tie.
Yeah, that is it. Just over half an hour remaining of FIFA time, and I think that is an important distinction to make in this, because it goes by quite quickly. Rohlweder, though, looking to make every second count, looking for that fourth goal. He's gone for another drag back, and the chance comes to nothing.
Tried his best there. He's in tight spaces, and as we've said, those guys, these eSport guys, they never really go for the shot when you expect it. If you're a normal FIFA hobby player watching this, you'd expect him to have taken a shot there as soon as he got the ball in the box, but he always works and tries to get an easier chance on goal.
He's won the ball well here, Vogelsammer, high up the pitch with Klos. The two, as Alex mentioned, who have been a dynamic duo for Bielefeld in this push for the Zweite Bundesliga title.
It's nice though for Rohlweder that he's looking comfortable here, because he's obviously been playing professionally for a while now, and posted on Twitter in the last couple of days that he and his weekend league has not gone quite to plan in recent weeks. He's said, is there someone who throws away a 30-0 as often as I do? He's been cursed with the 29-1 as many as 5 occasions so far this season. Just by looking at his social media, it might be more. He may have kept a few of those to himself, but he's having no problems with making the most of what he has here. Vogelsammer still coming forward, but the fact that he's 3-0 up, Rohlweder, will be a really good thing for him. Confidence builder as he carries on his season in terms of esports.
Yeah, definitely the season still winding down. For Rohlweder, I believe he's not eligible to feature in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals if and when they do take place. Oh, that's a lovely little ball roll. That's a sexy goal if ever I've seen one on FIFA, it has to be said. And Vogelsammer a little disappointed, and understandably so, but he got completely duped there by a lovely exploitation and execution of the skill moves.
Once again, You see it. This mode reduces these teams to a level playing field, but when you've got an esports player coming up against a normal professional player, it's these little things that they learn, these esports guys, of how to beat an opponent, and those are the difference makers in these tight and evenly contested games.
Yeah, and Kiel looking very comfortable with Raw Vader. Vogelsammer, he's not giving up on the chance of getting that one goal for himself, though, at the very least. And again, it really is. It's so frustrating when that final pass just doesn't come off for you.
I'm watching this now saying, come on, mate. Come on. You can do this, Andreas. I really want him to just get a goal, because as much as he's had his troubles in defence, he's been looking good when he's got the ball going forward. It would be really fun for him as well, as a hobby player, to be able to say, hey, I scored a goal against an esports player.
Yeah, that's it. He's hitting X when he needs to hit triangle, and triangle when he needs to hit X, right? That's the decision-making that at the elite level of any sport can be so decisive. And then when it comes to FIFA 20, it's all at the push of a button. The Raw Vader making no mistake, and he's not relenting whatsoever. He's not about to say, oh, you know what, I'm 4-0 up, I'll take my foot off the pedal. No, he wants more goals, he gets more goals, that's his fifth.
He's pushing every button the right way as it is now. Just, you can see the build-up of that goal. He kept possession well on the edge of the box. He was coming under a challenge, but kept it away from the opposition marker. It just gave him the chance to get that pass through into the box, and that's all you need. That inch of space, when you're that good at the game, when you've played it so often, it's all you need to be able to find the back of the net, and he's done that now 5 times in this first game.
Yeah, we are now on course for the biggest solo victory, or the biggest winning margin of any game in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far. Of course, the stranger of Köln had a 5-1 win yesterday against Timo Schulz, who is one half of Tizzy Schubeck, the YouTube personalities. Raw Vader looking to add a 6, because he really could put his name on that biggest win, and he gets it as well. And this is the problem. Poor old Vogelsammer, he just doesn't have an answer defensively to what Raw Vader is pushing on him and putting pressure on him with. And at the other end, that final pass just is lacking. It's just everything's going against him.
Yeah, and he will have known coming into this game that he was always going to be up against it, coming up against an esports player. But he will have just said to himself, look, I know I'm probably going to lose, but let's just not make this a big defeat. But sadly, he's not been able to stop that now. 6-0, heading towards our biggest solo win. And it was always going to come when an esports player was coming up against a pro player, and it could be worse now.
Is there a 7th in it as well? 7th heaven for Raw Vader, but not quite. Not yet, at least. He may have one last chance from this corner. It's played in dangerously. And Vogelsammer does survive the scare, and I think he'll let the clock tick down, and the final whistle accept defeat. A 6-0 defeat, the biggest winning margin of any one-on-one match that we've had so far in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And as Alex pointed out, it's not surprising it comes in a matchup between a professional footballer and a professional esports player. There were some positives to take from that, but in the end, he's got to be very disappointed.
The thing is, you see there, as we look at the statistics, just the 6 shots on target that Raw Vader had there in the game. 6 shots on target, 6 goals. He just knows, and it's that patience in attack that, you know, you could shoot from the edge of the box, but what is the likelihood of it going in when you could rather make another pass into the box and get yourself an even better shot on goal? So he's done his job now, and he hands it over to Holstein Kiel's professional player Dominik Schmidt, who's going to come up against Marcel Hartl in this second game. It looks like the tie is beyond Arminia Bielefeld already, but who knows? And we've seen before, these professional players are playing for pride as well themselves, and the Marcel Hartl will definitely want to put on a good show for him and himself and his side.
Yeah, it's one of those where I think Raw Vader would have maybe seen what happened with Megabit's experience earlier and gone, you know what, I'm not just going to settle for 3 goals or 4 goals. I'll go for 5, 6, 7 and really try and put this beyond reach, because I think he would like to come away with the victory. And up against Andreas Vogelsammer, a man who, as you said, it's all about hashtag hard work beats talent. Unfortunately, he didn't really have a lot of hard... It was a lot of hard work. He didn't have the talent, and he didn't get the win on that occasion. But that's all fair in love and war when it comes to all things FIFA 20. And so, yes, we are now gearing up for the second tie. Marcel Hartl coming up against Dominik Schmidt. And he's not the only one in the 30 and overs club today, but I am pleased to see that Dominik Schmidt there flying the flag for us over 30s, just like Daniel Brzezinski did yesterday. I know it's something you can't relate to yet, Alex, But it's it's a wonderful attribute to this Bundesliga Home Challenge, where we're seeing people of all walks of life and all ages competing in this challenge.
That's what's great about it. Yeah, you would have expected the professional players to try and put forward maybe their youngest player in the squad. And obviously, Holstein Kiel have gone a bit different about that. 32 years old, Dominic Schmidt, centre back. He's been around the block a while, but we're not sure of his FIFA capabilities. But it's great to see that he's put himself forward for this. And as we said before, it could be the fact that Kiel just have seen that he's talented enough on FIFA, and even as a 32-year-old, perhaps he gets the time and is able to practice enough, and maybe he's beaten a few of his teammates, and they thought, you know what, let's give him a go.
Well, that's it. And plus, maybe knowing the fact they had Raw Vader up in the first game, it was kind of a case of, oh, even if you're not the best, you can still have fun with this, and you may still come away with a victory for us.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, exactly. Raw Vader will set the stall. He'll give you the foundation. Just try not to mess it up. Yeah, that was a message Maximilian Eggestein needed a bit earlier today. But yeah, the highlights keep coming, and the goals keep coming as well, which is just one of the great things about this tournament as well. Like, I think we may actually, even though we've got one less game today, we might be on course to potentially crack the goals total we had on day one of the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well.
And that's the case. You know, when you get more professional players playing as we have today, it's going to be one of those scenarios where the attacking players opened up, even if it's an esports player playing against the pro player, as we just saw. It's often the case that defending is harder, and it's harder for them to keep the goals out. So with these two guys coming up against each other now, these two professional footballers, it might again be the case where we see plenty of goals, which is never a bad thing.
No, absolutely not. Just doing a quick calculation. We had 46 yesterday. We've got 24 so far today. So we only need another 22. And we've just passed the halfway stage. So it's going to take some doing. But that doesn't mean to say it's not possible to be done today based on the goal scoring rates of most of these games. That game between Leipzig and Hamburg now really an outlier today in terms of how close it was come the final whistle. But we are just about ready to get underway in the second of the two games between Bielefeld and Kiel. Marcel Hartl, Dominic Schmidt. What can these two produce? Can they transfer their talents from pitch to joystick?
And again, it's always fun to see how these guys have got themselves set up. Marcel Hartl clearly set up on a chair properly. He's probably got a decent gaming setup, whereas Dominic Schmidt is...
I think he's sitting on the floor, Alex.
He's sat on the floor next to his sofa, which might be the case that he's had to quickly set this up. So we'll have to wait and see just how good he is at this game. It could be an opportunity for Hartl to produce one of the comebacks of the tournament and get his side a win in this tie.
Or either maybe that, or a sign that he didn't want to take it too easy and sit on the sofa, where there's, of course, the temptation to become more and more relaxed. He's taking this very seriously. He wants to move a little closer to the screen, Dominic Schmidt, and I'll interpret it that way, but who knows? It is certainly one of the more unique setups we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, and do get in touch on social media channels using the hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge. Get in touch. We'd love to know what you've been thinking of the coverage. We'd love to know what you think of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Get in touch with any questions you may have. And that is available on all social channels. But we hope you guys are enjoying coverage of this, the Bundesliga Home Challenge. No matter where in the world you are, we're delighted to have you with us. No matter which platform you're watching on, do get in touch. And we hope you guys are having as much of a blast as we are, because these football free times have not been easy. And this has been a lovely little reprieve from that over the course of 2 days. This day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Goals have been scored for fun, and there might be a goal in it here for Lauerbach, who threw on goal, and the first chance of the game is converted, and just like that, well, they're staying on top, Kiel.
Dominic Schmidt, we underestimated him perhaps. One chance in this game so far, a quick through ball, and once again we see when you've not got yourself set up defensively properly and it's a little bit open at the back, people can take advantage of it on this FIFA 20 mode. So for Dominic Schmidt, it's a fantastically perfect start. A tidy finish there to go 1-0 up in this game.
Yeah, and picking up where Rohlweder left off, and really now going for a second as well. He really has picked up the mantle, taken the baton and kept things going. The momentum is on Kiel's side, but a second goal not forthcoming there. 2 in quick succession would have been quite a hammer blow for Hartl to handle. Going to have to defend the corner now. Keeper with a punch, it's unconvincing. Another chance to get the ball back in the box with Muling. A few unnecessary step overs there, but you've got to love the flash that he's trying to employ with his side. 7-0 up on aggregate now.
I think that has come, the fact that they are 7-0 up. If they had been 7-0 down, he may not have gone for those step overs, but it's nice to see that Dominic Schmidt obviously enjoying himself and wants to put on a show for everyone watching back at home as well.
I really think this sitting on the floor at the foot of his sofa really wants to take this game seriously. There's no doubt about it now in my mind. There's a chance now for Bielefeld, because now Marcel Hartl does have the unwanted territory of potentially letting Bielefeld become the first team not to score in their tie entirely. We did come close in the last round of fixtures with Jan Regensburg scoring just once. We are still waiting for that. The unwanted title of the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
It would be a terrible thing if his side went goalless in this tie, and he's not quite produced the attacking play he needs to if he wants to get the goals coming in. He's producing some nice passing now, but at the moment Dominic Schmidt is just cutting it all out. And he's carrying well. It's a great start for Schmidt so far.
Yeah, and this is it with the tie the way it is, the first game between professional footballer and professional esports player. Hartl was ultimately going to be the main man when it came to their best goal-scoring chances. Oh, there's a chance though for Schmidt, and a lovely volley straight at the keeper though.
Fantastic save that was. Schmidt lifting his hand up. Didn't quite expect that one to be kept out. One of the simplest chances we have, but what an amazing move from the goalkeeper to keep that out and keep Marcel Hartl in this game.
Hartl now looking to break on the counter-attack. It's a 1-on-3. And again, unfortunately, in this game mode, pace just doesn't play as big a role.
That's the thing. As much as pace is a big thing and is important, obviously, when you're trying to attack and get past defenders in this mode, everything's even. It's harder to do it, but it's easier to have shots like that. And what an opportunity it was for Bielefeld. And he hits the post again, but this time he comes away with a good goal. And Volkshammer is the one who gets the goal from Marcel Hartl. And he might have lost 6-0 in his game, but he has made a contribution in this one. And we're back to level terms in the second game of this tie.
Yeah, and they don't have the unwanted title of being the only side not to score in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. A sigh of relief there from Hartl after getting the equaliser, and he's still got time to, as we said, rescue a measure of pride if he can get a victory in this one, even if he can't overturn the tie on aggregate. That first leg defeat proving very dangerous for them. But now at least we are all square in this one and waiting to see exactly how it's all going to play out. This could go either way. A little break in play. We saw Hartl there having a look around as well. We're just breaking up a little bit, so bear with us. And things look to have sorted themselves out now. And we can get back to it with the game all square at 1-1. Here is Jarbo on the ball. Twisting and turning. Now with Klaus, Volkshammer looking for the back heel. First time pass not coming off. Now a chance for Hartl to bring the ball forward again. And the chance opening up. And it's another strong save.
His keeper's keeping in it so far, Hartl. His defensive line is quite high up and Dominic Schmidt is making the most of it, getting in behind. He's got his keeper to thank for so far.
Yeah, we've seen some strong goalkeeping performances throughout this tournament. And we're seeing another one in this tie as well. Right now there is a feeling that neither wants to make that mistake that could see them fall behind on the score sheet, especially with half-time approaching.
I think Schmidt's definitely going to be happy with how this game's gone so far. Hartl will have expected more from himself. Schmidt, on the other hand, produced some good attacking play and has had chances, could easily be more goals ahead, or even ahead in any case. Could be a couple of goals ahead if things have gone his way. Hartl, though, once again, as you see, struggling to really get through, but now's a chance, and there's another goal. As simple as that sometimes. Lost the man with the finish. You can make the most of a opposing mistake if you can. And that's what Hartl's done just before half-time.
So many goals today coming from individual errors. It's starting to become a bit of a theme for day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And even if you're not esports professionals, mistakes will be punished at this level. And Hartl's done very well there to come from a goal down, turn this tie around. There's a smile on his face at half-time. Whether it'll still be there... Oh no, it's not half-time yet. We've still got one more free kick. I was going to say whether it's still there at the end of full-time remains to be seen for now. He will have to defend this. This could be a bit of a sucker punch right on the stroke of half-time if he's not careful. But the free kick not beating the first man, always a disappointment. And so therefore it is Bielefeld who will take a narrow advantage in this second leg in at half-time. Hard work for Hartl, but he did well to turn it around there.
He did. He'll be happy now that he's been able to go ahead in this tie, and despite being the worst player you could say in that first half, not producing quite as many big chances as Schmidt, he's gone into this half-time game with the lead. And as you saw, we've got Freiburg against Wien Wiesbaden coming up next. Another chance to see a couple of professional players coming up against each other. Mark Flecken and Nico Schlotterbeck for Freiburg, both professional footballers, plying their trade now in the virtual world today for their club. Schmidt will definitely want to get back into this game quickly, because he knows that his mistakes alone really sort of let Hartl back into this game. If he keeps playing as he has done in that first half, there's no reason for him to worry about not getting back into this game, because he'll have chances, and that keeper will not keep making so many saves as he has done.
Yeah, he just seemed to... He didn't take his chances. It gave Hartl a way back into the game. Hartl then took it. And as we said, momentum can be such an important thing on FIFA, especially FIFA 20. But Schmidt just kind of needs to go back to what he was doing so well in the opening exchanges of this game. And he will have chances, and there's one here for him. Unfortunately, the pass was wayward right when he needed it to count. But he's won the ball well high up the pitch here, keeping the pressure on. Maybe shifting his team a little further forward now that he's 2-1 down. Got to be wary of the threat posed on the counter-attack, as we saw there. Fortunately for him, he had one of his players on the halfway line able to intercept the pass, and he's built it well from the back. And there's another strong save.
Said the Bielefeld keeper wouldn't be able to keep his side in the game, but he's keeping on doing it right now. Hartl is playing a risky game. He keeps bringing out centre-backs from the back line and provides spaces for Schmidt to exploit, and he is doing so now. He's not missing out.
A heavy touch there cost him. The chance still alive though, and he smashes one towards goal, but again, well saved this time at the other end by Gelios. This one has really opened up. It did look initially like Schmidt would start running away with this, and it looked like it could be quite a dominant performance once again, following on from that 6-0 win in the first leg for Holstein Kiel. He's been pegged back now, and he's got a few things to consider as we approach the final half an hour.
I don't think either of these guys will be quite happy with how this is going. Schmidt has had plenty of chances. Still moving 2-1, whereas Hartl, as much as he is ahead, he will be playing better and get more chances for himself, because 2-1 is a very dangerous scoreline.
I have to say, Alex, every corner that comes in that doesn't produce an overhead kick, it gets more and more disappointing with every passing corner. It's something we were talking about FIFA Bingo. It's one of the lovely games that YouTubers like to play when it comes to FIFA and creating content, and our own little FIFA Bingo. We've had own goals, we've had Panenkas, we've had chips. Oh, we've had terrible mistakes at the back, and that's the worst of the bunch, absolutely, without question. And Vogelsammer, who didn't win the first game and had a rough ride against Rollvader, well, at least in this one he's got 2 goals to his name.
Hartl immediately apologising for that one. He had to take the chance, and he's got another one here already. Vogelsammer on a hat-trick, but he hits the outside of the post. What a game this is turning into. 3-1 for Bielefeld, taking that easy chance. Vogelsammer proving himself to be a huge part of this game. Hartl put his hand to his head. Can't quite believe that he's not 4-1 up.
I was going to say, he scores that one, and I may have actually called into question whether the tie was still up for grabs as Schmidt tries to come forward. But right now, he's getting nothing going under constant pressure. And you have to say, Hartl's doing really well to find space to exploit in behind, and he's through here with Klaus again. But unfortunately, pace playing its part. The chance, though, is still alive. It's off the back of the keeper. That could have been a spectacular goal either way. But again, the woodwork to the rescue.
How many times has Hartl hit the post? He must be so frustrated. He's 3-1 up. He's playing really well, but he could be so much better. It could be 5-1 or even 6-1. It could be the same for Schmidt. What a fantastic game this is we're watching. Pure attacking football from both these sides. Both wanting goals. Both providing entertainment for us all to enjoy.
Oh, it's pure attacking football, but the defences need to be questioned a little bit here. But considering I'm someone that struggles to keep my backline disciplined and in shape at all times when playing FIFA, and maybe I shouldn't talk too much about it because it is one of the hardest disciplines to have when it comes to just keeping your players in position, not overcommitting in certain areas, trying to anticipate where the passes are going, reading the channels. There's nothing you can do about that as they come forward looking for the square ball. Vital interception at the back there as Hartl survives another scare. But you are right, this has brewed into quite a game. And it is a shame because in the context of it, normally a 3-1 win, he wouldn't mind about hitting the woodwork a couple of times. But because they lost that first leg 6-0, it makes a difference in this one.
It totally does. A 7-3 aggregate scoreline now. It could be so much better if he'd been able to get a goal, but now it's gone the other way. Schmidt once again coming forward. He gets that into space, and look, that's what you see. Hartl brings a man out of the back line. So much space behind him. And Sarah makes the most of it with a tidy finish, and Schmidt has definitely put this tie to bed now.
Well, it's unsurprising that the biggest solo win has also led to the highest scoring match that we've had in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far. We had 10 goals scored yesterday between Dresden and Eintracht Frankfurt. There was 8 for Frankfurt, 2 for Dresden. Bielefeld have gone one better by getting 3 goals to Kiel's 8. So 11 goals scored in this whole tie. Absolutely brilliant.
And Schmidt will want to go and get at least a draw here, because being down 3-2, having the history that he has in football, he'll never want to say, darn, there's a man who played for Werder Bremen as a youngster and played in the Champions League. He kept a clean sheet against Inter Milan, against the likes of Samuel Eto'o and Goran Pandev and Sudin Montari. He's had a fantastic career, mainly in the Zweite Bundesliga, but the fact that he's played in the Champions League is outstanding, and he'll definitely want to put this accolade on that same mantelpiece as that Champions League clean sheet against Inter Milan, if he can go and possibly get himself a point here. At the moment, though, Hartl is on the attack.
Oh, he'd love a fourth. Oh, he's got it as well. Vogelsammer with the hat-trick. We've seen a few of them in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but that may be one of the most impressive in the fact that Vogelsammer was not just involved in the first leg, which he lost 6-0, but he really has had this redemption story in the second leg at the hands of Marcel Hartl.
Stunning way to capture your hat-trick. What a fantastic half volley into the near post top corner. Hartl absolutely delighted with that one, and as we talk about the most goals being scored in this tie, this is definitely, for me, the best tie, the best game of the tournament so far. It's absolutely awesome. Fantastic to watch these two guys having no care in the world for defending. They both want to score as many goals as possible. And that does just make it a really entertaining game to watch.
Oh, it does. This is my type of FIFA, Alex. We've seen such discipline over the course of this Bundesliga Home Challenge, and as entertaining as that has been as well, these are the types of games that I live for on FIFA, the wild ones that it's just reckless abandon at either end.
And it's just a shame it's going to have to come to an end in a minute, but
Yeah,
credit
exactly.
to these both these players for putting on fantastic shows. 6 goals here.
Yeah, I'd have taken another 90 minutes of that, no doubt. I'd have taken 90 real-life minutes of that, I'll be honest, as well, the way things are going. But in the end, it wasn't enough to turn the tie on its head. But a little bit of redemption there for Arminia Bielefeld and Marcel Hartl, pulling it back, getting a 4-2 victory in the highest scoring tie that we've had in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And well, that set us up really nicely for the last 2 games as well. We've cracked the halfway stage of day 2. We're heading into the final 2 games, and again, we talk about the bar being set. The bar just got raised, Alex.
It did indeed. 12 goals across 2 games, 6 of them in each. Obviously, completely different scorelines in each of them, but a fantastic performance from both those guys. Just such entertaining FIFA to watch. And we've got 4 games to go in these 2 ties now. 4 games left of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, so I'm sure you're all enjoying it at home and enjoying watching these games unfold, but we're coming towards the end, so enjoy it while you can, because there's not long left. We're looking to make sure that the last 4 games are as enjoyable as the previous ones have been.
Absolutely, and while we've got this break in play between games, another vital chance to remind you guys to be staying safe at home in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic. Wash those hands, keep that distance, just like Alex and I, we are at a socially distancing, acceptable distance in doing this commentary and bringing you live coverage of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and that is the way it should be. So we encourage you guys to all be safe out there because these are troubling times, and the least we can do is take care of ourselves, take care of each other, and doing that, self-isolation is a key factor in making sure that happens.
Sorry, James, none of us want to do it, but it's what we have to do at the moment, and obviously, even for us sat here at home, usually we wouldn't be doing this from the comfort of our home, but it's what we have to do, and we're still maintaining that social distance, a couple of meters apart. That's what needs to be done right now.
It is. As hard as it is, Alex, as hard as it is, it has to be done. Indeed. No, but this really has been quite an extraordinary event. We didn't really know what to make of this coming into it. A lot of the players didn't really know what to make of it coming into it. But I think it's been an absolute rip-roaring success so far. No doubt about it. And as we say, it's almost a shame that we've only got 2 games left to go this weekend. But the first up will be Freiburg against Wien Wiesbaden. And I have to say, when the list of players for this tournament, for the Bundesliga Home Challenge got sent around, Alex, the one I was most excited about, the happiest to see on there, for the sheer sense of irony given the fame he has that is connected to FIFA, Mark Flecken for Freiburg. How brilliant is it that he is playing in this tournament, given his history? And maybe you can explain the history a bit as well.
I can indeed. I'm sure a lot of people saw it as it went viral, as we see these guys warming up. He was playing for MSV Duisburg and went for a drink in his own goal mouth, and as he saw a stop in play, he thought his team had gone ahead, but the goal was disallowed, and the opposition get the ball rolling really quickly, but he's turned his back just as it happens, and the attack comes forward, and he goes and drinks his bottle, and as he turns around himself, looking back out onto the pitch, he realises the other team have just put the ball past him. It looked like a FIFA glitch as he was stuck in the middle of his own goal, and the ball went past him, and it took him to a level of fame that I don't think he ever realised he could get to. And now he's at Freiburg in the Bundesliga, the 26-year-old, and now he's got another test. Let's see if he's going to put away any FIFA glitching worries and nightmares that he may still have in the back of his head. But he's got a tough task here coming up against a FIFA Pro. It's another one of those events where we've just seen Volkswagen struggle against his FIFA Pro opposition. Mark Flecken trying to not do the same as the Bielefeld man.
Oh, it's an early chance here, though. And, well, what a start from Mark Flecken. There was no FIFA fail about that as he takes the lead with his first shot of the game. Nils Petersen breaking the deadlock. Perfect start for him. And that is exactly what Mark Flecken would have wanted to do, setting out his stall early in this game, getting the early goal, and Wien Wiesbaden now up against it.
What an incredible start for Flecken, coming up against a veteran of the FIFA esports world, Nico Justernek. He's been a pro gamer since 2007. He even tweeted out at the start of February saying, does anyone want to play some 85 games? He's clearly been practicing in the build-up, but practice has not paid off. The opening 5 minutes of this game, he's already 1-0 down, but coming forward here.
Oh, he's got it back. This could we might be picking up right where we left off in the last game, Alex. 2 goals inside the opening 7 minutes. Juice not messing around there as he pulls the scores level. And, well, yes, Flecken, who does... Interestingly, we've talked about this dynamic as well, whether players put themselves in the starting lineup or not. Mark Flecken has selected himself, unfortunately letting himself down there between the sticks. But that was a rocket of a shot and difficult to stop. But already we are anticipating quite an entertaining affair if the opening 10 minutes are anything to go by here.
What a start this has been. Flecken coming forward again as Freiburg look to take the lead for a second time. Doesn't quite get the shot away now, but who could have imagined 2 goals in the first 10 minutes? Sit back and strap in for this one, guys, because this one's going to be fun. Spoke about the prospect of a FIFA professional coming up against a footballing professional. Didn't work out for Volkswagen, but Mark Flecken is not having any trouble here. Even though Juice is building himself into this game now quite nicely, and he did have a shake of his head when he put that ball into the back of the net with the equaliser. Looking likely now.
Oh, it's a good save from Flecken, so he's come to his own rescue there, Mark Flecken. And right now, maybe proving that his virtual goalkeeping doesn't quite match up to the FIFA fail nonsense that we saw from him in real life.
It would be incredible if that FIFA glitch did happen
If
again.
it recurred now, can you imagine? He'd be haunted for life.
Then I would say to Mark Flecken, never play FIFA again. Just give it up, because it's just not going to bring any good.
Oh, it's just one of the most bizarre things you've ever seen in real life football when that happened, and just the way it all unfolded, his absolute dismay and shock when the ball had crossed the line and he realised what had happened, and he realised not only had the goal been cancelled down the other end that he was part celebrating, part taking a drink of water for, then to the fact that it actually conceded himself. It was one of the most bizarre moments. We had Robin Zentner as well, we mentioned him with his little gaffe against Gladbach in 2017, but Flecken is the one that definitely went viral. I mean, I had people who had no interest in football talking to me about that.
And again, coming back to the football as it's meant to be, not the nicest moment for a goalkeeper to have something like that happen, but Flecken took it on the chin and took it nicely, and he donated the water bottle to charity, and it raised around €1,000 for local charities. So a fantastic gesture for him to be able to take a positive from what must have been for him at the time a personally difficult situation. But Bundesliga players and professionals coming together again nicely to always take the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, that's it. He's a very competitive player, Mark Flecken. Well, that's a bit of an interesting pass to put the play onto the far side with Gunter, and he's playing himself into a bit of trouble at the back here. The back heel didn't come off though for Juice. He's got to be very careful about some of these passes across his back line, Mark Flecken, because Juice is starting to recognise the rhythm that he's trying to establish at the back, and he's starting to read the passes he's playing. But Borello coming forward now in space with a chance to cross. It's well punched clear. You have to say right now, with the opening almost half an hour in FIFA terms, you wouldn't really say there's a big difference, and you wouldn't say there's a notable difference in the fact of their FIFA skills as I say that, and that's why, because Mark Flecken's just made it 2-1 against Juice. He can't quite believe what he's coming up against here, Juice, but Flecken, boy goodness, he's not bad on the joysticks, is he?
He's playing this game superbly. He's doing the simple things superbly well, and it's what brought him into this second lead of the game again. A tidy move there, getting to the byline and crossing to the back post. Juice's defence just not quite at the races there and not quite covering the back post, and it was a simple finish for Borello. Flecken did say in the build-up that, as far as he's aware, these esport guys are crazy good at this game. But he's not bad either, so just wanted to see what they could do from an underdog position, knowing that he was going to be up against it. And I think he's doing a lot better than he thought he would. 2-1 up inside the first half an hour of this game.
Well, that's it. It is worth pointing out that Wien Wiesbaden in the virtual Bundesliga, of which Juice is part of their four-man team, they did finish bottom with just 2 wins in the entire season. So they did have a tough game of it. Now, he's been a pro gamer for quite a while. Again, one of those that actually, I thought about it. I praised Brzezinski and I praised, who's the other one in the last game that I praised for being in the over 30 club? Dominic Schmidt. But now we have the first over 30 gamer. Actually, I should 100% be on Juice's side. Let's go, Juice. Come on. For the over 30 gamers out there, of which I still count myself, although casual, I will say, definitely not in a professional context. Because he started in 2007, Alec. But admittedly, FIFA hasn't always been the speciality for him.
That's it. And it's a very good point to make, because he's actually in the Hall of Fame of the gaming world, and that is the ESL Pro League, which is a league for the game of Counter-Strike, which Joe was Juice was an expert in, becoming the first player ever to be put into that Hall of Fame. Fantastic thing for him, and just proves that although he is a FIFA pro gamer now, that these gamers are able to play different games and be experts in them as well. At the moment he's struggling against Mark Flecken, but you know, he's got history on his side and he's an experienced guy. He knows how to deal with these difficult situations.
Yeah, first-person shooters a little bit different to an 11-man game, which you've got to defend and attack in equal measure. And right now, Flecken trying to weave his way through, but there were too many bodies in the way on that occasion. And Juice, interestingly, has readied up a pause, but he may have to wait till half-time to make any changes here, which is just around the corner.
I don't think we've seen that actually in a game so far in this tournament, a first half pause, and especially not from a FIFA esports pro coming up against a professional player. He's obviously not happy with how the game's going now. He hasn't played too well himself in terms of his passes and moves like that where he just loses the ball in midfield, but perhaps a change of tactic will inspire something different in the second half.
Well, again, it may just be a simple case of underestimating his opponent, thinking Mark Flecken, you know, professional Bundesliga goalkeeper, but may not be that good on FIFA. And in fact, he's actually come up with someone that's very proficient on the joysticks in the Freiburg number 2. And it is he who has a narrow 2-1 lead at the break. So upsetting the odds here a little bit, Mark Flecken, but it's what we love to see. Got the early goal, and he reacted to conceding quickly by then re-establishing his lead before the break. And again, evenly matched, and you can see the professional esports player in the fact that he's dominating possession there, Juice, but he needs to do more with it.
That's it. It's all about the possession for them, but as you said, being able to do stuff with it is the important thing. And that's what Flecken has been able to do so far. Just 2 shots on goal, both been on target, and both have resulted in goals. Not in any way how Juice expected this game to go, and he knows himself he has to do stuff with the ball when he does have it. Looking a frustrated figure at half-time, but there's plenty of time to get back into this game, and the scoreline is still very much open to change.
Absolutely. Anything can happen in FIFA. We've seen it time and time again during this Bundesliga Home Challenge as well. And given the fact that the tournament has already had goals galore, could you really rule out there being 3 or 2 for Wien Wiesbaden in this second half? And he's got time to work with, and now he's had a chance to maybe go back to the drawing board, maybe make a few tweaks to his tactics during half-time in response to what Mark Flecken is putting out there. But he's going to have to take a few more risks now if he does want to give Mucky, who is the second player who will be up shortly for Wiesbaden, a foundation to work with in that second leg. He's trying to work the ball nicely here on the edge of the Freiburg area. Here he is with Schweder, little ball roll to try and catch off his marker. He's going to earn himself a corner here. What can he produce from the set piece situation? Someone's come short, but he's looking for a run at the near post, and it isn't too poorly executed. But it's Kath who comes away with the ball, losing out to Eigner, the goal scorer. With Chateau, Schweder, Loch. So many red shirts behind the ball here for Mark Flecken. Defending resiliently, but the space did open up, but the offside flag, I believe, is going to deny Juice that second goal.
Flecken's doing really well so far. He's really containing Juice's attacking movement. He knows that he's going to be trying to do those little movements, those little dribbles. He's just jockeying his defenders and making sure that nothing's getting in behind him. That's the important thing. Keep it all in front of yourself and at least see what's going on and defend well.
Yeah, you could say he's squeezing Juice out, but he hasn't there actually at all. And the Juice is now free-flowing as he gets his second. And that was exactly the chance he was waiting for, and he makes it count.
The curse of the commentator once again strikes. First time we've seen in the second half, Juice getting some movement in behind. Just his strike is drifting off the defender there. Eigner getting the movement he needed in the box in the first time finish. You can expect those to come from esports players, and as you can see, Juice now sitting forward. He knows at 2-2 this is a good opportunity for him to take the win, which he will have expected coming into this game, but Flecken is not going to go anywhere. Do not worry about that.
No, that's it. He's been the depiction of full focus from the start of this game. I can't remember who the player was yesterday, but I feel like he hasn't blinked, Flecken. We had one of those players yesterday as well that seemed to be taking it super seriously. And it may have been Atakan Karazor, actually, or Stuttgart, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, there you go. But I'm not sure Flecken's blinked. He's just on point right now. And the question is, can he get a third? Because he had been threatening with the score at 2-1 to maybe go 2 goals ahead. He wasn't able to. Now the score's all level again. And we do have time for a winner with just under half an hour remaining. Oh, the chance opening up here for Schweder! And, well, Alter Schweder, as they'd say in Germany, has done it for Wien Wiesbaden and Juice. And just like that, from 2-1 down, he's 3-2 up.
Flecken frustrated there, you can see. And you can understand why. Just that patience from Juice. It's what these amateur players don't quite possess all the time. You just get the ball there on the edge of the box, looking for that pass, waiting for the mistake, waiting for Flecken to bring someone out and press. That's what he did in the end. The pass in behind gave him a perfect chance to go into the lead for the first time in this game. 3-2 now.
Oh yeah, he's got Flecken rattled if he's going to be playing passes like that by Gunter straight out of play for a throw-in. And a wry grin on the face there of Juice in the top right of your screen. I think he knows he's got him rattled as well. I think there's just an element where Juice seems to, for me, he's taken this second half more seriously than he took the first.
Definitely. He definitely woke up pretty quickly when Flecken went ahead in the first couple of seconds. He quickly realised that he had a game on his hands, but he's done well so far in the second half. Been able to snuff out attacks like that one from Flecken. And as I said, he's been able to wait on the mistakes from the Freiburg goalkeeper and get his chances and go ahead. And that's the difference between these esports players, as we've mentioned a few times. It's that little bit of patience and knowing that you don't have to go all full throttle and all guns blazing to try and go forward and win a game. You can let the game come to you, and mistakes will come from some guys playing against you.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think in my personal game, have struggled to adapt from FIFA 19 because FIFA 19 was such an attacking game. It was all about the goals. And the adaptation for FIFA 20 has definitely proven a little tough for me. But I think that is it. You talked about it. The patience, that is the main difference we're seeing here. And it's really the determining factor in working out who the winners are. So I think, yeah, my learning curve from this experience of watching the Bundesliga Home Challenge will be to take exactly that. A bit of patience back into my game when I ramp up my Ultimate Team efforts once again during this self-isolation period.
I feel like I need to heed my own advice as well.
Definitely. It's always easier to say it, isn't it?
It's easy to say it, it's harder to do.
All chance here for a fourth, and, well, there was a chance at a penalty. Thought the referee may have pointed to the spot, but he was actually pointing for a corner.
I was just going to say, I don't think we've had any changes so far in this game, but here we go. 15 minutes to go. It's a good opportunity to get some fresh legs on the pitch. We're watching Juice, but I'm sure Flecken is doing the same thing. going to bring some fresh bodies onto the pitch. He'll have plenty of options on the bench, depending on who he's got there.
I have to say, lovely to see Stefan Aigner starting up front as well for him. A Bundesliga legend in his own right. He spent a lot of time in the top flight with Eintracht Frankfurt. One of the more underrated, underappreciated players out there. And again, maybe one that falls into the hashtag hard work beats talent category as well, if I'm not being too disrespectful to him. But yeah, he played him up front. He got the goal, or at least one of the goals that he scored to date.
I think he's got both for him.
It's two, two of the three. That's right.
Fantastic effort from Stefan Aigner, who, even if he's not watching this, will be very happy with his own performance.
I would love to know actually how much is going to be, like, whether there are a few WhatsApp group messages in between the squad right now, you know, with Fleck and maybe get in touch with some of his Freiburg or anybody. You know, it could have been Maxi Eggestein having, you know, people rip into him in the Werder Bremen group chat for the fact he threw away a victory after Megabit had done all the hard work for him. I'd love to know whether that's actually going to go on after this, because it would be a fascinating insight into just how the players themselves are kind of experiencing this Bundesliga home challenge, which has been such a joy to bring you guys on this during this football-free period. And for now, things are tightly poised. VN Wiesbaden with Juice there, esports professional, looking for a fourth here. Flecken really hasn't had much going for him since falling behind either, and right now holding on. I think it's fair to say, even at 3-2 down.
He's definitely holding on here. It's going to be an onslaught for these next 10 minutes, you feel. Juice wanted to make sure that his teammate, Sascha Mottenhout, can get a lead in going into his second tie of this game. It looks like he's going to try and get another goal here. What a fantastic save from Flecken. Doesn't show any emotion, but inside he'll be proud of his FIFA player.
Unflinching. His emotions haven't changed from the first whistle until right now.
So concentrated right now. And his save has brought himself on the break here.
Oh,
chance.
He's done it. He's got the equaliser out of nothing. That's probably his first chance of the second half. Juice is distraught, but it's Lucas Hurler who's done the job for Mark Flecken. And that was on. You could see it happening. The space just opened up for him. He made it count.
What a counter-attack. Flecken, from making his own incredible save there at the back, brings the ball forward and just space opened up there. Fantastic finish again. And having just seen one of the games of the tournament so far, I believe we're at the same level here. It's 3-3, and it's still not over. Only a couple of minutes left, but neither of these guys want to concede defeat.
That's it. Arguably one of the best games we've seen today in terms of how close it is, how entertaining it's been. It hasn't been a blowout. Both sides have been in it. And this was one that we didn't really know what to expect. Flecken up against Juice, who does do this for a living. Even if FIFA maybe isn't his go-to game in the esports world. Known for his proficiency on Counter-Strike, as we mentioned earlier. Very, very different discipline, no doubt about it.
Flecken can be so proud of himself here, earning inside a 3-3 draw. Obviously proven himself to be a very useful FIFA player. His full-time whistle is blown. Flecken doesn't look happy with the result. If I was him, I'd be absolutely buzzing. Salute Sesto. We appreciate it, Flecken.
The fact is, he'll be happy that he didn't concede a FIFA fail goal. He's now FIFA failed to FIFA success story, arguably, with that. So he has definitely redeemed himself. The thing is, I think, Alex, if he had won 5-4 or 5-0, I don't think his emotion or his face would have changed either. I think he'd have just given us the exact same expression the whole time. Maybe, you know, I think he was definitely involved, but it's just funny how he was stoic throughout.
Totally, just full concentration. I'm not sure if he actually took a breath during that game, which might have been the reason why it was such a tense look from him. But, you know, a fantastic result, and it sets us up so nicely for this next game between Freiburg and Wiesbaden. 3-3. It's all to play for. Plenty of goals being scored, and as you mentioned earlier, I think we are getting towards that record amount of goals scored, despite having one less game being played today.
Yeah, I think we're still on for it. I have to do a quick calculation in just a second and bring you an update. Actually, you can do it while I talk if you want to do it. Test your math skills.
Give me 10 minutes, James.
Well, who knows? We may have that amount of time between the next game. But yes, next up for Freiburg, it's Nico Schlotterbeck. For Wien Wiesbaden, it's Sascha Mückenhaupt, who there's a very unique story about him that I'll be asking Alex about in just a second. But we are so well set up for this tie after that 3-3 draw. What more can you ask for in a first game to set a foundation for an exciting tie, which, in fairness, I don't think there's been a single tie in this Bundesliga home challenge, both yesterday and today, that hasn't had an element of excitement in it, even if there have been some big blowouts in the mix as well.
The maths has been done, James. We're 10 goals away from leveling yesterday's score, and we've got 3 games to play. So it's very much on the cards. If this game can follow suit of the one we previously just had, and then Darmstadt against Bayer Leverkusen, as you can see, the final tie of our Bundesliga home challenge, if that can live up to expectation and provide goals as well, this could be a fully entertaining day.
This could be a record-breaking day, Alex. Day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and we smashed the goals record from the first day.
Day 2, and we're already breaking records.
Yeah, we've got to see it's on brand with the Bundesliga. Records falling at a regular basis as the game continues to progress. We are definitely making sure that happens here in the virtual world as well as the real world. And no doubt you know what? I'm feeling good. I don't want to curse it, especially as a commentator, but I'm feeling good about the odds of us getting 10 goals in the last 3 games of FIFA. And right now, it really is. It's just so interesting that Leipzig-Hamburg game just doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of things when it compared to the other games, right? That really was the esports game.
It was.
I feel, whereas the rest this is the casual Bundesliga home challenge, the level that me and you are at, maybe. Or I'll only speak for myself, but it's one of those, and it has led to more entertaining games. But you can take delight in whichever type of game that we're getting. We're seeing the full spectrum.
And that's it. And it was even more surprising that it was the 1-0 win for Sonny Kittel that came against Nordi Mukiele when 2 professional players came up against each other. We've said it numerous times that those are the games you can expect most of the goals to come from. But in that game, it was a tight affair, and that's the only one we've seen today, which has gone under 6 goals. So it's been a completely contrasting affair between those 2 sides and the rest of the games that we've seen today. Obviously, with 1 tie still to come here between Freiburg and Wiesbaden. And this gives us another reminder, as James has said previously, to keep yourself safe and make sure that in these troubled times you keep your hygiene up, keep your social distancing going, as we're providing this coverage of the Bundesliga Home Challenge from all corners of the Bundesliga, from all homes of Bundesliga players. And it's another opportunity to shout out a player, Tobias Misner, who is on the books of Wien Wiesbaden, the 20-year-old, and he was another who sadly has tested positive for the coronavirus. He did that on a couple of weeks ago on the 17th of March, but he said that there were several cases in his family already, and there's nothing to worry about. He's doing well. He's not had any major signs of symptoms, and we're wishing him a speedy recovery from the coronavirus, as we are doing for all who have been affected by it so far.
Absolutely. It is a troubling time, no doubt about it. But this is aimed at offering a brief reprieve from it all, with some light-hearted fun on FIFA of all things, because yes, places or official entities and clubs have definitely had to come up with some creative ways to create content during this football-free period. We've gone from the rhythm of the Bundesliga season, or any league season, let's say, that really was starting to get to the peak of the climax of the campaign, in terms of everyone trying to hit those targets, achieve the ambitions they had set themselves before the start of the season, whether that be avoiding relegation or qualifying for Europe, or maybe even having a title tilt if you're Borussia Dortmund and RB Leipzig as well. And instead, we've had to slam the brake on a little bit, but that does allow us to do things a little bit differently, and that's what this Bundesliga Home Challenge was all about, providing a bit of light-hearted relief in the midst of it all, and it's certainly done that. And right now, I'm really looking forward to this next game. After that first leg, after a 3-3 draw that went back and forth, I cannot wait to see what happens with Nico Schlotterbeck and Sascha Mockenhaupt. But talk to me about Sascha Mockenhaupt really quickly, because it is a fascinating story with him as one of the few professional footballers that has crossed over already before the Bundesliga Home Challenge into the esports world.
Yeah, he's the 28-year-old is obviously good enough with esports to be able to be selected for his team today, and has been so since the turn of the year. He became a professional player for them in the VBL this season, but he actually does play for them as well. He's played all but 2 Zweite Bundesliga games this season, the centre back, becoming the next Diego Demmer, who, if viewers can remember, before he left RB Leipzig for Napoli in the January transfer window, he was representing both the club on and off the pitch in terms of playing for them professionally and also playing for them in the virtual Bundesliga as well, which was a fantastic thing to see, that players are able to represent their club in both aspects, and that's what we're seeing again here with Sascha Mockenhaupt. He's put himself in the pecking order of being good enough for them to both represent the club on the pitch and off the pitch in terms of the virtual world. And he regularly streams himself and plays FIFA whenever he has time. says that it's nice to see players running at the push of a button without having to work on the pitch yourself. So he obviously enjoys being able to do this as a hobby, but now he can do it a little bit more professionally as well, as we see these two guys getting themselves set up for this crucial second game in this tie between Freiburg and Wiesbaden.
I have to say, I share his sentiments about FIFA when it comes to, yes, the quote about it's nice to see players running at the push of a button without having to work hard on the pitch yourself. Yeah, I completely understand those sentiments and am fully in agreement with them as well. Especially in these times of self-isolation where it's all of a sudden a bit difficult to be a little more active. Everyone having to work out a few exercises at home. We've seen Bundesliga and Zweite Bundesliga clubs come up with cyber training sessions as well to keep themselves fit and ready for when the season does get back underway, which it will do undoubtedly at some point. In what capacity we wait to be seen, it will be a very safe capacity, no doubt. Some very smart decisions being made by the powers that be right now, no doubt about it. But we are just about ready for this game. A few last-minute tactical tweaks. Maybe Mucky saw something in that first game that he maybe wants to change, a formation alteration, or maybe an extra player that he wants to throw into the mix.
It looks like he might be dropping himself out of the lineup, in fact.
It's controversial.
Controversial indeed. But he, as we can see on his screen, his little player cam, he does have quite a nice setup there. He's got some shirts in the background, probably from former players he's played against. He actually posted his new gaming setup that he'd been able to set up just last week on Instagram. You should go and have a look on that on his Instagram channel. He began Twitch streaming just last week and has his new gaming setup all ready and ready to go with a proper gaming screen and chair and everything. He's got a couple of screens actually there. So he's taking this very seriously, and obviously he's going to take this game seriously as he prepares to go up against Nico Schlotterbeck and see if he can pull off a good win for his side.
I was going to say, the headset is a sign, isn't it, of how seriously they're taking it. And of course, yes, Mockenhaupt is the only professional player in the Bundesliga Home Challenge that also has a gamer tag, which is a nice thing for him. A badge of honor, let's say, of being that player that has crossed over, just like Diego Demmer did for Leipzig. Although that wasn't the best sign. Oh, no, okay. He's got his shooting button in order. There was a shot there where I thought, maybe he's got his buttons wrong. We saw that happen earlier in the game earlier today. And I would have been very surprised if that had happened with someone like Sascha Mockenhaupt. Oh, no, actually, I'm spot on. It wasn't. Well, he's got his buttons wrong.
James, you are on the ball today.
Absolutely love it. So he's having to make a last-minute change to get that shooting button in the right position. That could have given Nico Schlotterbeck an early edge in this one.
As we see, actually, just as kickoff gets underway, Mocky immediately goes to a very defensive setup. Clearly, must be a way he enjoys playing, having all the players behind the ball and being defence-minded first off. But we'll have to wait and see how this game pans out as we get things underway.
Yeah, it'd be good to see Mockenhaupt not doing a Maximilian Eggestein there with his controls and making sure that the problem was solved well before kickoff. Because it was Maximilian Eggestein that played the first half an hour of his game with his shoot button in the wrong position. He had shoot and cross mixed up. He had Pizarro shanking shots to the corner flag when he was through on goal one-on-one. And Mockenhaupt was making sure that wasn't going to happen to him. And he really has started on the front foot here. Schlotterbeck under a fair amount of pressure in these opening exchanges. Now a chance for him to finally release that. And we see how comfortable and composed he is on the ball. But again, he didn't rush forward there. He's played it nicely now down the wing. Space for him to exploit.
It's worth noting in terms of his experience, he and Flecken were unanimously put forward for this tournament by the Freiburg first team squad, and Schlotterbeck himself has said that he often plays with teammates Philipp Lienhardt and a few guys from the second team, and they're probably all watching, which is enough motivation for him to want to go out and get the win. So if they are watching and listening, welcome guys. I hope you're enjoying the coverage, and hopefully for you guys, Mr. Schlotterbeck can get himself a big win to take the victory for Freiburg here against Wiesbaden.
That's it. Flecken set the standard in that first game. Schlotterbeck has got to match it. No doubt about it. But yeah, I can imagine that will be in the back of some of these players' mind, knowing their teammates probably will be tuning in and having a watch. And as I say, maybe just a sign there that the group WhatsApp chats are definitely going to be on fire later tonight if they are tuning in. And maybe, hopefully, they'll be able to celebrate with Schlotterbeck. If not, I'm sure they'll be quite happy giving a bit of stick if he doesn't come out on the winning side of this. He's got a great chance to create a chance here. He's got Kath through on goal. He's got players making runs into the box. Here's one of them. It's Lucas Hurler. Lovely little fake shot. And if anything, one pass too many, Alex.
He went for that esports trick. He's trying to get a really open shot at goal. Like you said, many of us would have taken a shot there, but Schlotterbeck knows how to play. He's trying to work that easy shot, but it would have been a nice opening if he'd been able to pull the trigger there just to test the goalkeeper in these opening minutes. Haven't seen a save from either man so far from a shot on goal, but he's looked comfortable in these early openings, this Schlotterbeck. Not being overawed by the occasion whatsoever.
Yeah, not being too risky in his pressing game. He's putting pressure on the ball without dragging anyone out of position too much, keeping a nice shape to both his midfield and his back line. And it is ultimately leaving the ball in Mucky's court to make something happen. Nice little back heel. He's only got 2 men in the box, twisting and turning. Schlotterbeck committing to ground with the challenge. That really is it. It's the ability to move the ball in tight spaces where it's not moving much, your player's not moving much, but you're getting your opponent to try and commit in anticipation of where the ball may go.
Schlotterbeck did so well there, as you say, to not jump in and not make a rash challenge. His midfielders were not getting back well for him, but he kept control of his defenders and made sure that he didn't jump out and didn't leave any space in behind.
A chance now for Nico Schlotterbeck, and he has slotted it home into the bottom corner. Peterson was the man that got the opening goal of the game for Mark Flecken, and he's kept the trend going for Nico Schlotterbeck.
What a fantastic way to start for him. A fantastic finish from the man, the myth and the legend, Freiburg's all-time top scorer, Niels Peterson. Tidy finish at the near post once again. Clearly Nico Schlotterbeck knows how overpowered it is to shoot at the goal in that position. Now Mockey's got a job on his hand to try and make sure that he doesn't get outdone by his fellow professional.
Yeah, this is the beauty of the 85 mode that we are playing on, where all players are capped at a skill or a FIFA rating of 85. It means that players that are normally not used in this game are now coming to the fore, but of course Peterson would be first choice Freiburg striker no matter the occasion, and he's proving exactly why with 2 goals across the 2 legs so far, 1 for Mark Fleck and 1 for Schlotterbeck, and Schlotterbeck is coming forward dangerously here with Peterson once again. 2 men in the middle to aim for, cut back with Peterson, and it was a great chance in the end. I think it was a combination of both his own player and the defender that blocked the shot.
Not the way he wanted that to go. It was really well worked there. Earned the shot at the near post again, which is what exactly what he wants to do, but as you said, a combination of both his own player and the opposition making a big block there.
Oh, but he's risking it at the back. Oh, and now he's made a mistake as well. He's not happy with himself, and in the end, a nice little ball roll means it's an open goal for Mucky.
Composure, composure, composure. He knew the mistake was coming. Didn't expect it to come to him like that, but to go forward and to ball roll past the goalkeeper like that is fantastic work from Mucky, and he brings the game level. Schlotterbeck will not be pleased about that.
Bit of panic there in bringing the goalkeeper out when maybe he'd have been better served leaving him at least in the penalty area where he could potentially make a save, but committing like that really does leave you exposed, doesn't it?
It does. It opens up a lot more possibilities for someone with that much space in behind. He could have tried as many tricks as he could fancy there. Obviously went for the ball roll and worked out superbly for Mocky, but Schlotterbeck showing perhaps a bit of inexperience there, first with the mistake of the pass and then being at his goalkeeper so quickly.
That's it. Fingers away from that triangle button. It's so tempting, especially when a player's breaking through on goal like that, but sometimes it can actually cost you even more bringing your goalkeeper out than leaving them where they were. And now though, Schlotterbeck looking to respond in kind. That's a lovely ball to the back post. Their first touch though, just a little heavy, and that allowed the defender to recover the position. As we approach half-time in this, the score's on aggregate level at 4-4. This second game just as tight and evenly matched and entertaining as the first. Neither side and neither player ready to give an inch. I should say as well, Sascha Mockenhout quite capable of scoring quite spectacular goals, because he scored a lovely chip in the FIFA Pro Cup the other day. And interestingly, that was while he had his baby on his lap as well, of all things, so it's a unique way to play FIFA.
It looks like he doesn't have his baby on his lap now, but things are going well as long as he can keep this out before half-time. He's able to do that.
Well, you never know. Maybe the baby was a good luck charm. Maybe we'll see. That could be the halftime changes he makes off the pitch as opposed to on it.
No tactical moves to come, but perhaps bringing in that extra support or that extra encouragement to bring in
the 12th man, as they say, Alex. The 12th man. The one that can give you that extra push of energy in the closing stages of a game when the fans get you behind you, right?
That's it, especially when he's playing away from home.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Oh, that's brilliant. But yeah, so... Well, he's just drying his hands off there, so obviously a few sweaty palms. I don't know whether that's because of the intensity or the nerves. Maybe a combination of both. But this is playing out as a fantastic tie between Freiburg and Wien Wiesbaden. Again, a reminder, Wien Wiesbaden finished bottom of the virtual Bundesliga. Again, that doesn't mean relegation, but Freiburg are not involved in the virtual Bundesliga. But what we're seeing here from them is that they may actually already have a virtual Bundesliga team on their hands in Nico Schlotterbeck and Mark Flecken.
Definitely, there's opportunities for them there. Freiburg do want to expand their horizons and get involved with the future of the virtual Bundesliga. They may not have to look too much further than the men they already have in their ranks. Obviously being unanimously nominated for this challenge by their teammates, as we mentioned. Could definitely be the case that these guys are able to do what Mocky is doing and work for the club on both fronts.
And that's it. And right now, there's some brotherly pride on the line as well. We had Kevin Schlotterbeck in action earlier. Nico Schlotterbeck in action now. And Nico Schlotterbeck through to grab his second goal and claim the lead. So he's gone one better than his older brother. He's got 2 goals to his name. And he's put himself back on course for victory here. But it all just opened up for him.
He'll be delighted with that. But Mocky will be devastated because he does not expect his team to let that much space happen. Harborough picking up the ball there on the edge of the box in acres. Time and space to pick his spot, and that's exactly what he did, finding the far top corner.
And so, like in the first half, it's now on Mockenhout to try and pull this game back, having to come from behind. But in fairness, that was also the situation that his teammate Juice was in. He actually managed to take a 3-2 lead after being 2-1 down, forcing Flecken to be the player to score the last or late equaliser in the game. He's worked it well from the corner here, Mocky. All his players have their back to goal though, so he's having to work it out and around. Harborough playing the ball through midfield now. Now with Kath. Peterson. Cheeky little ball roll. He had 3 men to contend with there. He got crowded out in the end. Well, good run being made here for Mucky, and he's picked him out with a long ball. Can't play that final through ball though. And that allows Schlotterbeck to bring the ball forward and relieve some of the pressure that had been building, but he's worked it really well here with Florian Kart. Moves us out on the edge of the area. Ball over the top, again, well dealt with. Oh, he's lost out in the end though, Schlotterbeck. Wins it back quickly though.
Very much end-to-end here. Neither of these guys able to take control of the game. As we see, Schlotty 9799 falling for a pause. He knows he needs to make changes, but he's in a good position now. It's Mocky who also needs to make changes if he wants to get back into this game.
Yeah, third would maybe change the game plan a little bit for Schlotterbeck, but it's not forthcoming there with just under half an hour remaining in this game. And right now it's Freiburg on course for victory on aggregate. Certainly one of the most evenly matched ties we've seen over the course of 2 legs. We've sometimes had one game being a blowout, one game being quite tight. This over the course of 2 legs has been nail-biting from start to finish.
Both games going back and forth, very evenly contested, despite the fact that you've got 2 FIFA pros playing against 2 FIFA football professionals. It's been one of the most tightly contested affairs we've had. And credit where it's due to Schlotterbeck and Flecken for pulling out all the stops in this game so far.
Yeah, arguably, I think the Freiburg players have actually been they're the ones I think, because everyone's an unknown quantity coming into this. Those have been the players that have impressed the most, because we weren't expecting much, but actually they were playing at an incredibly high level. Both Schlotterbeck in this one and Flecken. And right now, Van Wiesbaden's esports player turned, or professional footballer turned esports pro as well. Mockenhaupt is on the back foot and facing up to a defeat here if he can't conjure something up in the final 20 minutes. Will those tactical changes produce and reap the rewards? Oh, he's bundled his way through. He's got the shot off, and there is the equaliser, just what he was hoping for. And he holds his hands up in apology, because his first goal was a bit scrappy and his second was too.
He takes the chance, though. He takes the chance. It broke to him in the box. He obviously apologises for that. It wasn't how he wanted to score the goal. Schlotterbeck looks frustrated. He can't do much about that. His defender just letting him down there, but a tidy finish from Mocky, and 20 minutes to go. This game is still wide open if these guys want to get a winner.
It is indeed. It was a mistake by Schlotterbeck that led to the first goal. His keeper, he brought Mark Flecken off his line, committed him, and that left a relatively straightforward finish for Mocky. That one, slice of good fortune in the mix as well. He's coming forward here. The momentum now shifting on the side of Mocky. Lovely square ball, but he had his back to goal, so he couldn't get the shot off. He's had to rethink this one. 5-5 on aggregate as we enter the final quarter of an hour. Gets the shot off! Oh, it's a good effort. Had the keeper worried, and Nico Schlotterbeck worried too.
He had the time and space there to get shot away. He turned back and again, and he thought to himself, okay, if you're going to let me have that space, I'll take a shot. He went for that near post, but just over the bar. Schlotterbeck trying to defend himself here and make sure that it stays level, because, as we said before, this is one of the tightly contested games we've seen so far, and with 12 minutes to go, 5-5 on aggregate overall as well. Fantastic tie, which would be unfair perhaps if someone took a winner from this game because of how tightly contested it's been.
Yeah, and the good news is that we needed an average of just over 3 goals a game in the final 3 games to break the goal scoring record of yesterday. We've got 4 in this one so far, so a fantastic start, and it really will now be on Darmstadt and Bayer Leverkusen to not let us down in the record-breaking feat for this Bundesliga Home Challenge on day 2. For now, though, there is still time for an extra goal in this game, and we need one to determine a winner between Freiburg and Wiesbaden. We only had 1 draw all of yesterday, a 3-3 draw over the course of 2 legs between Mainz and Borussia Dortmund. The professional players Daniel Brzezinski and Achraf Hakimi playing a 2-2 draw in the end in the second game. This is a 2-2 draw right now. Oh, it's almost 3! Oh, he's cleared it off the line! Schlotterbeck survives the scare. And that was a heart and mouth moment.
What a scare that was. Incredible. The ball just rolling towards the line. Luckily, he was able to get control of that nearest player on the line and get it away. That would have been a horror moment for him if he had conceded that goal from there.
Oh, and he's straight down the other end now with Chang Hoon Kwon. Lovely ball into feet for Peterson now, and he got the shot off, but it's well blocked at the back. These two going to throw caution to the wind in the final 5 minutes. Risk it for the biscuit, but then you risk potentially conceding at the other end. These are the types of scenarios that you really don't like to be in when you're playing FIFA yourself, because you know it can go either way. Will you be celebrating at the end or lamenting what happened? You just never know. But we've seen at times in these games, in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, mistakes can prove pivotal. There was almost one there from Schlotterbeck. We are now probably only going to have about 1 chance left in this game, right, Al?
Yeah, I think that's it. And Schlotterbeck, if he can keep the ball, keep the possession, it's going to fall to him. But he can't do that. He was looking for the wide ball, and now it could be Mocky that gets the last chance of this game.
He's going to have to move it quickly as well, Mocky. Just waiting for players to make the run forward, so he's got options to look for, and here is one with Eigner. Oh, he's done well to get to the byline. The cutback snuffed out by Nico Schlotterbeck. And he took charge of the situation with himself there to prevent the ball coming through, and that was the chance for the winner. That could have been it. It was the last kick of the game. In the end, though, they had to settle for a 2-2 draw. What drama that would have been, Alex.
Oh, shake of the head from Mocky. He knew how big a chance that was. He could have won the game right at the end there and won the tie. But in the end, it finishes 5-5 between these two sides. Nico Schlotterbeck proving himself, just as Mark Flecken did, that he's a worthy contender for being involved in this tournament. And I have to say, these pros These professional footballers that we've seen thus far have been absolutely outstanding. A credit to themselves, coming into this tournament, mostly coming in as underdogs. A lot of them not quite hyping themselves up as much as they should have, but showing their competitive edge and showing that even in the virtual world, they're able to compete with the best of the best. And we've seen the likes of Mocky, the likes of Juice, struggle against some of these guys. And in the end, it produces a fantastic affair where we see 10 goals, but neither side can be separated.
No, that was it. We really didn't know what to expect from these professional players. The only one that we had a slight inkling of was Marco Richter, because he sent you that text message predicting that he'd suffer a 9-0 loss in his game. And then he pleasantly surprised us, given his performance in the 1-1 draw against Jannes Horn. But we are seeing from these pro footballers making the crossover into the virtual world that they are taking this very seriously. And yeah, that was the epitome of it there from Freiburg and their two pros going up against Wien Wiesbaden, who technically had two esports pros on their books representing them, of course, in Mock and Haupt Mocky. They did have one that both represents them on the pitch and off the pitch. So a unique situation there. But we are now here, the final game of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, or I should say the final tie, Darmstadt against Leverkusen, to close out the action in what has been a blockbuster weekend on FIFA 20 with the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Again, if you want to get in touch, please feel free to use the hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge on all the social channels, whether that be Twitter, Instagram, whatever is your go-to preference at that point. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to see a few photos of how you're enjoying the stream as well. Darmstadt have just tweeted out a picture of Felix Platter ready to go in his game as well. He'll be representing Darmstadt later on in the second game against Leverkusen. And it just shows that everyone's very much enjoying the coverage of this Bundesliga Home Challenge and just kind of what this has brought to the monotony of what has become daily regular life right now.
That's it. It's just great to see that even in these difficult times, everyone has come together fantastically and represented the Bundesliga superbly at this level. And even those guys, those professional guys, as we've mentioned, losing that competitive edge of not being able to play football on a daily basis, but they're all up for this and want to prove themselves in the virtual world. And as we've seen from today's results, plenty of those footballers, like yesterday, showing exactly what they're capable of and showing that whether you play football in life or in the virtual world, it's a game that is open for everyone. And even if you're a professional player and don't get to spend that much time playing FIFA, you can still compete at the highest level against the best of the best.
There's a lovely tweet that's come in from someone that's tuning in, talking about the fact that Freiburg just put in a grandiosa performance, so a grand performance, let's say. But what he did then also go on to say is, from my opinion, if necessary, we can play the rest of the game in a virtual world. He's quite happy from a Freiburg perspective to let that happen. And let's be honest, no surprises there based on what we just saw from Flecken and Schlotterbeck.
That's exactly it. If they wanted to carry on the rest of the season in a virtual world, it would not end badly for Freiburg. It's already fantastic how they've been able to compete against these two guys. And even with conceding 5 goals, they never looked back. And Flecken, of course, as well, was starting that game superbly and took the lead twice before getting that late equaliser. And now, as we look ahead, as you said, to that last tie between Darmstadt and Bayer Leverkusen, my name is Alex Schaffer and I'm alongside James Thorogood, and we're going to bring you this final tie as we've brought the rest of them. All these ties that we've seen so far have been absolutely fantastic to watch, entertaining from start to finish. And it's been a fantastic weekend so far, and it's quite a shame, actually, that it's coming to an end now with this final tie, James.
It is a little bit, actually, when you say that now. I was trying to get hyped for the final game, but you're all right. It is a bit of a shame that things will be coming to an end here, but it has been such a wonderfully positive experience from both our side on this side of the mic. I'm sure that the players that were involved in the Bundesliga Home Challenge on the side of the controllers would say the same thing as well. But this is winding down now, the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and that is a little bit of a sad note. A bit of a teary emoji, let's say, about that. But that does mean we get to enjoy the final tie. And as we said, we are on course for that record-breaking feat. I know it's only day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but we are on course for a record-breaking feat. 46 goals yesterday, and we are on course to potentially break that here today. which is great news. And our hopes now rest on Darmstadt and Leverkusen.
I think it's 6 goals we need to tie. So unless my maths is totally off, I'll let you calculate, because my maths needs a lot more time than yours.
Right, well, you keep talking then.
It's just a fantastic. It's been a fantastic weekend, and in terms of breaking records and breaking new feats, it's been a fantastic weekend in total for the Bundesliga. Just being able to bring you this entertaining sort of stuff going on, and hopefully the last tie lives up to those expectations. I believe you have the maths ready for me, James.
Yeah, providing I've done it correctly. Quick maths, eh?
2 + 2 is 4.
Quick maths. I believe we only need 6 goals to tie.
Oh, that's correct.
7 to go ahead.
7 to go ahead.
7 to go ahead.
Come on, Felix Platter. Come on, Leverkusen. They're raring to go, as are we.
I was going to say it's been helped by the last 2 ties we've had as well between Bielefeld and Kiel, and now Freiburg and Wien Wiesbaden. 12 goals between Bielefeld and Kiel, 10 between Freiburg. So they've given us that last little push towards the finish line that we needed from them, and it's great stuff.
They have indeed, and as we were saying, it is a shame that this is coming to end sooner rather than later, just because even the fact that we've been doing this now collectively for 10 hours, this streaming, it can often be the case that, it's harder to listen, it's harder to be up for this, but I have to safely say that I'm actually disappointed that this is coming to an end now. I would happily do this for a few more hours, and hopefully this isn't the last time that we get to do this, because it has been an absolute joy, and hopefully, as we've said, you've all enjoyed it at home, whether you're fans of the game or just watching it as an esports fan. Hopefully being able to support your team, and hopefully they've done well for you, even if it's just been your favourite footballer or favourite esports player. Been lots of opportunities to get behind whatever you fancy and whatever you like to watch, and hopefully you've enjoyed our coverage as well.
That's it. You said you'd be happy to do this longer. Would you be as happy as Martin Hinteregger in a Stormtrooper helmet playing the accordion?
I don't think there's a way to be in any way happier than Martin Hinteregger in a Stormtrooper costume playing the Star Wars theme tune to the accordion. It's not possible to be as happy as that.
No, it's what we should all aspire to, though. No doubt about it. We were talking about that little clip that's been doing the social media rounds yesterday from Eintracht Frankfurt's Martin Hinteregger, who is a man of many, many talents. He is not your regular footballer. He loves playing the accordion. He's a trained helicopter pilot as well. And so it's just absolutely a very unique experience. But if you haven't seen the social media video that is on the Frankfurt Twitter channels of him in a Stormtrooper helmet playing the Star Wars theme on the accordion, then please go and watch it, because I promise you it will put a smile on your face. If we haven't today, it will. There's no doubt about it. But those are the levels of positivity and happiness that we can only aspire to in our lives, Martin Hinteregger. And in fairness, I have to say, I took your recommendation of checking out Marco Terrazzino's social media channels, and you were correct. Not disappointed at all.
Yeah, and there's hopefully, I guess, going to be plenty more of it to come while we're on a Bundesliga hiatus at the moment. He's going to have a lot more time to do these football challenges with his partner, and he even did a video the other day where he obviously had some voiceovering equipment by showing a guy shouting at his neighbours to say welcome to the world and good morning, and them not quite having the nicest response to him, but it is all in the name of fun, and it is just fantastic again to see that people are able to have a good time even in the darkest situations as we have now, and as we get prepared for this final tie between Darmstadt and Leverkusen.
Yes, indeed. We cannot wait. And we should point out that we do have 2 esports professionals going head-to-head in the first tie. Yannick Gotzeri De Groy against Kai Detto Vollen. And Kai Detto Vollen, I talked about the over 30s. Kai Detto Vollen is in that category as well. So I'm championing him in this game. No doubt about it. It's that we've got to stick together, us over 30s, especially in the world of gaming, because we're getting absolutely overrun nowadays.
And I'll be sitting behind Yannick then, because he is 24 years old, which is my age as well. So now we're going against each other.
Now it's on. Okay, so guys, just a heads up, the commentary style may change now for the next the next 90 minutes on FIFA. It may be more of a rivalry, seemingly, in this second to last game, the penultimate game of this Bundesliga Home Challenge. You can see there the players just getting their teams set up and ready to go. This is the second that we've had today in terms of a game between two esports pros. There hasn't been a blend, and so there is certainly pride on the line when this happens. And we have seen that these have been tighter games. That's kind of our experience based on both yesterday and today. The question is, do we expect that to be the way? Because we don't want a tight game here. We want goals, Alex. We want the record.
That's exactly what we want. We want the record, and I'm sure that these guys have been listening and watching the tournament unfold and know that the goals have been flying through today especially, and they'll be looking to make sure that this is an entertaining one. As much as they both will obviously want to get the wins for themselves and for their team, it's all about entertaining the fans as the premium. And these guys are two experienced esports players. Ditto, a 31-year-old, as you said, he's on your side.
Let's go.
He's a two-time
great age.
He's a two-time FIFA World Champion back in 2011 and 12, so he is very experienced. He's won the FIFA PlayStation World Championship back in 2017, and he's a three-time German champion as well. So he's one of the elite members of the German esports world. Leverkusen fan since he was a child, and he's been able to represent them now in the esports world, which obviously for him must be a fantastic thing. Obviously, we all grow up as football fans wanting to represent our clubs in some way, and usually the main way we want to do that is on the football pitch, but a lot of the time we're not quite good enough to be able to do that. So he's found a way to do it in a different style, and that is from sat at the comfort of home, playing for his club, as his club in the esports world. And he'll be doing that again in the penultimate game of our first ever Bundesliga Home Challenge, as we get things underway here between Darmstadt and Bayer Leverkusen. Good luck to these guys, and we hope you enjoy this penultimate game of the weekend.
I was going to say, you said two-time champion there, and that makes me think of a certain other gamer that's out there in the esports world, Dr. Disrespect, shout out to him. 2 times champion, that's what he always talks about in his gamer chronology, and that's what we've got here. Yeah, so the last time that Detto won a title was actually when Gotsuri started his esports career as well back in 2017. So that kind of tells you a bit of the history. And they're coming from 2 different walks of life. But that is, again, we talked about it before. It's something that we've really liked about this Bundesliga Home Challenge. You are bringing people from all different backgrounds, all different skill levels together and seeing how they match up. And so far, it has bred quite an entertaining tournament, to say the very least. But we are now underway between these 2 esports professionals, Gotsuri against Detto, Darmstadt against Leverkusen, our penultimate game of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and well, we are hoping it matches up to everything that we've seen so far in terms of the action, which has had us up off our seats and on the edge of them at the same time, depending on what stages of the game we have been in. And the opening chance of this game still forthcoming, but this has been a facet of the games between esports pros. It is a little more patient, there's a lot more composure. Chances aren't quite as free-flowing, but it doesn't mean that the goals dry up. And that's always been a nice thing for us to enjoy in this tournament.
Not at all, yeah. They're very entertaining games, and it's just fascinating again to see, even despite the difference in ages between these 2 guys, they're both very experienced and know exactly how they want to play, and it makes for an interesting matchup, even if there's a 7-year difference between these guys. And that interesting fact, of course, that you mentioned, that Gotsuri started his career the same year that Detto won his last title, just showing how much of a difference there's been between these 2 guys. But now they meet today on a level playing field in the 85 game mode, which puts everyone at the 85 rating, in case you're unaware. So if you're waiting to see Kai Havertz pull off some tricks and flicks, it might not be the case. He's down at the 85 level and only able to produce 3-star skill moves, but provides an opportunity for these guys to be on a level playing field and show who exactly is the best basic FIFA player.
Yeah, that's kind of what it boils down to, isn't it? It really does reduce the skill gap. We have talked about that, but it makes for some fascinating fixtures. And it does give some of these professional footballers a chance to kind of match themselves nicely. In this case, we do have 2 esports professionals in Gotsuri and Detto. And you can see there's very much a feeling out process going on between these 2 in the opening exchanges, just trying to find and discover any vulnerabilities potentially at the back. But there is a strong passing game. Both pressing high up to try and force a mistake maybe out of their opponent at the back in a dangerous area, but both doing well to break the press so far, and that does come down to the composure that they show on the ball.
Gotsuri as well, he's had good experiences this season. He's gone 30-0 twice in the weekend league this season, which we've spoken about before. It's the most impressive and most difficult experience you can have on the FIFA world, playing against the best of the best on Ultimate Team. But he's gone 30-0 twice. He's a successful guy and he's in form. Joined Darmstadt, had the most wins for them in the VBL this year, and 11 solo wins and 6 doubles, so he's good on his own as well as with partnership. He started the better of the two in this game. He's had more of the attacking impetus, but we're still looking for our first real chance on goal.
Yes, we are. Could it come from the corner? We've only got 2 more games to produce that bicycle kick that I've been waiting for since the start of this tournament yesterday. Whether it's going to be forthcoming or not, we will wait to see. I'll be honest, my hopes aren't high, Alex.
I think if we want to see a bicycle kick today, we might have to get our own game of FIFA going after this and just go for it.
I thought you were going to say I'm going to have to do it on your couch. But I'm glad that's the case. Because, yeah, our biggest hope was Marcel Hartl, who scored a stunning bicycle kick this season. And unfortunately, he was unable to produce it in the virtual world.
Exactly. That's the shame. But hopefully we can see some stuff later on from the likes of Felix Platter and his opponent later on from Leverkusen, Adrian Danilevich. Right now, these guys, evenly contested, both slow in their build-up play and cautious in their approach. Not to make those mistakes that we see so often from non-professional guys. Deto is getting his time on the ball now for the first time really in this game and going to work out a way through. Some space is now opening up. Fantastic tackle though, there from the Darmstadt defence.
Yeah, crunching challenge to prevent that, providing any more threat to his back line. Well, that's it, some very crisp passing from Deto early on in this game. So he's getting his angles right, he's getting his timing right.
Both these guys previously have represented Manchester City in the esports world. They're both well aware of the other's capabilities. Both obviously representing different teams today and coming up against each other in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. Provides a different aspect to their game and different opportunities for them to get forward, as is Deto doing now.
Yeah, here is Bailey clipping into the box for Havertz on the volley. And, well, he's got the technical brilliance to pull that type of chance off Kai Havertz in real life as well as in the virtual world, this time just wide.
That would have been one of the goals of the day so far, for sure. Bailey with a nice little chip ball and Havertz, as he does in the real world, as you said, a nice little bit of control. A tidy volley towards the near post, but just going wide there.
Oh, he's worked it well here, though, and he's got a lot of space to work with here. Gotzeri in behind Mitchell Weiser. Oh, a little flick-flack to take it past Tapsoba. Oh, he's gone for goal at the near post. That is what we've been talking about all tournament, and Deto not happy with that. Gotzeri delighted.
And he scores with the man who will be representing Darmstadt later on, Felix Platter. Outstanding play to get that space in the box, and as you said, when you've got that space in the box and you're at the near post, more often than not it only ends one way, and for Gotzeri, fantastic way to go ahead before half-time, and for Deto, very disappointed to have fallen to the tricks of Gotzeri there at near post.
I have to say, it's the type of goal we haven't seen a lot in this tournament either. 3 passes from back to front was all it took, right? And the first one was an incredibly risky one out from the goal kick that Deto almost managed to intercept, and that would have put him basically through on goal. Instead, he survived that scare. 1 pass down the wing, he was basically through on goal.
Especially from an esports player as well. It's not the openings you expect to see, and the quick transition play, it's usually not something we see from esports players unless you're in the last knockings of a game and there's openings to be had. Not in the first half of the game, we definitely didn't expect to see that. Seeing it again now for Darmstadt.
We're also just seeing as well Mitchell Weiser being played at right back. I just wonder whether his default settings are to be a bit more attacking, because he's definitely leaving Deto a bit exposed at the back down that right-hand flank, because he's pushing forward and leaving space in behind that Darmstadt and Gotzeri are exploiting. The free kick is not a bad effort into the side netting, but he had the dip, not the whip.
People who play FIFA regularly will know how difficult the free kicks are to take this year on the game. Gotzeri with a good effort there though towards the near post. Whipping wide past that post, and that would have been a fantastic way to go into half-time, but he'll be delighted to have scored just 4 minutes before the break there. Deto though, only just the 1 shot on goal, none on target. It's often the case that we don't see many shots on goals between these esports guys, but Deto, one of the more experienced guys, he knows that his chances will come in this game. He just has to make sure that he can take them.
Yes, that game yesterday between Luka Zander and Tim Latka that we've referenced so much, the only game in this entire Bundesliga Home Challenge that had 0 shots on goal in the first half. Only 3 in this first half, but at least chances were created. That first half, it was a tactical, tense battle. Gave us very little to work with in terms of goal-scoring action, though.
That's it, but it's always fascinating. That's it. If you're appreciative of this game, if you know how to play FIFA yourself, you play it regularly, you can watch this game and think, wow, how on earth do these guys do this to stay concentrated for so long? Because it can become a frustrating game when things aren't going your way, but you stay concentrated and can be patient in the game, be patient in your build-up. Chances will come and people will make mistakes.
I don't know what you're on about, Alex. They should be wondering how we've stayed on point for 6 hours and now another 5 today.
This is very true. And just the fact that we know that, it's coming towards an end, maybe that's given us our little boost. But to be fair, this has been a long old slog for us, and I, for one, am very proud of our concentration levels. I just wish I could transition that into my way of playing FIFA, because I know if I could play like I've broadcasted this game for 6 hours, I'd be doing a lot better in the FIFA world.
I agree. I'm far too impulsive on the game. Absolutely. It's definitely my downfall more often than not. But yeah, I'm definitely picking up a few tips and tricks from the style of play and the approaches that we've seen to games from these players.
And if you do want to pick up more trips and skills from these two guys, you can know that Detto does do FIFA coaching on the side of his esports world as well. So if you're in need of some extra FIFA coaching while watching him play, you can always get involved and get in contact with him. Get some special coaching lessons from him to just take your games to the next level if you do want to try and maybe try your hand at the weekend league for the first time, or try and do better than you're already doing in the FIFA world.
Yeah, and I'll throw out the offer. I'll do it half price compared to Detto. The problem is you definitely won't get as much expertise.
Whether you improve or not is a different story.
Yeah, that I can't guarantee. That's in the fine print.
Terms and conditions apply. Terms and conditions are you may not improve.
Oh, that's life with James Thorogood as your teacher. That would be a tricky situation for anyone, whether in the FIFA world or else. But we've got a pause lined up here for Detto because he does now need to start upping the ante a little bit himself if he does want to get back into this game. It's quite a slow start to this second half in terms of goal scoring chances being created, and I guess that's not a surprise based on what we saw in the first 45 minutes. Bailey there not able to burst past his man, but I just wonder who he'll be looking to on the bench to maybe bring on Detto. Would it be Lucas Alario, maybe an Ezequiel Palacios, who's quite a physical player in this game as well?
Yeah, he may be looking to bring on that Lucas Alario in attack. Hasn't quite worked out how we would like to so far, but now looking to get an attacking way. He's got a corner now, which will provide him with that chance to make these attacking changes.
That was some slick passing there, and it was one of those situations. So oftentimes we see the esports pros play, in my opinion, sometimes one pass too many, looking for that gilt-edged chance. There, he actually went for the shot when a cheeky back heel would have played in another player and potentially given him that golden opportunity to level the scores. For now, though, he will have to settle for making a few changes. Here we are checking in with Gotzery to see what he's doing. Strangely enough, I'm more intrigued to know what Detto's doing, but that's just the way it goes, because Darmstadt are the home side. We can only look in on one player's changes, and he too has made some changes out wide in particular, and that's where he's had a lot of joy in this game, hasn't he?
It has been that joy down the wings, and that's where Detto has looked exposed, as you said, with Weiser pushing up a little bit and Vendel as well. Have to wait and see what changes Detto has made in the top left-hand side of the corner of the screen there. And they flick along. Diaby coming on for Bailey, bringing that pace, and as we said, the tall man, Lucas Alario coming on for Kai Havertz, interestingly enough. But as we said before, these key players like Kai Havertz not quite being able to replicate perhaps their keenness to a team's play when it's all the 85 mode. Perhaps Detto going to that plan B of trying to get the ball into the box. Have to wait and see how he works the ball now in these last 25 minutes with Alario on the pitch.
Well, that's it. We are all capped at 85, but there's still a tiny discrepancy in some of the individual stats if you break it down. And I'd imagine Kai Havertz is one of those interesting players because he's tall and rangy, but he's not very stocky. So in the 85 mode, he may be able to win your headers, but he may not be able to hold off those challenges the way you want him to.
And that's it. And maybe Detto has watched Megabit earlier, and I'd go back to how we started today's play, and Megabit lining up with Fulkrug in the number 10. He's doing it with Volan now in the middle there, you can see, but Megabit really made the most of having that strength of Fulkrug in the number 10 spot, having his back to goal, and it brought him and other players into play regularly, and in the end worked out to get him a 3-1 win in the opening game of the day. If Detto wants to get him back into this game, he might have to try and employ some similar tactics.
Absolutely, because we'd love a few more goals. We need 3 on average. Don't forget, we needed 7 from the final 2 games to break the record from yesterday. The problem is there's going to be a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of the final 2 players in action if this stays the way it is at 1-0. Such a tight game. Now a chance for Karim Bellarabi to stretch his legs, the man that picked up a special card yesterday as part of the FUT Birthday promotion by FIFA 20. He's an objective player that you can earn if you can complete certain objectives in Ultimate Team over the next couple of days, and he's quite a a nifty player in FIFA Ultimate Team, Bellarabi, isn't he? Because unlike in the 85 mode, in FIFA Ultimate Team, you can use his pace to your advantage, and he's not too short for a winger either. He actually brings a bit of height to him.
Yeah, he's got some strength, he's got that dribbling as well, but most importantly, as you said, he's got that pace. If you're looking to get an advantage over your opponents on the FIFA Ultimate Team world, Karim Bellarabi is definitely a player you should be looking at trying to get involved in your team. As Detta comes forward with Volland here into the box, trying to weave his way into more shot-friendly position.
Yeah, he had space to work with initially, and then it all disappeared in the blink of an eye as Gotsuri and Darmstadt got men behind the ball, and ultimately the chance does peter out for Detto. And now he's going to have to defend. Second goal here would put the tie beyond reach for Gotsuri. Couldn't time the ball in behind there. Detto doing well to hold the line and play the offside trap, and Tapsoba in the right place at the right time to intercept and maybe spark a counter-attack for Leverkusen and for Detto, because he has not a lot of time to work with if he does want to get an equaliser in this game and maybe give Adrian Stanilovic something to play for in that second game, something to work with. Admittedly at 1-1, it's all still to play for with a second leg to come. But he'd love to pull a goal back and at least level the scores after the first leg.
Yeah, those changes he made haven't quite worked out so far. He's not been able to get that change of performance level out of his players, and Gotsuri's been quite comfortable so far. It's been, as we always say, a tense and nervy affair between these two guys who are so equally matched, but Darmstadt could get another goal here to ice it.
And he went for the pass when he maybe actually could have gone for the shot there, because Detto backed off. He left his marker free and easy in the box, and instead of going for the shot, he looked for that cutback, which has proven so prolific in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, as it does on FIFA. On any occasion, it has to be said, it's a regular feature. I'll be honest, I'm one of those players that tries to avoid it as much as I can, but it's impossible to avoid completely. Here is Ilario, though, a chance to level the scores. And while he didn't have a lot on there, he went for the shot, though, and that's a sign of the fact that he knew he didn't have a lot of time to work with.
And that's it, and I think it is a sign as well that he hasn't been able to work with much in this second half, or in this game at all. That's the first real shot of anger I believe he's had. Apart from that Havertz one earlier in the game, and time's ticking down here, and it looks like Darmstadt are going to hold on to this win in the first game of this tie.
Pinball in the Bayer back line. It does look like the referee's going to allow one final chance, but what a challenge that is. That makes sure it doesn't happen. That was arguably one of the most crucial moments of the entire game there from Gotsuri. Well-timed challenge at the back, and the final whistle does go. It is he who has taken a narrow advantage in the first leg to hand to Felix Platter in the second. Disappointment for Detto, you have to think.
And sadly for these two guys, they did not listen to us pre-match. Just a one goal in this game. We need 6 more now in the final game to go ahead, of our record from yesterday. But it has to be, you have to remember that we have one less game being played today than yesterday. So the fact that we're even in this conversation is actually quite impressive. So credit to everyone who's played today. Yannick Gotsuri de Groot coming away with a 1-0 win against Detto. A really tight affair from 2 experienced guys.
Yeah, well,
and I'd like to say, just to make the point, sorry, James, that my younger man, the 24-year-old, representing the year, comes away with the victory.
I've been let down by Detto. The Boomers have been let down by Detto in that one, and he had the chances, but he just couldn't convert. But yeah, it was the young gun coming out on top, which is a trend that we have seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge for the most part.
That's very true. The younger guys have been impressive, especially our man earlier representing Hauesval.
Yeah, the 17-year-old Hauesval Umut.
17-year-old man coming away with a victory earlier on. That was another coming away with a draw. Sorry, it was an impressive game though, 1-1 in the end, and he was coming up against Sian Yazala, an experienced guy, but he proved himself to be worthy of the match. And as we see now, our two men lining up for the final game of the Bundesliga Home Challenge: Felix Platter and Adrian Stanilovic coming up against each other. And will we be able to see one of the games of the tournament to close out what has been a fantastic weekend so far?
I hope so. I've got high hopes for this last one, especially given the fact that it's so tight after the first leg, because these players will both know that there's a lot on the line at least in terms of pride. And we keep going back to the pride issue, but it's one of those things. It's what they're playing for in this. There's not much on the line. This was meant to be just a bit of free fun during a football-free period, but I am truly excited to see what this final one. I'm sad that it's coming to an end. But we need what was it? 6 goals. We need 6 goals in this final game. The record-breaking feat is still possible, and yet we do have Felix Platter taking on Adrian Stanilovic. 4 years between them. Felix Platter 24, Adrian Stanilovic just 20 years of age. So if the trend goes, then Leverkusen might be in with a chance here.
And I'm really interested to see how Platter deals with this now, because obviously we heard Marco Richer's response this morning saying that he was more nervous playing this than playing in front of 80,000 people. Platter himself has played in the Champions League against Real Madrid at the Veltins Arena for former club Schalke, so he knows all about playing on the biggest stage, but it doesn't come much bigger than this for these esports guys, and for him, especially being a professional player, it's a big opportunity for him to showcase his skills in the virtual world. So it'll be interesting to see if he's a bit nervous now coming into this game, as we do get things underway.
Again, it was Felix Platter that scored the only goal of the game in that first leg for Gotsuri. So the question is, can he do it on the joysticks as well as Gotsuri executed with him in FIFA? He's giving the ball away dangerously there. That's not a great early sign for Felix Platter. And he doesn't want to give Adrian Stanilovic much to work with early doors. Right now getting to the byline. Oh, he's got the early chance, and that arguably should have been the opening goal as well. So he could be in for quite a rip-roaring one if this is anything to go by. Stanilovic, he's signalled his intent early, it's fair to say.
The nerves clearly on show from Platter. Came into this game saying, finally a match day again. Not the right one, but at least we're playing something. And he said he was up for it, said he was excited for this game. Obviously, as we said, trying to keep those nerves on the back burner as he comes into this game, having had a few days and weeks of practice, which he says haven't been bad at all. But 7 minutes in, he's trying to get possession and just feel himself out, trying to get into this game, and has to make sure that he knows that these guys he's playing with, Darmstadt from the second Bundesliga, aren't quite as low rate as they used to be. But he's got himself the celebration. Opening 10 minutes and he's got himself a goal. That near post one again. And Darmstadt going ahead early.
Just like Gotsuri did, beating the keeper at the near post. And that really, I think that's been, along with the patience game where we've gone, you know what, we've realised that, we really want to be better FIFA players ourselves. And maybe some tips out there for players that are probably, let's be honest, better than us. Patience has been one of the biggest takeaways. But this near post finish has been absolutely insane in how overpowered it's been and how much of a difference it's made in these games. And so I don't know whether Felix Platter got a few tips from Gotsuri in the lead up to this game to tip him off that the near post finish was one to go for, but he executed it well there, and you have to say the angle was all against him.
It was indeed. You'd think actually coming from a real world football world wouldn't be the easiest way to score a goal, but in this game it just seems to be the way to get past goalkeepers, and Platter is obviously well aware of that, and it's a good sign that we've already got a goal in this game. 5 more to get that record to equal yesterday's tally, even if we have 2 games left, actually, 1 tie, but 2 games less than yesterday. Fantastic way to start, but Stanilovic not resting on his laurels at all.
I was going to say, he had the first chance of the game and showed some nifty proficiency in the final third, which does bode well for our hopes of a record-breaking feat here. We've had an early goal, and Stanilovic also looks very capable of scoring in this game, but right now it's Platter coming forward. He's got numbers on his side, he's got men streaming forward. One of them is Felix Platter himself on the far side. He goes for glory, and he's looking for the far post, and I think in that sense, can't really blame him there.
Fantastic way to break, though. He had space himself. He found himself on that left wing in space. As we saw in the first game, Mitchell Weiser perhaps just getting a bit too far forward in that right back position. Platter trying to make the most of it there. Shot across goal. It's the right way to do it in the real world, but just dragged it a little bit wide here.
And that is something we have been missing from today's action, actually, is a player scoring with himself in the game. We've had Vogelsammer on the score sheet for Bielefeld, but Vogelsammer himself didn't do the scoring. It was actually his teammate Marcel Hartl that did it all for him. And so that is something we are missing, because we did have a couple of those occasions yesterday with Nassim Boujalab of Schalke and Baris Attic of Dinamo Dresden. And those were nice moments where you did feel, actually it was Federico Palacios as well who got on the score sheet today, but not with himself. Again, it was his teammate that did it for him. So yeah, an interesting facet to today's play. Felix Platter being our last hope in that department. We are pinning our hopes on a lot of things in this game. It has to be said, the way we filled it up. Maybe that's not the way to go about it. But right now, fascinating fixture brewing between these two sides. Felix Platter, a bit of patient play on the edge of the box. Shows he's got those little intricate skills, and it's broken for him nicely to make it 2-0. And that is the goal he wanted. And it is Felix Platter. He has joined Bujalab, he has joined Attic, and he's got a goal with himself.
He's joined that prestigious club of Bundesliga professionals, scoring with himself in this virtual world. As you said, in the build-up, just patience that was needed. Found that pass into the box, and it had that bit of space. And he was clinical enough to take the finish and put it in that far top corner. Fantastic play from Platter so far, and taken a deserved 2-0 lead already, half an hour into this game.
Well, that's it. Stanilovic now really up against it. 3-0 down on aggregate. He knows he needs at least 3 goals to level the tie overall. But Felix Platter has really forced his hand now, and we may see him have to break out of his shell, which then may lead to more opportunities on the counter-attack for Platter, and that's where he's definitely posed a real threat so far. Set piece is not quite the case. As another corner goes without producing an overhead kick. It's just bitterly disappointing. I was going to say, this is it, because this is where I come from, right? I talked to you earlier about the fact that my first FIFA, I think, was 96 or 97. That's when overhead kicks were so overpowered. You just needed to get down the line, whip in the cross, and 9 times out of 10, you'd probably be able to pull one off.
Sadly, it's changed for the worse. In that aspect, the game has progressed in a bad way. As we see Stanilovic getting his first opening in behind. He's done well there to get a bit of space, look for the cross, but it doesn't come off. And this is a point I wanted to make as well. These guys are used to having to make in-game decisions to change the way they're playing. They go 1 or 2-0 down.
Oh, he's got one back.
We have a goal back already. And Ilario is the man who gets the goal. A mistake there from Platter, just giving the ball away in midfield, and Stanilovic made the most of it there with a clinical finish.
I feel like we've said that a lot today. I feel like individual errors really have played a much bigger role today than they did on day one. There were a couple in there, don't get me wrong, on day one. I mean, the opening goal of the whole entire tournament was an own goal in the 4th minute of Fürth against Hoffenheim, where Fifabio 97 got to the byline, pulled the ball across goal, and it was Akpoguma who turned it home. But this is it. We have seen some bizarre moments as well throughout all of this. But individual errors today, I think, have been the defining factor of day 2 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and we've seen it there again now. And now we're just 3 goals short.
Now we're just 3 goals short. It's not like we're not sitting, just waiting on this record. It would be fantastic. Take some personal pride in knowing that these guys have produced entertaining goal-scoring football again today. Before half-time, maybe Leverkusen can get another to bring us level.
Oh, it's a decent effort as well from the edge of the area, though, straight at the keeper. Stanilovic not happy there with the effort from the edge of the box, but he's given himself something to work with in the second half, pulling a goal back, reducing the arrears. It's 3-1 on aggregate to Darmstadt over the course of the 2 legs. 45 minutes left to play of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Again, get in touch. Hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge on the social platform of your choice. And we hope you are enjoying the coverage that we are bringing you of this once-in-a-lifetime type opportunity, or a very unique experience at the very least, this weekend in this football-free period. But Stanilovic looking for that equaliser early in the second half. That would really help him get his foot back into this game.
It's worth noting he's definitely earned his place to be here for Leverkusen. He's played with Detto in previous PR days for Leverkusen. Did one in February against Alario and Vendel. Won the game 2-0 and obviously got the call to come up and represent his club here. He said, of course, he's played a few games on the PlayStation over the past few days to get involved and get his thumbs up and get ready for this. And he's actually a keen FIFA player in the fact that he knows how the tactics have changed himself. He knows his own strengths and weaknesses. He's told the Leverkusen club website, over the years I've noticed I'm a counter-attacking player who wants to quickly bag a couple of goals and then sit back. It's not how it's worked out for him today, but he's good at holding on to the ball in the virtual football world. He's definitely going to ask his teammate for a few tips, which he will have done before this game, but we haven't been able to see him quite using those tips so far, as Platter has proven a worthy opponent in the early runnings.
Chance at the back post, but a towering header made by Stanilovic, who's now on the ball himself, bringing it forward. Palacios out wide to Diaby. Interesting that Stanilovic started with Diaby instead of Bailey. It's the other way around in the first leg with Detto.
Be sure he's probably going to look to bring Bailey on. He's such a productive player, even in the 85 mode, having those fresh legs And being as quick as he is, he will have a little bit of an advantage over the other players in the game.
Stanilovic's pass is cut out at the back as we approach the hour mark in this, the final game of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Oh, and it's breaking nicely here for Manu. Little click of the heels there. Stanilovic is able to counter, but it comes to nothing as he quickly concedes possession once again.
Plata just keeps coming forward every time he has the ball, which is nice to see, but I'm sure he wanted to make sure of victory. And as he says there, he gets frustrated with his own mistake, and I want to make sure that he just keeps a bit of control before this game opens up too much for Leverkusen.
Which it might do here with that ball forward, but it was very well cut out at the back with Bellarabi threatening, and now a nice 1-2 has released Plata down this left wing. Palacios across to cover a strong sliding challenge, and Felix Plata comes away with the ball still. Lovely little tussle between the two down on the sidelines, but it's Leverkusen who come away with it. And you can just see Stanilovic, there's a little more urgency. You can see why he prefers that counter-attacking style of play, because he wants to move the ball quickly. The problem is he's not quite getting his passes timed right.
He's trying to be direct now. He knows that the game is up against him, but Plata's doing well. He's intercepting and keeping on top of it. You can see how quickly those Leverkusen players in attack are pressing and trying to get into the face of the Darmstadt players, but Plata's dealing with it really well.
There's a dangerous chance here. Well, Sven Bender doing what Sven Bender does. He's what he's made a career of in the Bundesliga in terms of being the right man in the right place at the right time to snuff out any danger. And we are going to see changes here. And again, attacking changes are the order of the day at this point in the game. Really is no need to try and shore up a defense. You actually want to be pressing for goals yourself, despite the fact that there's a lot been made of the fact that goals are harder to come by in FIFA 20. We haven't really seen that prove to be the case in this Bundesliga Home Challenge, have we?
That's true, that's true. It's been
even if we don't break the record.
Even if we don't break the record, as sad as it may sound, it has been a goal-frenzied tournament so far, which has been fantastic to see. Maybe it just comes down to the fact that so many professionals are not quite capable in terms of defending as their eSport teammates have been able to.
But I think that's been a good thing, because let's say if everyone defended like Tim Latka and we had a lot of games with very few chances, that maybe wouldn't have quite given us the variety of entertainment that we've had on show. Because of course you can delight in those games and you can work out the intricacies of it and the tactics to it and why those matchups are fascinating in their own right. But this has really given us such a wide range of different games, a different blend of styles of play, of approaches, of risk-taking, whatever it's been. And I think that really has made this quite a unique event, the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Definitely, the combination has worked 100%. It's something I would fully back again as we enter the final 15 minutes here. If they wanted to do another tournament again, I think this has worked superbly with the players and professionals coming together to represent their clubs. Brings with it a lot of opportunities. And this has been an opportunity itself for Stanilovic. A lot of fans watching this may not be aware of him. He's a 20-year-old who hasn't represented the first team yet, but he's made 52 appearances for under-19s. His time will come. His time almost came to an end there in this game, but solid save for Hradecky at the near post, denying Plata a third.
Yeah, it's one of the few times we've seen the near post finish not work, actually. So something in the game mechanics helping Hradecky there, no doubt about it. And that'll be sweet relief for Stanilovic, who is under the cosh here a little bit in the closing stages. Not exactly the end of the pitch he wants to be at. He's 2-1 down. And even if he may not be able to rescue the tie... Oh, I thought that was it. I thought that was the third. Flash past the post, but it was the wrong side of the post.
I think Plata thought that was the third as well. He sat back there and thought, oh my God, I can't believe that's gone wide. Stanilovic needs to take that as an incentive now. He knows there's nothing to lose, but Plata's given him no time and space to get forward.
Oh, chance here, and the cutback. It will be a third. Clinical as you like. He was making no mistake. The celebrations can start in the Plata household.
That's the composure you need at this level. He's proven himself to be really, really worthy of being on this stage. Makes a mistake his own there again. Stanilovic not able to clear the ball, and he just calmly plays it across goal. And if you're a FIFA player, you know if that was a friendship, this would be over now.
Yeah, absolutely. It is game over when it comes to stuff like that, isn't it? Friendship can be ended.
As much as we don't want to see the pass across goal, it is, going to happen at this level of the gameplay.
It is indeed, but this is a cheeky back heel, and oh, what a chance that was. The rebound saved as well by Hradecki. A gasp of agony from Plata. He thought he was going to get a fourth there as well when the ball broke to him nicely. Brilliant challenge at the back to block the initial shot from Stanilovic as well, it has to be said. That's my type of defending in FIFA, and he would love another goal here. Can he get it himself? He can. It's 3-2 in the dying seconds of the game. 4-2 on aggregate. We've seen stranger things happen, but I think that may be a step too far, Alex.
And the sad thing is, James, this is now 5 goals in this game. We're just
we need one more.
Record. I didn't want to bring it up. We just need one more in these final seconds. I don't think we're going to get it, but what a show this has been as well from these guys. Staying with it and right until the end and going for goals until the very last second.
Come on, we've got 30 seconds left. I haven't given up hope. That needed to be a much better ball, though, Stanilovic. Oh, what disappointment. Well, we are going to have to settle for a record equaling 46 goals on day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But what a great way to end it. A 5-goal thriller between Felix Plata and Stanilovic. Kind of underlining exactly what we said about this tournament from start to finish. Unknown quantities. Where are the FIFA skill levels going to be at of these professional players? How are they going to transfer their skills from pitch to joystick? But I think a fantastic representation there in the final game of exactly how well they have done that over the course of the whole Bundesliga Home Challenge.
The Bundesliga professionals can hold their heads high. It's been a fantastic showcase of what they're able to do in terms of the FIFA world. And across the whole weekend, as you said, we've seen so many highlights from these guys. And I just wanted to throw the question to you of what has been actually your biggest highlight so far of watching the weekend.
Oh, I mean, there are a couple. Achraf Hakimi on his phone was certainly one that gave us a few chuckles yesterday. There's no doubt about it. I was a big fan of the Strangers win because that was the first real blowout victory where we saw someone really streak ahead and really prove ruthless against their opponent. The Robin Quaison chip that I mentioned earlier in the show as well. But then to mention a few highlights from today, because we've had some as well today. The game, the whole tie between Freiburg and Wien Wiesbaden, for me, I think was the best tie of the entire Bundesliga Home Challenge in terms of just how evenly matched they were and then how surprised I was by Flecken and Schlotterbeck and their level of performance in that. Yeah. How about you, Alex?
I'd totally agree with that. The 3-3 and 2-2 as well was just fantastic, and the competitive edge that both those guys had. The Freiburg lads both being professional footballers themselves, trying to get through and compete against a couple of esports players that did so well. For me, a personal highlight came yesterday with Marca Richter sending that message through at the start, talking about losing 9-1, but coming away with a 1-1 draw. And just the fact that obviously for these guys in this tournament, it's been a lot more nerve-wracking than even playing in front of the big crowds in the Bundesliga. And as we look there across the recap of today's action, so many goals scored. 46 across these games, the exact same amount as yesterday, even though we had 2 less games, 1 less tie in total. Outstanding performances across the board, even with the Leipzig and Hamburg game just producing 3 goals across the 2 games. Absolutely outstanding from all the players across this weekend.
Yeah, I've got to get a hat tip as well to Tim Handwerker as well for the best comeback, arguably, of the tournament today. Megabit had put Werder Bremen on course. Of course, Werder Bremen, one of the favourites coming into the competition because everyone knows about their reputation in the esports world. Back-to-back virtual Bundesliga champions. Megabit got the job done. He was slightly let down by Maximilian Eggestein, though.
He was indeed. It was a hard one to come back for Handwerker, but he did his job, and for Eggestein, it was not exactly how he wanted to come out. A big shout out to Holstein Kiel as well, getting 8 goals across their 2 games. Obviously, the first one working out a lot better than they expected. Obviously, that esports player against professional player working to their advantage for Kiel with Rohrweder coming up against Vorgsammer. Obviously, not working out well for him with a 6-0 defeat, but it's time for us to probably call an end to this stream and say thank you for everyone. And I'll hand it over to James to give the welcome and thank you to everyone for tuning in over across the whole weekend.
Yeah, look, we said it throughout the stream as well. We didn't really know what to expect coming into the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We didn't know what it was going to throw up in terms of content and entertainment, but it has exceeded all my pre-match expectations or pre-tournament expectations, and we hope you guys can say the same. This really was brought in by the DFL to add or provide a brief reprieve from the monotony of lockdowns, quarantine, self-isolation, whatever you guys are going through out there in the world. We hope we've been able to do that with this fantastic little tournament that has It's thrown up pretty much everything. I know we didn't get the overhead kick that I was dying for throughout this whole tournament, but we've had upsets, we've had comebacks, we've had big wins, we've had narrow victories, we've even had 2 draws in the mix as well. And so, on that sense, I think really we can say that this has exceeded expectations on every level. And we do thank you all for listening and tuning in, whether it was yesterday, today, or both. If you were with us for both, thank you so much. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. But from myself and Alex, we will say good evening.
And stay safe, everyone.